Good morning and welcome. This is the big day. We love these days at election time. Actually, Dora, the only problem if there's one nation, one election, what will you do for 5 years? That's why you oppose it.
Absolutely.
Okay. No other reason. Well, this is a very exciting day because we've got two significant states the people have spoken. And we'll see whether the trend continues from Lok Sabha election or not. We'll see those trends in a moment. But first, one and only, Maya Mirchandani, who I've only known for 50 years, since she was 1 year old.
Thanks for giving away my age on
Sorry.
live.
Before you were born.
It's really rude. But thank you. It's great to be back with you, Doc. And I have to say, I'm quite excited because...
Quite
excited about the results that we're going to see today. For this whole reason, I've been tracking, as you know, Jammu and Kashmir for the last 20 odd years. And
you're writing a book on it as well.
Yes, right? I'm writing a biography of the Abdullahs.
Okay.
Fathers, sons, and a troubled paradise. Let me plug that. It's not done yet, so it's on its way.
Where's the cover? We could do.
No, I know. I'm you know me, you know my pace, right? So I'm getting to it and things like
Modesty.
that.
Modesty is the facade which mediocrity impersonates genuine excellence.
See, how do you respond to stuff like this? But, we've been joined in the studio as well by three very eminent guests to discuss these elections. Manisha Priyam, an academic and an analyst, political analyst. Thanks so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
And two very dear friends of mine, Smita Sharma, an independent journalist who's been on the field in Haryana.
Yeah,
she's indefatigable, that's the right word. Yeah.
Thank
and Shivam Vij, whose political analysis has been quite sharp.
Always good to have you, really. But you said there are three experts.
And Dorab, you introduced already. So I was leaving it to...
Three experts and one...
So.
And Dorab, if this is the OG, that's OG above the OG. If that makes sense, yeah. So, get with the language.
I must say, you youngsters.
So we also have Dali Shah of the Congress joining us this morning, and Yogendra Yadav as well. Welcome to both of you for being on the show. I think Dali Sharma is joining us from Delhi, and Yogendra Yadav, we assume, is somewhere on the field in Haryana. I'm not sure where Mr. Yadav is joining us from right now, but thank you both as well for being
Yogendra, I just want to really thank you for joining us at this time, because I've said this before, you are the finest political analyst. I, of course, really wish you remained as a psephologist and been no better psephologist before or after you. Maybe Dorab neck and foot, otherwise, but look down on psephology, it's look down on Dorab basically. Yeah, but hey, thank you very much. We've been, sorry, we can't hear you at the moment.
I think he might be on mute.
Yeah.
He didn't want to hear what you said.
Didn't want to hear.
I think he's trying.
Are you on mute or you're fine?
No.
Can't hear. Anyway, we'll come to you once that's sorted out.
Dali Sharma of the Congress party, let's come across to you. The exit polls seem to indicate that you're going to do quite well today. Are you all set for victory parties? What's it looking like at Congress today?
First of all, and yes, of course, we are winning both the states, and very soon the results will be out.
Oh, we already have some information on Haryana. These are, of course, postal ballots.
And Jammu and
they're
Kashmir
leading, Congress is leading in 3. That's up 3 since the last Lok Sabha and up 1 since the previous assembly. And now it's 4. And the BJP is 1. That's down 3 since last time. That is a trend. Can I go straight across to Yogendra? Yogendra, 4-1, but the change. Oh, he's not still, audio is still not up. Okay.
It's also a question of where they're coming from, because there's certain parts near...
Here. Go.
Yeah, well, that is, central Haryana is where the Congress is the strongest throughout, has been for the last 3 periods.
Exactly.
So, in fact, just before we started our recording, Manisha, you were talking to us about your impressions of this election campaign, and both in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Why don't you just share that
I'm
with?
a deep dive ethnographer. So I do like 2 or 3 months, and much like what Yogendra tells you today, I believe that elections are decided in the agora of the people and much ahead of when we are able to perceptibly see it. So this time around, Kashmir and Jammu have been places where I've been around, and there are issues, but I think 2 clear lessons that we can see, that people and the poorest people, the more rural you become, they have decided to turn the face of India's democracy in very local but very meaningful ways, and on issues that matter to them. So this whole pop theory about BJP's got it right on hyper-localized elections and the Panna Pramukhs rule the roost of Indian democracy, I think a lot of pop theories generated about Indian democracy in the last decade or so, they've been put to rest. It's the people who matter. And I think the one leader who's definitely now beginning to make a lot of sense to rural audiences, vast disparate geographies, hyper-localized, is a man called Rahul Gandhi. He may not be winning the Jammu or the Kashmir on his own, but I do think a lot of trust generated around him. In Haryana, of course, he and his sister have turned out to be leaders who talk the voice of the people and issues of the people. I can come around to explaining a lot of what I've seen and understood in later rounds, but these I think are the summaries of what I've been able to dig out. Remember, an ethnographer's labor is hard labor within which change happens.
Right. In your experience, it's now becoming like a 2-party fight in Haryana. In fact, if you add last time the Congress plus the BJP, it comes to percentage votes, it comes to 94%. That's quite a break from earlier. So the smaller parties are being edged out?
It definitely looks the case, because initially there was this feeling that, will the Aam Aadmi Party with Arvind Kejriwal stepping out of jail at least be able to make some dents? What happens with the INLD in particular? But what it looks like is that there is a clear washout in the offing now as far as the JJP is concerned, for sure. And reinstating the fact once again, the theory once again, that BJP जब छोटे पार्टियों से हाथ मिलाती है तो उनको खत्म कर देती है. Because that stain of having joined hands with the BJP, whether it's for the PDP in the valley or whether it's for JJP in the Haryana, it's very much there. But to me, what was really interesting and about Haryana, and I think Haryana definitely is one of the most politically aware states in the country. I would say that it's even more politically aware Haryanvis are than Uttar Pradesh. These elections, when you were on the ground, what you were constantly hearing about, 36 बिरादरी वोट कर रही है, 36 बिरादरी वोट कर रही है. Everybody is coming together. It's not about that polarization between the Jats, non-Jats. Some belts maybe yes here or there, but that 36 biradari coming together. And I agree with Manisha ji. I've seen that response on the ground this time to Rahul Gandhi's rally. Even when he's talking something about the donkey factor. How people are going in all the way from small villages of Haryana to Dallas in United States, that seemed to have a clear resonance with people on the ground. So it's very interesting to see how these elections have sort of shaped up, particularly also with the younger generations now that are there to vote.
Yeah, we've got Ahmed with us on the banks of the Dal Lake, live. Thank you very much. Can you hear us, Ahmed?
Yes, good morning to all of you.
Okay, and so the counting has started. Is there a lot of excitement? Is there fear and trepidation? What's the scene around you?
Yes, counting has just started. There's a lot of security around in Dal Lake, around the center. People are quite excited, but there's a lot of jitteriness among the people also, because you don't know who's going to form the government. The exit polls are not quite clear about NC and Congress, but then BJP is there. There are other parties over there, independent candidates out there. So we'll have to see how it pans out in the next couple of hours. But there's a lot of excitement, a lot of people out there. Everybody is talking about elections at the moment here in the valley.
Prannoy, I just want to jump in and ask Emmer one question. Emmer, first of all, I think the weather has changed since I was last there about 2 weeks ago. I can see you're wearing a jacket. It's a chilly morning, so that's a good sign. But I wanted to ask you, yesterday we had a lot of news coming in about these 5 nominated MPs that are meant to be happening for the first time in this particular assembly. Names were being circulated, newspapers were carrying rumors. What's the mood on the ground about this? What are you hearing?
It is a chilly morning out here, but it's getting hot there, because the counting had just started. The 5 MLAs which will be nominated by the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, there are probable names out there, but it's not an official confirmation of the names. The political parties are quite against it because they're saying that it's not fair on their part. So we'll have to see how the governor plays a role on this, because 5 is a big number, right? So it will create some sort of problem within the political parties. They are very, very against it at the moment, from NC to Congress to PDP. People are also not really happy about the fact that some people will be given this seat of MLAs in the assembly. So there's a lot of back and forth conversation happening with the political parties, and they might unite together at the end of the day. But we'll have to just wait for a couple of more hours to see the actual numbers out there.
Right. Dorab, you've been studying this very closely, especially Haryana.
Yeah.
Give us a Haryana election in a nutshell.
Oh, Haryana election, fine. Kurukshetra was Pandavas and Kauravas. Now there are four families, and it's a family fight. And state as small as Haryana, 10 Lok Sabha seats, and look at the number of people. 9 Chautalas fighting, 4 guys fighting, uncle fighting against niece, first cousin against another cousin. There are 3 Chautalas fighting in 1 seat. Can you imagine? 3 members of the family, 2 is enough, but 3 of them, then fighting across families. Last time you defeated my mother, so this time I'm going to take you on. What is this? Is this politics? Is it the politics, as you say, a principle of what, Krishna told Arjuna? Do the right thing? Is that it? Because this is the state of the Mahabharata. And I think, what has also happened, this also happened in Telangana. Once upon a time, Haryana was amongst the most prosperous states in the union. Today, if it is per capita, it's because of this Gurgaon, Delhi area. Look at Telangana, same thing. You remove Hyderabad. 10 years ago, somebody told me that Maharashtra is number 3 in the country. You remove Bombay, it's number 16. So, this concentration of growth, disparities, unemployment. Unemployment is a problem we've been unable to solve. So long as you solve that, you can't get votes. If I haven't got a job, how will I give you votes?
But these families will solve it, won't they?
Well, that's why more and more families coming up, giving guys, hope they solve them. You can't.
Well, one of the factors, it seems to be in the run-up to this election, is that the electorate is fed up with corruption. The last 4 or 5 years has been just riddled with corrupt government, apparently. Is that true?
In Haryana?
Yeah. Well, everywhere actually. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think it's long 10 years of anti-incumbency of the BJP. The question is not corruption, but who's benefiting from the corruption. So people want to change the elites and change the families in power who pick the money, basically. But I think the big headline in Haryana is the anti-Khattar sentiment, and that is the corruption image there.
Or is the pro-Jat sentiment? They are used to being in power. They've been out of power for 10 years, and they can't do without power. They've been used to power.
Yes, but there was the anti-Jat coalition, which is now frayed.
I just want to go into some data and ask Yogendra his views. We'd like to focus on the 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Haryana and whether that had any indicators for these assembly elections. Much of our analysis now is based on what we believe is the finest exit poll of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections in both methodology and accuracy. This excellent exit poll was carried out by Dhananjay Joshi and his organization Cicero. The sample size was large at 26,000 interviews, and it covered
2.5 lakh interviews.
266, 2.5 lakh. 266,000. Yeah. Covered 509 Lok Sabha constituency. Now, in the midst of other exit polls that were forecasting up to 350 seats for the BJP, the Cicero poll forecast 257 seats for the BJP. The actual result was 240. And specifically for the state of Haryana, the Cicero poll forecast was spot on, with forecasting 5 seats each for the BJP and the Congress. A big change from 2019. Now, looking at Haryana specifically, the 2024 Lok Sabha election results in Haryana showed a 12% swing away from the BJP to the Congress. We can have the graphics up. Are they available? The 12% swing away from the BJP to the Congress and a 7% swing from all other parties to the Congress. Okay, we'll come back to that. But we'll look a little more into how Haryana, as we were just mentioning, has moved towards a two-party system. Do we have the graphic on that? The two-party system? Okay, we'll come back to these graphics. But overall, Yogendra, you are from Haryana. I've actually watched you campaign there, and you seem to really enjoy it, and the crowds reacted. You've traveled a lot, and you have a feel for Haryana. What's different this time?
As someone mentioned just now, Dr. Roy, this is double income, 10 years of BJP rule. And we are witnessing a major change in Pakistan, which is a combination of two factors. One is a long-term realignment that Dorab also hinted, yard shifting. So one is a large social realignment taking place in Haryana. The second is a incumbency, anti-incumbency driven shift. Both the things have come to coincide. Therefore, my own sense has been right from day one that there isn't much of a suspense in the outcome of this election, that it's straightforward competition. The only thing about which one had a sense of uncertainty was the margin of Congress's victory. And I said in that speech that you say you watched, I said the only question is whether it's going to be Hawa or a Andhi or a tsunami for Congress. And that's because two very large effects are working in the same direction. One, as I said, is a social realignment. Jats, the largest single aggregate community, which has shifted away. But it's not just Jats. There are many communities which had moved towards the BJP and which shifted by the Lok Sabha election. That shift may have already taken place. And on top of that is an anti-incumbency sentiment that cuts across all castes and communities. Both things are coming together, and Haryana may witness a more bipolar verdict than anything that we have seen in not just recent times. I honestly can't recall any election that was as bipolar as this one used to be. Straightforward. Yes. In Haryana, if you look at last election, BJP and Congress together were just about 65% vote. My sense is that this time BJP and Congress put together would be more than 80%. So other parties, independents, the various parties that Dorab just mentioned, all of them could be well below 20%, which is very unusual for Haryana. And their total tally, which has usually been about anything 15 to 20, the seats have always gone to other than the top party. I would be surprised if that. So unusual election.
Yeah, and actually look at the leads as they're coming in, and you're well aware these are actually mostly postal votes, so things can change dramatically. But even with postal votes, the Congress, the gains are what is important. If you look at the 29-22, but it's up 11 compared to the previous assembly, and the BJP is down 9 compared to the Lok Sabha. So that's the trend that's important. In Jammu and Kashmir, we are also seeing postal votes, but the NC-Congress alliance is doing pretty well. Now let's just get back. We were talking about that Haryana moving towards a two-party system. And how did it do? There was a 12% swing away from the BJP to the Congress as well as the 7% swing away from all other parties to the Congress, resulting in a total swing to the Congress in the Lok Sabha election of 19%. So as I mentioned, moving to a two-party system where the total votes of the BJP and the Congress added to as much as 94%. That's what Yogendra was just talking about. A two-party system it's becoming. So it's widely actually believed that this 19% swing to the Congress was the result of farmers voting against the BJP. But it seems the swing towards the Congress was 17% in Haryana's urban areas too. So there was a plus 17% to the Congress. 17% is a lot. There was a little more in the rural areas, 20%, but it was not just a rural vote. Another view is that it was only the Jats who voted against the BJP and switched to the Congress. This is a Jat-determined election. But the Cicero exit poll shows that, in fact, the swing away from the Congress occurred across many castes. Let's first focus on Jats and OBCs. It is clear that while the Jats swing was a substantial 40%, there was also a swing to the Congress among Jat Sikhs, the Gujars and the Yadavs. Just look at the figures. In fact, the overall swing towards the Congress from all the main OBCs and Jats was 25%. What about Dalits and scheduled caste voters? The Valmikis, in fact, had a large swing to the Congress as the plus 22%. The Jatavs and the Dalit Sikhs too switched in large numbers, bringing the overall scheduled caste swing to the Congress averaging 25%. So it's not just Jats. This election is more than that. All the castes seem to move towards the Congress. But look, except for the forward caste, which had a zero overall average swing to the Congress. But even within this community, the forward caste, the Brahmins and the Banyas suggested a positive swing to the Congress. So basically summarizing, unlike the widespread belief that Haryana was won and lost because of swing among Jat voters and farmers only, our analysis using Cicero's poll is that the swing against the BJP was across voters from most castes. Is that the feel you got also, Yogendra?
Dr. Roy, for making this Cicero poll public. It was an excellent exit, something I had an opportunity to discuss with you. I really wish something like this was available to the Indian public. And we would not have, exit poll disaster is something I don't care that much for. But Indian public being misguided through the election in 2024, that it was going to be a sweep, that is something that we avoided if we had more polls like this. On Haryana, you're absolutely right. First we need to remember the point of comparison is 2019 Lok Sabha election, where Congress was decimated. BJP had, if I remember correctly, 58% vote, and Congress was just 28%, and it looked as if Congress was on its way out in Haryana. Now, compared to that election, we have seen such large swings just mentioned. And of course, the swings were not confined only to Jats. The idea that only one caste community moves and changes the election, that's a ridiculous idea. That never happened. So that gap of 30 percentage points, BJP 58%, Congress just 28%, was made up by large swing away from all agrarian communities, not just Jat Sikhs, even Yadavs, who have by and large in Haryana state with the Congress. When you see a big movement, it's never confined to one community. So we have the kind of swing that you spoke about. Interestingly, even in that, the upper caste, on balance, do not. Now, upper caste are a smaller segment in Haryana. The usual situation of Agda Pichda having UP and Bihar, Haryana, because their numbers are and their socio-economic clout is in Haryana as compared to other states. Yes, we've seen that. And I was just saying that this ensured 30 was reduced to zero by the time we came to 2000 election. As a matter of fact, if you put the party and Congress votes together, which should because they were ties, then Congress had one lead for the BJP. So from minus Congress plus 1%. That what we see in this massive shift. But since the there has been a similar, smaller, but significant movement further from BJP. And that is what.
Yeah, I think Yogendra, sorry to interrupt, but the audio is a little problem from your bandwidth. Just check there. So Dora, yeah.
We've forgotten the Agniveer scheme. Haryana is amongst the largest providers of soldiers.
Very true.
You know, the
very
great Rao Tularam was an Ahir, which is a Yadav. I mean, they've contributed, and then you've forgotten the women wrestlers' agitation. You know, all these things piling up. And then one more thing, since the
No,
year
I just want to Ragniti, how many Parsis are in the army? Oh, sorry.
there was a field marshal, if I remember right.
yeah.
Pretty big one at that.
Touche.
Touche. But you know, coming
The
back
one
to
with the legendary
No, let-
quotes
I'm
that
sorry,
still
one-
do the rounds.
Yeah.
You know, let me add one more point. Since 2000, in the elections are normally simultaneous or close to each other. In every election, the BJP has performed better in the Lok Sabha than in the Vidhan Sabha. Except one which was close because BJP only fought 7 Lok Sabha seats. But BJP's performance in the Lok Sabha is always better than its performance in the Vidhan Sabha.
Even in the Lok Sabha, BJP seats had gone down
No,
this
from
time.
2000.
Yeah,
2000.
absolutely.
And Agniveer, Agnipat, you know, because even during Lok Sabha elections, I was traveling a lot, especially across the northern India belt.
Right.
It is, the government is living in denial of how big a issue it is in these states. Whether it's Himachal, whether it's Haryana, whether it's Punjab, people... and honestly, I don't know what the Congress will be able to do about it, because Chaudhary Brijendra Singh, who was with the BJP, I asked him this question, that even if you form a government, you will not be able to still do anything about unless you're in power at the center. To which they're very clear that of course we won't be able to sort of go back to the old army recruitment. But the fact that people are still so angry,
Yes.
or if it's a Vinesh Phogat issue, the way people came out during her nomination filing, I don't remember in my last 20 years of journalism having seen that kind of a crowd. I mean, the mood on the ground was कि लोग चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं Vinesh Phogat के लिए. It's not really the party structure.
Yeah.
People coming out, showering petals through JCBs and tractors, making laddus. It was a huge crowd.
Very
Yeah.
emotional. Actually.
Very
Yeah.
emotional.
In fact, you know, Manisha had raised that point right in the beginning about the rural versus the urban vote
Yes.
in Haryana, and I think it's very important that Smita is pointing out these specific things. But you know, the farmers' agitation, the Agniveer scheme, and the women's wrestlers, all these three big sort of headline issues in Haryana tended to resonate much more with the rural populations in any case.
So let me tell you that the hyper-local and those that don't come up for public discussion also swing elections. And this people of Haryana is also women of Haryana.
Yeah.
And since one more pop theory was thrown at Indian democracy in the last decade, saying women overwhelmingly vote for party X. Now what was happening here? Now there's something called the Parivar Pehchan Patra.
Yeah.
Now we knew since the Lok Sabha elections that if there was one thing that women, every friend we had, every fieldwork we did since the Lok Sabha, the women of the underclass would come up and say, Didi, ye parivar pehchan patra banwa do. And we've been to offices, and I can tell you that the women said, Asli chakki perai to Didi, yehi hai. Till we stood with them and we understood that this was the exclusion, type 2 exclusion. Get them to prove that you are born in Haryana, live in Haryana. You may not be a Bangladeshi Ghuspetia, but if you are an Uttar Pradeshi washing dishes in Haryana, you are a Ghuspetia. So amongst women, the biggest joke going on is, Didi, idhar आइए, घुसपैठियों की line में शायद आप भी वोट दे सकती हैं. And if I can disclose a joke, Yogen's wife voting in Haryana told me, Manisha, I'm going to queue up with the type 2 exclusion walas and I'm going to vote in Haryana. So I think the Parivar Pareshan Patra, as Priyanka Gandhi put it, was a huge thing, never caught by people. And the men especially would keep telling me, Arey, Jat factor hai, inki bejati ki. I knew it was the men in their public sphere, but the women in their private spheres completely. So corruption didn't necessarily mean money changing hands. It just meant continuous pareshani in front of a very local weak
Very
capacity.
interesting.
You
Yeah,
know,
very
and I think,
interesting.
Prannoy, just to add to that, I teach in a university in Haryana. I mean, it's been taken from, you know, land has been acquired from the local farmers in Asawarpur and Rai. So anytime there's an election, our students tend to go out and get information from the ground. But this is a very interesting point that a lot of the women, my students, my media students spoke to, turned around in front of their husbands. They would say, ha, we will vote the way the men tell us, the family vote. The minute they turned around, they called the students back and said, acha zara suno, you know, and here's the truth. So I think it's very important that women do have, you know, we underestimate, especially after the kind of abuse that the women wrestlers have also seen, the kind of employment issues that they have
the
seen
turnaround,
impact in
it's
their
a
house.
state where you had such a skewed up sex ratio for the longest. Today, those men coming into Vinesh Phogat's rally and saying it, ये हमारे इज्जत की बात है, हमारे घर की इज्जत पर आन आई है. You know, it's
is
a
worried
very...
that the men are voting the way the women tell them to. Things have switched. Shivam, you're very quiet.
I'm just listening to all of you.
To the women.
This is a 50-50, like, this is like, you know, gender
Very
equality.
balanced.
Yeah.
You know, I think if you look at each of these issues, Agniveer, this family Pareshan Patra, if you look at how they did not change Khattar right after 2019, the pattern is the BJP in its overconfidence and arrogance does not course correct anymore. This is not the BJP of Modi 1. In Modi 2, they have refused to, you know, read the tea leaves and course correct in time. You know, Agniveer, they should have done something very long ago, for example.
Okay, you're talking about tea leaves. I want to see, were there any tea leaves in the Lok Sabha election? There's some signals for here, and I'll ask Yogendra also. If we just look at some significant trends that emerged from the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and just wait a minute, we'll come back because Yogendra's audio is still not all right. But I can actually just go through this. Let's take a quick look at the facts of the 2024 Lok Sabha election, not the politics, just the election trends. Actually, this is part of a larger study we are doing to be published soon. Here, let's focus on three key factors over the last few months. First, the BJP's performance in the Lok Sabha elections was in many ways counterintuitive. The BJP did badly in the entire northern belt, its traditional stronghold. But it will be pleased with the fact that it did well in the southern belt, its relatively weak region. So this swing map, as you can see, shows that in every state in the northern belt, there was a swing away from the BJP. Every state, from Rajasthan stretching right across to Assam, a negative swing for the BJP in the north. There was strong negative swing in Maharashtra as well. But in the south and in the central belt, there was a positive swing to the BJP, notably three states, Orissa, Telangana and Kerala. The second key, so that north-south divide is the opposite way that you think about it. The elections was, the longer the campaign took in these elections, the worse the BJP did. Let's just focus on the states which had 5 to 7 voting phases. Look at this. UP. With every phase, the swing against the BJP deteriorated with every one of the 7 phases. The negative swing started with a worrying -4% in phase 1 and ended with a -8% in phase 7. Maharashtra, which had 5 long phases, saw a similar trend. Once again, the swing against the BJP doubled between the first phase at -5 and it deteriorated to -10 in the 5th phase. The longer the campaign, the worse the BJP did. The 2 other states with extended election campaigns, Bihar and West Bengal, also saw the swing against the BJP deteriorating over time. The negative swings were not as sharp as in UP or Maharashtra, but the fact they were negative throughout the campaign. So long extended campaigns did not help, it in fact harmed the BJP terribly. Now finally, let's look at the subsequent by-elections that have held in many of these states. Any trends from those? Well, the swing against the BJP doubled to 15% if you look at Bihar, 15% negative. That's the swing against in the by-election. Similarly in Bengal, the recent by-elections were another warning for the BJP. the swing against the BJP virtually fell off a cliff as it plummeted to over minus 20% in the by-election. And this pattern of increasing negative swings in by-elections was repeated in Madhya Pradesh, you can see it there, Himachal, and while in Uttarakhand there was no deterioration, the by-election swing was still negative. So the general trend, Shivam, was negative with longer phases and then even more negative with the by-election.
Yes, and with the Haryana results coming in, I think we'll have some more BJP bashing. So I want to make one important point. The north-south map you showed.
Yes.
You know, the BJP knew from 2014 onwards that this will happen. Right. Anti-incumbency will come. It's the ultimate truth of Indian elections, right? So they started expanding in the south and the east because they knew this will happen eventually in the north. And if they had not done that, then today we would not have 240, we would have 200 or maybe less, right? So to the credit of Modi and Shah, they realized on day one that they need to do this Vistar program into states like Telangana, Odisha, Bengal, and I think that's
but Bengal it didn't do well. Yeah.
Well,
But
still,
in the south it
No,
did.
Odisha.
still they have more seats in
Odisha
Bengal
did.
than you could have
Odisha was
imagined.
But I
2014.
must say that we traveled in Orissa and the way they won the campaign were on three crazy issues. One was the Tamil is running the state.
Yeah,
All the, I mean, nothing to do with the development of the state. Then the key to the Bhandar.
They ended up actually offending the Tamils in the process by releasing those videos. Perhaps.
But as a worrying sort of
Yeah.
aside to that, this idea, the Ghuspetiya being from the person from Uttar Pradesh or the Tamilian running the state in Orissa, I think what's happened in the last 10 years is that this idea that somebody who doesn't belong to a parochial set in a state is now suddenly a foreigner. I think for the centre, that should be a question of worry as
Modi
well.
is running from Varanasi. He's a Gujarati going into Varanasi
I know,
to
but
fight
there he's not a
elections.
Ghuspetiya.
So he's not.
So he's
it's
not a
convenient.
Because the majority came down from 6 lakhs to 1 lakh.
Yeah.
So something's happened.
So in Jharkhand, and that's the tea leaves for us,
Yeah.
even as they had lost the Lok Sabha elections, the Jharkhand campaign opened up with Babulal Marandi doing district level press conference saying, "Is zile mein itne ghuspaitiya hai? Is zile mein itne ghuspaitiya?" Now, what does it have to do with governance?
Is this discourse?
Can I just add two things here? One, I have a feeling while we talk a lot about anti-incumbency, in this case, double engine Sarkar also means double engine incumbency and stuff. But I do feel like in Haryana, I thought people were actually, there are these analysts who would like us to believe that it's a very anti-BJP vote, but not necessarily pro-Congress vote. I don't agree with that. Because I think when you offer some concrete ideas, either in your manifestos or rallies, there are people moving towards you in a firm way, in a sort of an informed choice. It's not just because they're angry with the BJP, so they are going with this. Right. So it's more of an informed choice. And B, I think when it comes to, you raised Manohar Lal Khattar. Khattar wasn't really a huge elected popular figure in Haryana. He is not a Bhupender Huda. He was selected because of his proximity to the Prime Minister. He was known for his arrogance in the last, 5 years of his term. He was pretty much inaccessible. He was literally going around telling people, off with your heads, chop your heads. So I think there are...
He was hated, absolutely.
Whether it's a Smriti Irani's loss, whether it's a Manohar Lal Khattar, and bringing in a Nayab Singh Saini at the end, it's like the Channi thing. A Channi cannot be brought in suddenly and, turn around the sort of 9 years of governance malpractice or issues.
Is it Mr. Modi's policy, you think, and it could be a sensible policy, that you not pick powerful leaders in states, then they become too big for their boots.
Oh, yes,
so
obviously.
you put in small guys so that, look at the Rajasthan, Haryana.
From his perspective, he's right, because look what happened with Yogi.
Yeah.
Yogi, I mean, so...
One of the points, as we're speaking, actually, the Congress lead in Haryana is extending more and more. It's 45 to 28 now, with a major uptick for the Congress party in Haryana. And according to Yogendra, in many of his interviews, Yogendra, you've said quite often that the BJP knew it was going to do badly in Haryana. It had that sense, and that's why Modi did not campaign there. He was not on the posters. So they wanted to say, this is nothing to do with Mr. Modi. This is just the local leadership. Is that right? I think you've said that a couple of times.
That's true, Dr. Roy, when you travel, as all friends have traveled. In 2024 parliamentary election, everywhere you had this huge hoarding with just Mr. Modi's face, nothing else, just said Modi ki guarantee. This time you go to Haryana and you have these hoardings where Mr. Modi is one tiny figure at the top, along with Mr. Nayak Singh Saini, same size. But the main hoarding is about an ordinary person. So Mr. Modi is kind of missing. Last time, Mr. Modi, I think, addressed 8 to 9 rallies. This time, only 4 rallies. So the BJP was clearly trying to save Mr. Modi from embarrassment. They had a clear sense of what was coming. I was listening to much of the conversation that we had in the studio, and I completely agree that, BJP made all these desperate last minute moves, last month moves. But this was one of those elections where these things do not make a difference. Bringing Naib Saini was a good idea. People preferred him over Mr. Khattar, but wasn't that too late? BJP's candidate selection was not terrible, but much of the things were settled by then. The state, people had already made up their mind. They had made up their mind to vote out the BJP about, I think, 2 years ago. And as Congress started picking up and as Rahul Gandhi's personal image improved, then this anti-BJP sentiment turned into a pro-Congress sentiment. So that was kind of set. In the parliamentary election, we saw the first glimpse of it. In the assembly election, the national context was gone, Ram Mandir issue was gone. So now we see the most natural expression of the state's political sentiment. I mean, we should see, I don't know how much of that we see right now, because postal ballots are still kind of mixed up with the actual outcome. My own sense is that things should go much towards the Congress, much further towards the Congress. I kept saying it's either a Hawa or an Andhi or a tsunami. In my travel in the state, I thought, well, it's slightly short of tsunami, but well above a Hawa. That's the kind of sense that I got from the field.
What do you say from the trends so far, 47 to 27?
That's a little unexpected for me, I must say, my own, because most of the trends have come in, unless there is a substantial mix of postal ballots here.
Yes,
BJP appears to be doing much better than I thought it would do. If BJP gets 27, BJP has every reason to celebrate, because that's not where they were. So Congress getting 47 is much below what I thought they would get, what exit polls generally said 50 to 60. And my sense over the year, Dr. Roy, is that where everyone says, well, this party is ahead, but, it's not quite a wave, then you know it is a wave. When everyone says it's 50 to 60, then you know it's going to be more than 60. Because every single electoral wave is recognized in retrospect. And retrospect, everyone says, हाँ, मुझे दिख ही रहा था. मैंने बोला था ना तुम्हें, उस दिन चाय पीते हुए मैंने बताया था ना, ये भी हो सकता है. So my sense was this is going to be one of those elections, but then you've seen more of these. And at the moment, the results seem to, the trends seem to underestimate what I think might be the likely outcome.
But you're right, it is still early days, and a lot of it could be, at least 20% of it could be postal votes still.
So if you look at the last 3 elections, two Sabha, Lok Sabha and one Vidhan Sabha, the BJP has had 28 segments that it has never lost in these 3 elections. So that,
mostly
the question
urban.
whether it will go to that, below that floor is another question. But that is the floor they've kept. And about 10 or 11 that they've not won in the last 3. The 28 is their floor. If they go below the floor, it means that areas around Delhi are slipping.
The GT road belt also in particular, where you have the most impact, the farmers' issue being seen. That I'll wait to see what happens with the Millennium City, with the videos that were doing the round of the coupling infrastructure.
Let's have a look at the strike rate right now and just what's happening so far. And remember, this is really early rounds of counting. Frankly, quite a lot of it could be postal votes. Here it is. The current strike rate is winning 47 out of 90. That's a 55% strike rate. And to actually get a majority, they need a lower strike rate, which would be around about, they need 1 out of the 5 seats to come, that's all, and they'll make it. So it looks like the Congress is going to make a majority, and then we have what is called the bump. I think Yogendra is aware that Shekhar Gupta once pointed out the leading party, as more and more rounds are counted, they start winning more and more seats. So already gone to 48, 27. So Yogendra, eventually it could be moving towards what you were saying, a pretty large majority for the Congress in Haryana.
Honestly, that's my sense. Although one should be careful, one should hedge one's bets, and so on, and that's the norm. But I'm a little careless about these things. My own sense is that it's going to be much bigger. I don't know. I mean, that bump theory, you've tried to convince me many times, and I remember you sent me a statistical thing, taking advantage of my illiteracy in the in the business.
Opposite.
But it does happen. The point is that it does happen. The party that is seen to be leading in the first 2-3 hours of counting, then when leads start converting into seats, then suddenly that party gets a bump. You said there was a statistical logic to it. I suspected that there is an administrative logic to it. So that's still to be settled. Yes, the other channel that I'm looking at the figures, they say they are reporting 47 to Congress and only 15 to the BJP, with BJP down 14 seats. So they probably are excluding the postal ballot. If someone could exclude the postal ballots for us in what you're reporting, because you're reporting almost all the constituencies right now. If someone could exclude the postal ballots, then we might get a clearer picture. Honestly, I thought it would get better. The point that Smita made about the GT road belt. Now, this is the belt of Haryana, which is more urban, which is also more Punjabi, slightly higher population of the upper caste in these areas, has traditionally been BJP's stronghold. There was, in fact, about 20 years ago, BJP was called the GT Road Party in Haryana because it didn't have presence in the rest of rural Haryana. But even there are substantial reasons to believe that there could be a movement away from BJP, even in these areas, partly affected by farmers' movement and so on. South Haryana, which is the place I come from, where you see some BJP leads right now. This area has been with the BJP, but many of the seats that Dorab just mentioned do come from this area. In this area, the 3 districts of Mahendragarh, Rewari, Gurgaon, where BJP last time won 9 out of 11 seats. So these are areas which have stayed with the BJP. But my sense is that we should see a movement away from that, even there. In these areas, BJP had a very tough time, and things were much tighter than they have ever been. Dorab, that point about 28 seats not moving away from BJP is important, and we should see whether some of them do, because this rule or this law is only since 2014. Before 2014, BJP was not even number 3 party of Haryana. It used to be number 4, a party which would normally get 10 or 15 seats or so. So this is recent, and we should wait to see if the pattern of the last 10 years is beginning to change in this election. I would expect it to.
Yogendra, we need to wait a lot. Only 1 seat is reporting actual results. The rest are all postal votes. Is it? Yes, each of the states. 1 seat, round 1. The rest are all postal. By the way, Maya, look at Jammu and Kashmir. Look at Jammu and Kashmir. It's interesting.
In fact, let's just go across, switch tracks for just a minute and look at Jammu and Kashmir. It's a very tight contest between the National Conference Congress Alliance and the BJP. They've been going back and forth. I've been looking at the numbers as they come in. We're being joined, I think, by Abhijit Jasotia of the BJP from Jammu, who's joining us right now. Do we have Mr. Jasotia with us? Yeah. Mr. Jasotia, can you hear the studio clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving us your time. I know that these are early leads and postal ballots, but it seems to be a very close contest with the National Conference and Congress right now. Your numbers are going back and forth. Is this the way you're expecting the morning to continue?
Yeah, we are anticipating good results. And after all, what we have done from past 5-6 years, way the things have changed in Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly that fear of gun has really gone, and to a large extent, 70% decline is there in the terrorist-related incidents. Moreover, after the upgradation of our Jammu and Kashmir, you will say upgradation, though many of people will say that degraded from state to UT, but are still state upgraded, because the sort of state we were having was really a banana republic over here. Aristocracy, plutocracy, and aristocracy was finally attached to it, and people of Jammu and Kashmir were really suffering. There are more than 1.5 lakh graves are there, and nobody. And these regional parties have to give answer about those graves. The unfortunate part was there that this corruption was there, backdoor appointments were there, and now we have changed the things after 5th August 2019. More than 2.5 crore tourists have visited. G20 like events have taken place, and the security of life, that is the main thing that we are watching on. And we have worked very well. Let us see. We are anticipating good results. And final thing is there that without Bharatiya Janata Party inclusion, the government formation is next to impossible over here.
Wanted to ask you, have you given up, the BJP given up fighting in the valley? Have you're not there at all?
Dr. Rai, it's not like that. If you count the number of the votes which are in the kitty of Bharatiya Janata Party, even if I'll go by the opinion polls or exit polls over here, 85% people of Jammu have voted for BJP, and to some extent 15 to 20% people will vote for have voted for Bharatiya Janata Party in Kashmir also. So cumulatively, we would say that 50% of the people of Jammu and Kashmir have voted for Bharatiya Janata Party. And last year, if you remember, a few years back when we had the first DDC elections over here, more than that was 3 Lotus which were blossomed in Kashmir also. We had 3 DDC members in Kashmir also. People have started accepting Bharatiya Janata Party in Kashmir also, because people of Kashmir have really suffered a lot. And from
some data is just coming in that out of the 38 so far, and this is again very early rounds and a lot of it is postal votes, the BJP has got just 6 out of 38.
In the Kashmir
6
Valley.
in the Kashmir Valley. In Jammu, you're doing much better, but Kashmir Valley, you're not even a force to reckon with. Jammu, just look at Jammu. You're doing so much better. So it's like a divided party. The BJP doing well in Jammu and doing very poorly in the Kashmir Valley.
Dr. Rai, we are making inroads into Kashmir, and if you will go, I have got experience of more than 20 years in Kashmir. So I have seen all the period. I've even seen that era of 1995 also. So things have changed over there. People have started accepting Bharatiya Janata Party in Kashmir also. 3 DDC members we are already having, and this time also we are anticipating 1 or 2 seats from Kashmir. So that is what is there, because if you'll talk, yeah,
That's
1 or
it.
2 seats in Kashmir. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Mr. Jasotia, if I can come and ask you a question. I mean, there are 2 issues here, I think, which jump up at us when we look at the numbers coming from Jammu and Kashmir. One is, of course, if it does remain so tight and the BJP is in a position to stake claim to form the government, who would you need to ally with from the Kashmir Valley? That would be one question. And the second follow-up to that, there's been a lot of controversy around these 5 nominated MLAs that are going to come in. This is a new thing for the Kashmir Assembly. You know, there is concern from other political parties that this should be done once the elected assembly is in place, not done by the Lieutenant Governor. So just your thoughts on these 2 issues.
See, first question, and the reply is this, that anybody for whom country stand first, party second, and self last, we are open to go with that party. And again, the main thing is that the call is going to be from Bharatiya Janata Party, because we are going to be the single largest party over here. I'm not talking about the alliances or other parties. Maybe in alliance they can be a bit here or there, but Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be the single largest party in over here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We can.
And now,
So,
the second question which you are asking me, this of Jammu Kashmir UT is taken from.
yes, so Mr. Jasotia, we're having some technical issues. We'll just come back to you in a minute. But Dorab, I wanted to bring you in on this. There is this whole idea of these nominated MPs. When the Reorganization Act was passed, they sort of said they were modeling it on Pondicherry. But the question is that the Lieutenant Governor being able to nominate these 5 MPs without the elected, sorry, 5 MLAs without the elected assembly having a say in it is becoming a huge issue.
It's becoming an issue throughout the country. Governors are not serving any role.
Right.
Speakers are not serving any roles. They really, I mean, if the governor calls the largest party, I mean, he's a counting machine. Do we have to pay for him to live in Raj Bhavan if he's only a counting machine? The question is, I think we have debased these roles to such an extent that if they were eliminated, frankly, the governor's role, it wouldn't make a difference.
They're serving the role as political tools.
No, let
the
the
problem is the constitutional
no, but it's
posts
been
have
so
become
for
political.
it's
Right,
been so
let's just
50
come
years.
back to this
The
in a
Congress has
minute.
done it
Let's
too.
just come back to this. We've got Omar Abdullah reacting on this very point. So let's just go across, listen to him, and come back to this conversation in a minute, because I think this is going to be like a key factor, in the assembly formation. Let's just go across and listen to what Omar Abdullah has to say.
इस पे तो कुछ वकीलों ने अपनी राय दी है. हमारे एक वकील जिन्होंने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की भी, वो लद्दाख के मामले में आपको याद होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमारे लिए कामयाबी हासिल की. उन्होंने कहा है कि गवर्नर साहब को अपने आप पे कोई इख्तियारात नहीं है कि वो ये सीटें भरें. ये सीटें अगर भरी जाएंगी तो असेंबली कायम होने के बाद और हुकूमत की जो राय है, पार्लियामेंट में भी यही होता है. प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब प्रेसिडेंट थे, कांग्रेस के बने हुए प्रेसिडेंट थे, लेकिन जब नॉमिनेशंस किए तो मोदी साहब की हुकूमत के राय के मुताबिक किए, कांग्रेस के उन्होंने मेंबर नहीं चुने. तो इसी तरह बेशक गवर्नर साहब मरकज की हुकूमत के यहाँ नुमाइंदे हों, लेकिन उन्हें आइन का ख्याल रखना चाहिए. और ये 5 सीटें अगर भरी जाए तो यहाँ की हुकूमत जो बनती है आज, उसकी राय के मुताबिक.
So I think this is really the key. The National Conference and the Congress have come out very strongly and made the point that the governor needs to wait for the elected assembly to be in position before these MLAs can be nominated.
Abdullah said he's going to the Supreme Court.
Well, so that's what Omar is referring to about seeking legal advice. Shivam, I just want to ask you, out of these 5 seats, I mean, the BJP in the act has talked about how they are going to be, reserved for special categories, for women, for Kashmiri Pandits, representatives of refugees or people from POK. I mean, the language is sort of neutral, but then
this is so
reserved for special categories, meaning all 5 will be BJP.
Something like
Special
that.
Obviously, yeah. This is so patently undemocratic. Just imagine having 5 Lok Sabha MPs who will be nominated by the government in the name of underrepresentation, and they'll obviously vote for the government. Now, if the government is going to fall, you have these 5 extras coming in and saving you. This is what is the point of an election, especially when already with delimitation you made it close. If you add with delimitation 6 Jammu, 1 in Kashmir, so 5 extra from Jammu, and then 5 of these. So the majority mark is now up to 48, making it very difficult for NC Congress to reach the finish line.
So we still have Mr. Jasotia with us from Jammu. Abhijit Jasotia, if we can come back to you on this. I hope you just heard what Omar Abdullah has had to say, that there are concerns about these 5 nominated MLAs. Why is it that there is hesitation from the BJP to wait for the elected assembly to come into play before these names are being circulated? We've had names being circulated since yesterday.
Why Omar should have a problem in this, I don't understand, because it is the Jammu Kashmir is following the model of Puducherry, right? If you go back to the 1963 law also, same things have happened over there. We are already having only 5 nominated members in Jammu and Kashmir. Otherwise, if you follow the Puducherry model, you should have at least 9 nominated members, because 10% at that time was given by Congress to the Puducherry government at that time. So if you will say that thing, but I think that this is the apathy or the injustice of these all regional parties, because if we'll talk about these 5 nominated members, who are the 5 nominated members? 2 are the Kashmiri Pandits who have really suffered in the hands of this National Conference and D Alliance for past 3 decades. The genocide of these Kashmiri Pandits, and now we have given a representation to 2 Kashmiri Pandits. I don't know why Omar is having problem in that. Then POJK, who have really again suffered due to the apathy of National Conference and Congress for past 6 decades. In their own motherland, they were treated as aliens, as if outsiders over here. Then 2 women representation is there. I can understand because they are trying to go back to that autonomy period or that pre-53 era. So gone are the days. So Omar have to really think about all these things. And if
I
this
just wanted
injustice,
to, your perspective, sorry to interrupt, your perspective, the BJP is going to win a majority in the Jammu region. The National Conference is going to win a majority in the Kashmir Valley region. Neither of you are going to have a majority overall in Jammu and Kashmir. Who are you? How is the government going to be formed? What alliances are going to take place? Who will the BJP like to ally with?
If I may ask
Yeah.
question here.
Yeah.
Jasrotia Smita here in the studio, just adding to what
Yeah,
Dr.
good.
Roy said, because at the end of the day, you said that your acceptability is slowly increasing within the valley, which I find difficult to believe. In fact, it's a burden that the PDP is having to actually bear right now, because they are being seen as the party that brought the BJP into the valley through that alliance, which wasn't an alliance which came in through an election.
And
So,
seem sort of bear out that.
so I don't know if even the PDP will be in a position to be able to come back into an alliance fold with you, but the PDP does seem to be emerging maybe as the one that will hold the key to who forms the government next.
Smita, Prannoy, we'll take all these questions together, because I think Mr. Jasotia, Yogendra Yadav, who's also been listening to you, wants to ask you a question, and you might be able to answer all three together. I feel like I'm moderating some sort of, some panel over here and saying, okay, let's gather all the questions. Mr. Yadav, can you ask your question, and we'll go to Mr. Jasotia accordingly.
No, honestly, no question for him. It's just that I find it so utterly undemocratic. Yes, you have nominated positions. Yes, the Kashmiri Pandits deserve a place. But the real issue is who decides that nomination? Yeah. We've had that tradition in the parliament for such a long time. And the simple democratic tradition is wait for the elections to happen, wait for the government to be sworn in, let the government make a nomination, if at all this is to be done. And it's one thing to have 2 members out of 543 in the parliament, and it's another thing to have 5 out of 90. I mean, this is complete way of taking over. And here you have people announcing themselves even before counting has begun. We know the 5 names, they've announced, they've confirmed, mera nomination ho gaya. What kind of a joke is this?
Yeah, okay, Mr. Jasotia.
I want to ask Yogendra one other question about what's happening in Kashmir. Engineers Party, the AIP and its allies are not doing well at all. They were just leading in 1 seat, down 1 out of 13. Is that a surprise to you?
It doesn't. Engineers Party did spectacularly well. He himself did spectacularly well in the Lok Sabha election, because he was seen as the rebel, as the one who would be apart from everyone else. But by now that he's come out and the circumstances in which he was allowed to come out, has put a tag of BJP's B team. And Dr. Roy, one of the trends that we are going to see today is that anyone who's seen to be BJP's B team, whether it's Engineer Rashid, whether it is Ghulam Nabi Azad's party, or it is Dushyant Chautala, I think they are out for a drubbing today. Incidentally, now that I have the stage, and before I say goodbye, may I also mention that Haryana is headed for quite a one-sided verdict from what I can see. It appears that Haryana could be, that Congress is headed for a much bigger victory in Haryana than we had thought. There are many interesting upsets that are being reported, but that is something you would get to discuss, I'm sure.
You're absolutely right. I think the trend is in that direction. A much bigger victory for the Congress in Haryana than the current is showing.
I think Mr. Jasotia wants to respond on questions that we've asked. Abhijit Jasotia, if I can just sort of summarize the 2 questions. I love my role as a moderator here right now, but if I can just summarize, there's basically 2 questions. One is that nobody's questioning the categories of reservation for these nominated MLAs. I think what people are questioning is the fact that the Lieutenant Governor and the BJP are already coming up with names before the election results have been declared, before the elected assembly is in the house. Should it not be the role of the elected assembly to figure out who is going to fill these nominated positions? Right. That's one question. And the second is, given that you're saying that you are making inroads in the valley, as Smita pointed out, my travels in the valley, that doesn't seem to square up with the kind of anger that there still is on the ground against the PDP, which is suffering electoral defeats in this election as a result of their alliance with you in 2014. If you could just respond to these two questions.
Iltija is leading. You just saw.
Iltija will, yeah. They will
Of
make
course,
a few
they're leading
seats,
in
but
five.
yeah.
Yeah, am I audible?
Mr. Jasotia.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, very clear.
No, first question, because somebody was talking about democracy. You know, what do you mean by democracy? Because gone are the days when with 5,000 votes you used to become MLAs and 10,000 votes you used to become ministers and 15,000 votes you used to become chief ministers. Now, lakhs of votes you have to take for qualifying for all these posts. This is what has changed after 5th August 2019, and people should realize this thing. And if somebody is talking about democracy, we people of Jammu have suffered a lot due to the apathy of this India alliance. At that time, you can say Congress and NC alliance. Because 1951-52 First Assembly, we were lakhs ahead in population than Kashmir. What we got? 1.5 dozen extra seats were given to Kashmir at that time. And we were suffering, and we have suffered from past 5-6 decades due to that. Now the real form of democracy is there because everybody was out and people have voted in lots, in lakhs. That is what was lacking in Kashmir. I can understand we are a bit, still we have to do many things in Kashmir, but we are not lacking behind. The thing is that people of Kashmir have started accepting Bharatiya Janata Party also over there. And why shouldn't they accept? Because the injustice with the people of Kashmir, they have really suffered. And I'm already talking about 1.5 lakh graves, which are there due to just only one rigging of 1987 elections, which was just because of those, sorry to use a word, dolly-goster leaders who were not prepared to leave the throne. And that is why that rigging took place. And after that, this gun culture went into Kashmir. And we took 3 decades just to come back to normalcy. 70% decline is in the terrorist-related incidents. And if you're talking about the single largest party, then who is the single largest party? 85% people of Jammu, including both Hindus and Muslims, they are supporting Bharatiya Janata Party. In Kashmir also, 10 to 15% votes near about we are going to take. So that is what is the acceptability. These political parties in the alliance. What about individually? If you talk about national conference, how much vote they are going to get, how much Congress is going to get, maybe 2 or 3 seats in the Congress kitty, or maybe 20 or plus seats in the national conference kitty. Still, Bharatiya Janata Party remains as the single largest party in Kashmir. And this is all what we have done over here. Let's be very practical on this situation. G20 like events taking place in Kashmir. This is how Kashmir has changed.
Right. So, Dr. Jasotia, if I can just come back to the question. I mean, you've taken the point about how the BJP is making inroads in the valley, but I think the more important question today, given that, is this issue of the nominated MLAs, and we would really like you to answer this question, because I don't think, and I'm repeating this, I don't think anybody is questioning the categories of the reservations for these nominated MLAs. What they're asking is why you can't wait for the elected assembly to be in place before these names are given.
Who has nominated? There is nothing from Bharatiya Janata Party. We have not yet given the names. But one thing is here, that in case if these 5 people are nominated by the government, then that is what the 1963 rule says, that they have to be nominated. And who is getting the benefit? POJK people are getting benefits. Kashmiri Pandit Samaj, who have suffered the genocide, they are getting the benefit. Women are getting the benefit. If National Conference is not benefited out of it, or PDP is not benefited out of it, then that's still a problem. But one more thing, right from 1951-52 till 1967 or 70s, there were nominated member parliaments from Jammu and Kashmir, and Sheikh Abdullah Sahab used to nominate those. So that is the apathy, that is the injustice we have suffered over here. So you can realize the people of Jammu, they have really suffered a lot, and we all have suffered over here. Now, if you past 5-6 years, things are improving, I think you should always take it on a positive note.
Who would you like to ally with to form a government if you're in Jammu and Kashmir?
That somebody for whom country remains first, somebody who can really help us in getting the situation 101%. This free from terror and free from guns. So there.
Do you have any parties in mind?
I already
individuals?
said this decision is to be taken by the higher command. I am too small as a leader for that to say all this.
But sir, who in your personal view would you not ally with? Out of the question.
Again, I can't say anything. That I don't know who we are going to ally.
God will decide that too.
The numbers will have
And
to
the
lead the way.
remains top priority because
And that's a good question because even
One of the amazing trends in Indian politics is the BJP is becoming more and more. Dorab has been saying this for years. More and more like the Congress. Congress used to use the word high command, the phrase. Now you've started using high command.
now ours is a very disciplined party, and at least ours is not a party who's going to be run by
no.
The
let me
people
tell you.
shedding buckets of tears in Haryana after their tickets
No,
were
one
cut
thing.
off.
I think we over discuss the dissonance of the Congress party in Jammu. Let me tell you, I've been watching the campaign, and somewhere along the way, I'm going to spill the beans of how much dissonance there was between those two who were overseeing the elections on behalf of the RSS and the BJP in Jammu.
Spill the
Right?
beans.
You can't fool me.
Give us the classified
No.
news.
So the thing is that there was a high command, but there was a Jammu command, and all the commands that you put in place, there's one name that's not even been discussed here, and that is the name of Altaf Bukhari.
Yeah.
Right? A man whose introduction can be found even in villages when people go and explain to you that this is the man who pulled over all the pesticide business to his side, and you put all your apples in the pesticide basket.
Yeah.
Now, when you put apples in the pesticide basket, what results will the BJP get in the Kashmir Valley? You did many things right. I'm not one of those who's a critic of the form of government that the LG led, a very fine gentleman on many issues, led the bureaucracy very well. But still, if politically you are not able to make a headway, we are going to ask you hard questions. You cannot tell us that in 1953 he did this, 63 she did that. And you know, by the way, we are also going to question why the BJP today needs 5 nominated members. You know, Kashmiri Pandits I can still understand. There's a lot of anger, and I wouldn't say too much on that. I mean, ultimately, if you displace people from their homes, where do they vote? But women, very vocal in the Kashmir Valley, in the Jammu region. I don't think we need special representation.
Kashmiri Pandits within the valley are not too happy even with the BJP.
Yeah,
they do realize that they
I
are used as political tools.
let's get Dr. Jasrotia to answer this question. Dr. Jasrotia, your response.
She says that for Kashmiri Pandits, okay, she's fine with Kashmiri Pandits getting nomination. What about POJ? No, what crime or what sin they have done? They have suffered it from past 50, 60 years on their own land. They were called aliens. So they also deserve a representative. Talking about
आपकी
women.
पार्टी तो यही हमको
But
क्या-क्या बुलाती
I
है,
think
घुसपैठिया वैठिया
Dr.
बुलाती है,
Jasrotia,
alien क्या
the
मतलब है?
question is, and I'm going to repeat the original thing. I mean, there are concerns about nominated MLAs, but why does the BJP and the Lieutenant Governor have to nominate them?
This is the rule. 1963 rule says, and this was formulated by Congress, not by us. If you have to go by the rules, 1963 rule said they have to nominate, and nominations should sign.
When the
If
numbers
you go by
were
the
increased
10%
under the
of 90.
Reorganization Act from 2 to 5 to begin with. I mean, they were not
Yeah.
5 in the previous.
There were 2 nominated MLAs to begin
So the
with.
numbers essentially, Dr. Jasrotia, have been increased, and I think my worry really is that on the one hand, if the BJP is tom-tomming the return of peace and normalcy by showing these high election numbers, which is very good, you know, people turning up, queuing up and making long queues to vote. But then if you are willing to take away the people's mandate in a situation where there is a hung assembly or there is no clear numbers, by virtue of these 5 nominated members, isn't that sort of, you know, deceiving people who came out to vote in...
The House is not even formed. What have you nominated for?
So Jasrotia, I take my hat off to you. You are under a concerted attack and you've defended yourself very well. Thank you very much for joining us and giving us a perspective. And we'll come back to you in a while.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Haryana. Oh, sorry. You also want to attack?
No, about nomination. Suppose now you win this election, you nominate 5.
Yeah.
After 6 months, your government falls. What happens? Your 5 still stay on. The entire system is wrong.
Yeah.
It is an elected house. I mean, why do we get into this intricate debate when the principle is wrong?
Yeah.
Sorry.
For once you're correct.
Once happens. Good day today.
I just want to express one small hope and prayer that the BJP, in its party interest, does not ruin the national interest in Kashmir and does not manipulate the election results through nominated members or small parties or through some alliance making. which comes across as subverting the will of the people. Because if they do that, you know, for a change, you have very high voting turnout in Kashmir. There are no boycott calls. Let this take its natural course rather than BJP doing its own Chanakya Niti.
I think what he said was very interesting when he said that any party which has a national interest at hand. Now, in the valley, anybody, even Altaf Bukhari, they're all going to be very hard pressed to take back or, you know, say we don't want a restoration of 370. So how does that square up with the BJP?
By the way, at this moment, the National Conference Congress have just crossed the halfway mark. They're at 46, just crossed the halfway mark.
Excluding the nominees. They must count 98.
They're at 48 if the numbers are
That's right.
95.
They need 48 for a majority.
There's an interesting
95, correct.
trend
Yes.
coming in from Haryana, the Chaudhry Brijendra Singh seat, Uchana Kalan, where he seems to be trailing. He was a former MP for the BJP and he's up against Dushyant Chautala. One thought that with the JJP on the verge of being decimated, maybe Dushyant Chautala will not even win his seat. But Brijendra Singh seems to be trailing on that seat right
if
now.
I could spend 30 seconds tell you about this. You know, it is a mother-based daughter, daughter-based mother, son comes back. This is a seat which is for 5 elections. Being in the family, you know, you beat me in the Lok Sabha, I beat you in the Vidhan Sabha. I come back, my mother comes back. I mean, it's really a family, two-family farce. It's going on since 2019. In Vidhan Sabha, 2014, since Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. Somebody or the other beats the other one and he comes back in Lok Sabha and his mother, daughter, everybody fighting.
Wahid Rahman Para is also.
Why don't we have Parivar seats, you know, which only Parivars can contest?
But I do feel like there is a shift, ma'am. I don't know if you agree. I do feel like after these elections in Haryana, there is a shift. I mean, there are seats, including your Posham, where you have Anirudh Chaudhary versus Shruti Chaudhary, all grandsons and granddaughters of Bansi Lal.
Yes.
But maybe is there no shift happening towards that Parivar?
Well, in Dabwali, there are 3 Chautalas contesting in one seat. 3 Chautalas, and each of them has been to another party once upon a time. So, I mean, it really is.
The 3 Lals actually fighting the elections always in
That's
Haryana.
right.
The
That's
story
right.
of the 3
This is
Lals
one-
constantly.
now they're fighting in one seat.
Yeah, so it's a.
You know, we discussed in the morning how Haryana is becoming a two-party state, and that is correct. I think it's still significant. There are 90 seats. Non-BJP, non-Congress are leading in 7-8 places. You know, Aam Aadmi Party, JJP, others independent. Haryana has a good tradition.
Slight change.
Yeah.
Very true.
Chaudhary is leading there against her cousin, so from the BJP. Shruti Chaudhary's seat is interesting because of course, Kiran Chaudhary having gone
And
in.
she was first a Congress MP. And now,
Yeah,
the
now-
BJP, the mummy became that and daughter became that.
Well, I think in the video, as you said, the medal for the Ayaram Gayaram actually goes to Ashok Tawari. I mean, even it comes to the revolving
Gentlemen,
politics in Haryana.
Let's once again look at the Valley versus Jammu and the differences in the seats over there.
that is
Because that's a very key. We can have a look at that. Here we are. This is the overall. Congress 45 to 46. It's now 45 to 44. Earlier on it was 46. Remember, the halfway mark of elected members is 46. But with 5 nominees, it goes up to 49. 48, is it? Yeah. Now let's look at, now in Jammu, look at the Jammu region. The BJP 27, the Congress 13. BJP slightly down since the Lok Sabha, and that's Lok Sabha by assembly segments in the Lok Sabha election. And this is the Congress at 13, down 1.
I think Manisha was making a very interesting point about Jammu
Just
as
one
well.
second, let's just go to Kashmir and then we'll come to Manisha. In the Valley, 32-5 for the PDP and 4 for the BJP. And AIP has not done well at all. Sorry, Manisha, you were going to say something.
I was just saying that, look, the heart of the matter is what happens in Jammu. And let me honestly tell you that, in an election, what comes at the end is what is the result. But the BJP has not swept the Jammu region as it should have. 370 removal, etc. The elections weren't going very well to them. The insiders of the RSS, etc. put the numbers at a very low 20 to 22 seats. So I do think that the BJP is doing better than what they expected, but it's not sweeping the Jammu region as the NC and Congress are. And, as I've said earlier, that the infights of the Congress, the capacity of the Congress to inflict damages on its own self, the old satrap versus the new, all of these are discussed. But we do not discuss enough as to what's happened within the BJP itself. Has there been evidence of factionalism? And Jammu would be a great example where there has indeed been a lot of differences between those who were overlooking the elections, Mr. Ram Madhav, Mr. Tarun Chugh, two of them appointed, and most of them on the ground would say, two different seats of power or leading the organization that way.
I'll just disagree a bit there, because I think the BJP tally in Jammu is more or less what the exit poll was suggesting. There are two parts to Jammu. There's the plains and then the hills. Now in the plains, BJP is sweeping, as you can see, as it does. In the hills, a lot of the hills, the Pir Panjal range especially, is Muslim dominated, and the BJP does not really have a scope there. So I think the map is looking more or less how it should look.
But that's also where the delimitation works.
Bhadarwah, etc., they're leading.
So they've managed 3 constituencies in that area as well with the delimitation.
But I think it's also a fact that the Congress could have actually got its act much better in Jammu region. I do think that, with senior leaders, Tara Chand, all of them moving to safer seats, not being able to lead, lackluster campaign, they could have done much better.
In the dominated plains area of Jammu, the Congress totally conceded. They did not campaign well.
Right. I think we're also being joined by Siddiq Wahid from Srinagar, political commentator, old friend. Siddiq, welcome to Decoder. And thank you for joining us. I know we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago about who's going to form the government. Any changes in what we discussed 2 weeks ago? What do you think is going to happen today with the results?
I think the trends are showing that it is going to be NC and Congress. And I think that overall, I think the key is, and I heard the discussion about Jammu just now, the key is that is the government going to be formed? If the government is going to be formed, it ought to be formed, at least from a Kashmir perspective, without the BJP, with or without the number of seats that they get in Jammu. So therefore, I think we are looking at that possibility emerging already as I look at the trends that are showing. But of course,
we saw that in the valley. I mean, the AIP, Engineer Rashid's party, he pulled in a lot of crowds during the election campaign. He was released on interim bail for the purpose of coming out to campaign in these elections. The numbers that the AIP is getting in the leads don't seem to kind of square up with the crowds that we saw during the campaign.
Yeah, I think it's an encouraging sign for what I said earlier, just now, and that is that maybe the purpose of Engineer Rashid's release has been read by the population correctly, and so therefore they shied away from him. The AIP, and I'm looking at AIP just one at the moment. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they had 3 or 4, but that's considerably less than people were predicting or shouting or whatever prior to the election itself.
But you see, the party could have done damage to some. When it loses, it still wins votes. So who does it damage is the question.
Yeah.
I think it damages. I think it damages the BJP.
Right, we'll just come back to you. Let's go across to Amar, who's
been hanging out by the Dal Lake.
Hanging out, enjoying himself in his in the lovely. We are at the Dal Lake.
Yeah, that's true. We're floating.
Real versus real.
Floating in the lake.
Amar, tell us, is there any surprise? The Congress NC are around 45 out of 90, but they are the other 5 nominees. The BJP 30 doing. Actually, as the results come in, doing worse and worse in the valley region, but doing well in the Jammu region. Are these a long expected lines, or is there any surprise so far?
I mean, all the exit polls said the same numbers, but it's quite early days. We are still not finished with the with the counting. So we'll have to wait for a bit, but obviously the early trends are good for Congress and NC. The trick here is that how these 5 MLAs will be, played out in the larger context. And PDP is trailing a lot. They were expecting better numbers. Iltija Mufti was trailing a short while ago. I'm not sure what's happening right now with her, which is quite a surprise. The biggest surprise of all of these, as you are also all of you talking, is Engineer Rashid. He pulled a large crowd during the Lok Sabha elections, and it's quite surprising to see he has, he's not been able to cross any big mark over there. As Umar just mentioned in a short while ago, that it's quite early for him to understand what the actual number is, and he said that we'll have to wait for a while and get the real numbers out. People are quite happy within the NC and Congress circle. They said that we'll form the government.
Do you see that happening? That it most likely now that the NC will form the government with the Congress, and will they need any allies?
Yes, I think PDP is quite open to support NC and Congress, but we'll have to just see and wait for the numbers. PDP has been very keen because obviously during the last assembly elections they supported the BJP government, and which was really against them, and people were quite unhappy about it in the valley. So we'll have to see how this goes with PDP, because they've been quite open with their support, and like Faruk Abdullah also said yesterday that we'll have to merge a lot of other parties to form a secular government. So it's a matter of couple of hours, and then we'll see who supports who. But as I said, people are happy in NC and Congress camp.
Just one last thing I wanted to ask you, Amar. This divided state where the NC does very well in the valley, not so well at all in Jammu, and the BJP exactly the opposite. It's such a clearly politically divided state. How will this reconcile when a government comes to power? It's a difficult path ahead, right?
I think it's always been the case with Jammu region, right? I mean, few people are really surprised by the fact that because Jammu was quite against Article 370 in the beginning, and over the last few years they've been protesting in the Jammu region, but then numbers are showing a different picture altogether. So how NC comes out of it, and Congress could have done much better in Jammu region, but they must be disappointed with the performance so far. But as I said, early days, so we'll have to see. It's always been a divide between Jammu and Kashmir. But I really hope this, people are actually saying that we really hope that we have a Congress and NC government in Jammu Kashmir without any independent support from other parties.
Okay, great. We'll come back to you shortly when you've got some youngsters with you, I know, who are going to tell us the reality among the
ground, yeah.
next gen. Sorry,
one
Shivam.
question, I think.
Yeah, please ask. Please ask.
Maya could explain us. Do you think the NC made a mistake breaking the Gupkar alliance, not having PDP along with it, especially now that it seems that the NC Congress might anyway need PDP? Given the pressure of these nominated MLAs, of delimitation, of the small parties which are said to be BJP proxies, they should have taken PDP along.
There's one other issue. There's 7 others.
Yeah.
Independents and others. So that's a lot.
Exactly.
Where are they in Jammu or Kashmir? We need to see that.
Kashmir.
Mostly Kashmir.
Mostly in Kashmir.
The Jamaat candidates who are there on the field, which are supporting with the...
But Shivam, to answer your question, I think, as far as the PDP is concerned, what Smita was saying earlier, there's still a tremendous resentment against the PDP for that 2014 alliance, which in the public mind, the failed alliance led to the revocation of 370.
Right.
So they're making a very direct connection. And if you're seeing the leads Iltija Mufti is trailing right now in Bij Bihara. So given that calculation, in hindsight, the PDP will be forced to, I guess, position itself as kingmaker. The question is, they can't go back and support a BJP majority government, because that would be completely the death knell.
They'd be desperate to support NC.
So they probably will be left with no choice.
So are we calling the elections now?
No.
That the National Conference is going to be the government in Kashmir,
Not yet.
and the Congress, not even the Congress in Haryana?
Haryana for sure.
Are you men or mice?
Completely for sure. Haryana Congress.
Can I be on your side?
Congress
Can I
is
be on
it's
Prannoy's
getting.
side?
Okay, I'm calling both of them.
It's a super majority in Haryana for Congress without a doubt.
I think I want to be on your side.
Oh.
on this.
Maya, can I put you in a
mean,
spot
it's
and
not a
ask you a
political-
question?
Sure.
Because yesterday, the moment Mr. Faruk Abdullah gave that comment that Amar was referring to, saying that, we are happy to do an alliance with anybody, and Omar had to jump in on Twitter and say that, essentially nobody has approached us and there are no talks on right now. Will an Omar and an Iltija coming together be more of a problem, perhaps?
Lot of problems. Because Omar has gone on and said, look at Iltija, she's losing that election.
90% of the seats are still on round 0 or
Yeah.
round 1. I just
Dorab is
both
giving us a
states.
reality check while you're calling
Both
the
states.
elections.
He called the election. I just quoted him.
And also, I think the other thing, I think it's wrong in a state that over a period of time, one part of the state feels disenfranchised. Jammu and Kashmir is so different.
So different.
It's a difficult state to run.
So
if
why
I
don't you separate Jammu and Kashmir? They can separate
That's a
Ladakh.
fair
Why
point.
not?
I'm not saying no to that at all.
Only because they want to concentrate.
Poor Ladakhis were celebrating, thinking that they would be empowered post 370.
In
now
fact,
you have
I think
Sonam
Siddique
Wangchuk
is
sitting
still
on
with
the
us. We should ask him.
Who?
Siddique, I think, is still with us.
Yeah.
And we should ask him this question. Siddique, this idea that there is still such a stark divide between the Jammu region and the way it votes and the valley and the way it votes. Also, this sort of delimitation game that was, played or gamed rather before this assembly election, so many new factors, additional seats in Jammu, these nominated MLAs that everyone's talking about. How do you think this is going to impact the tallies?
Well, I don't know how it's going to impact the tally. The tally obviously will be whatever the numbers are on either side, and that is what it is. But I think that, it's jumping the gun to talk about whether it makes governance difficult or not difficult. And the reason is because when the government comes into place, we don't know what the government is going to look like in the sense that what are the powers it is going to have. You have to remind yourself all along that the powers of the government have been curbed even prior to the announcement of the elections. And it was only when the powers were curbed that the elections came back on. The announcement of the elections was made. So we don't know, as in the state, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, as to what powers the head of government is going to have. Some of it has already been curbed by being transferred to the unelected lieutenant governor. And more of it also, even the question of the 5 additional nominated seats, I think that you have to call that into question from a constitutional point of view. Is it constitutionally correct to do that, or is it valid to do that? Nobody is asking those questions. So quite frankly, and even I am not asking those questions because I think that that's a later issue. Right now, I think it's the numbers and the degree to which the government in place can function autonomously, at least even within all the boundaries that have been placed around them.
Very important point, Siddique. In your opinion, are those boundaries going to be changed because now the BJP has done so badly in the entire state? It doesn't have, there's a sort of lack of validity now to carry on with curtailing the powers of this state, right? How is it going to change?
Correct. But that's one place where I don't want to make any predictions, given the, the 2019 action that was taken by the BJP, the constitutionality of which is still questionable. And then after that, it was not just on the 5th of August what happened, but what has happened between the 5th of August and today. There are laws, there are rules, there are regulations, there are statutes which have been decimated, in the whole time. So I think that it is almost, odd as it might be to say this, but it's almost premature to see how the government will function. My eye, of course, will be on the ball, and the ball is how autonomous is this government going to be? How autonomously is, Omar Abdullah, whoever is going to be the chief minister, going to be able to function? And to what extent will Parliament either help or hinder or continue to hinder, shall we say, freedom in terms of legislation, even within the Jammu and Kashmir, Union Territory. So I think that these are
major questions.
These are key issues. Yeah.
LG has much more expanded powers now,
Yeah.
whether it's
Basically,
police,
we are
whether
going to
it's
see Delhi, like Arvind
personal-
Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi
Exactly.
Party, LG, all of that,
All that
daily
is gonna come
tussle,
into
lots
play.
of court cases. We're going to see that.
And if you look at the personalities who are coming in, Sajad Lone is trailing, Iltija Mufti is trailing. These might be early leads, but they're trailing, and that tells you about the anger against the BJP. Sajad Lone is seen as an ally of the BJP. The PDP is not. I mean, again, here same thing with Altaf Bukhari and the Apni party.
In Gandarbal, Omar Abdullah took his cap and put it to the people
Yeah, he
and
made
said,
it an emotional
"ये
appeal.
मेरी टोपी है और मेरी अब."
There's a clear NC wave, which is what the NC was
we
banking
agree
on.
with you now, Dr. Roy. I think yes.
And this is in spite of, you talked about
Too little, too late.
where Omar Abdullah took off his cap in Gandarbal and essentially asked people for votes.
Remember the defeat in the Lok Sabha election was something that Omar needed to go and address the people. And say. And the people then in the villages had told me, "Abhi haraya hai, aage isko jitayenge." So I think very much confirming the theory of Yogendra Yadav, the elections were decided much in advance. People wanted to even give lessons to those who think they are possible victors, that come back and listen to our issues. And I think those are very important in Jammu and Kashmir especially. For example, education, higher education institution and admissions, very important. Bijli bill being high, very important. I would laugh and say it looks like an Aam Aadmi party will do very
Property taxes
well.
was
Very
the other
important.
one.
Yeah.
And the constant feeling, whether it's Kashmir, whether it's now you talk to Ladakh, people
Yeah.
from Ladakh and Kargil also saying that at least we had vidhayaks जिनके पास जाकर हम अपनी मुश्किल के बारे में बोल सकते थे. Who do you go to with your complaints?
Siddiq, if I can bring you in here, just looking positively at this election, it's a tremendous validation of democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, right?
Prannoy, as you might guess, I mean, I don't know if it's, if we can use the word democracy, given the antecedents of the elections and then the uncertainties about post-elections, what's going to happen. But it certainly is an occasion where Kashmiris have been allowed to voice, and Jammuites, I mean, both J and K have been allowed to voice their opinion for the first time in a transparent manner, and that we can celebrate. But I think that I would say that it's premature to celebrate a victory for democracy as such, because there's a lot to come and a lot has happened. All of which must be taken into account, so to speak, from a historical, political, and legal point of view.
Keeping in mind that we've also had a serious issue of clampdown on freedom of speech and expression, particularly for the press within Kashmir in these last few years. News Laundry did a report where some of the journalists actually said, and it's interesting quote, that we do have freedom of expression, but we have no freedom after expression. So I don't know if the incoming sort of government will be able to address some of these key issues, but they do remain huge challenges.
No, but law and order will be effectively with LG, like
with
Delhi,
the LG.
with
Law
Delhi.
and order will be with the
so
LG,
no.
as it has been for the last
But breathing
5
space
years.
for people, I don't know.
No,
Well, I mean, those are different conversations and maybe to be had later. Right now, we're looking at the fact that, as I think Siddiq pointed out, people have felt that they can go out and vote freely. The absence of a boycott call has meant that they've gone out in large numbers, especially again in rural areas, in the valley. The presence of independent candidates, whether they were proxies of the BJP, whether they were, Jamatis telling people to go out and vote, the fact is that there was this representation. And I think the issue, the Lok Sabha point that you made, Manisha, one of the reasons Omar Abdullah took off his cap, and that became the subject of memes later because he mispronounced the word for topi, but that's a different matter. In the Lok Sabha elections, Engineer Rashid's son went out and asked people to vote to say, save my father from prison, save my father from being hanged, and vote for him, because that's the only way you'll be able to protect him. The National Conference, Omar Abdullah particularly, had no response to this emotional appeal. In the assembly elections, they've turned it around to say we want everybody who's been jailed to be released from jail.
Yeah.
So, they're also realizing the mistakes that they made of the
Also,
campaign.
Engineer Rashid himself did not get bail for Lok Sabha, but he got bail for the
Well,
assembly
I mean,
elections,
so, and being naturally suspicious,
which
people
to the
said,
Kashmiri mind confirmed their suspicions. Yeah.
In the rural areas, when women would especially see me parked up for a long time, some of them would walk up and ask me why I was interviewing us or hanging around simply. And then an old woman would tell me, हमारे लोग जेल में हैं, आप क्या हमारी आवाज़ ले जा सकते हो? Then in another spot, a young boy walks up to me after the end of the interviews and says, हमारे यहाँ से कुछ औरतें भी जेल में हैं, and they name the state where there is. So I think somewhere along the way, a People's Commission will have to address this. I don't know what the details are. The other nuance of this, and I think the BJP should take some relief in hearing this, that the women in Kashmir, many of them behind closed doors have said a real no to any terrorism, and they said our rather modern lives are put under challenge. We want to go out and vote. We want a Naya Kashmir, which is a modern Kashmir with our rights to vote. We don't want to give in to the terrorists.
Yeah.
So I think there is a lot of opposition to terrorism, on the ground, and there the BJP will take some relief.
That's democracy at work.
Yes.
It is.
So in
Something
fact,
to celebrate.
In fact,
It
yeah.
is.
So this is also a way for them to sort of exercise this opinion.
There's
that we
voice.
don't want
There's
terrorism.
voice behind the abaya. There's voice behind the parda. Can you hear that? That's the issue.
Right. So in fact, we'll probably just change tracks a bit for and go look at Haryana as well again. Right now, Siddiq, thank you so much for joining us from Srinagar.
Thank you very
and
much, Siddiq.
we'll,
Thank you.
We'll come back to you later in the programming,
Congress is
perhaps when
falling
we get
below
more
50.
clarity. On the
Haryana,
results.
you have Gopal Kanda, Abhay Chautala trailing already. So I think some very
We
interesting
also,
results coming up.
I believe we have with us Meeta Chakravarti, the Congress spokesperson, who's joining us as well online. Meeta, thank you for being with us this morning. Haryana looking good. Jammu and Kashmir, I think we're sort of looking at the NC climb higher, the Congress alliance climb higher and higher with each passing lead that's coming in. Your reactions?
Well, a very good morning to all of you and to all your viewers. And I think it's definitely a good morning for all of us, the Congress workers and supporters. We are extremely confident of the amount of effort that we have put in both the states, both Haryana and J&K. And we are extremely confident that in J&K, along with our alliance partner, NC, will be in a position to form the government, even given the 5 nominated positions for J&K Assembly. I think the magical figure is 48, and we are currently leading in 49. So we should be able to form a government on our own. And also in the state of Haryana, we're extremely confident that we'll be able to address people's issues and give them the government that people of Haryana deserve.
See, one of the interesting facts, and I think Yogendra Yadav also pointed it out earlier, and our exit polls showed that the Dalits voted a lot this time for the Congress. What is the reason for that? Is Shelja Kumari a part of that, and will she be recognized for it, or are there other reasons for that?
I think when Rahul Gandhi ji started Bharat Jodo Yatra, we wanted to combine all sections of the society. We were talking about inclusive development and inclusive governance that touches all sections of the society, all caste and all religious communities. And we were talking about a progressive, inclusive governance and development for the Dalit and backward caste as well. Then when we started talking about respecting the constitution and when we started talking about the caste census, we were essentially talking about the rights of the backward communities. I think that had a resonance. Our policies are the way we have played our politics in recent past had a resonance. And that's the reason why we see a shift of the Dalit votes. And of course, there had been a Jat and Dalit consolidation in our favor. And we can see that. And it's just not when I'll be interested in knowing the vote share of the Congress party when the counting is over. I really do not think it's just the Dalit and the backward caste and the Jat that's getting consolidated. I think for a significant victory like this, I believe that we are getting the support from all sections of the society, from all caste and community combinations.
We've also got Shaina NC of the BJP joining us right now. Shaina, welcome to Decoder this morning and thank you for giving us your time. You're seeing the leads come in. So why don't you tell us what the BJP's reactions are right now? We're seeing, you're not doing as well as you might have anticipated in both Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana.
Well, let me please say, as we speak, if you look at the leads of Haryana, BJP is actually ahead of Congress. You have BJP at 44 and Congress at 42. After 10 years of being in power and 10 years of so-called what one would have said anti-incumbency, there doesn't seem to be anti-incumbency because a lot of government schemes have percolated down to the poorest of poor. Even if you look at the farmers, which people have talked about in the past, I would like to state that, 2012, 2014, up until 2024, you have had, whether it's the MSP or their per capita income, almost doubling. You have had the apprenticeship scheme, which has worked with the youth. You have had women who have got, whether it is Ayushman Bharat or an Ujjwala or a Mudra or Jan Dhan accounts, etc. So there are a lot of schemes which have percolated down to the poorest of poor. And I would only want to highlight that in every election you have victory, defeat. If you look at Jammu and Kashmir, currently the BJP is at 30. And that being a number which cannot just be dismissed or overlooked. The fact that you have had free and fair elections, you have had a democratic pattern where people have been talking about multiple issues. Obviously, abrogation of 370 has been historic, to say the least. And I think that in the days to come, it just shows you the vibrancy of our democracy. And as I said, if the Congress is even marginally ahead, that doesn't mean they're forming government in Haryana.
All right. You seem quite confident about the way things are turning. I think some other channels are showing a tighter race in Haryana, and we've seen the numbers close in as well. Dorab, do you want to tell us why this is happening?
Basically, it all depends.
You called it.
Time will tell.
Only time will tell.
Only
time will tell.
Yeah, 75% are still on postal votes or round one. So let's relax. Spend another half an hour or so. We must get 8-10 rounds for the results to stabilize. Correct. There are 16-20 rounds.
Seats where Baba Ram Rahim has an impact and where he appealed for BJP to be voted to. There, the BJP candidates seem to be trailing right now. Trailing. That's
a good tracker.
That's a
woman's vote.
Seems
let's just see. Apparently, we have these bellwether seats. That whoever wins that seat is the same party wins in the state. I mean, it's just a kind of correlation rather than a causation. But at the moment, the 3 bellwether seats in Haryana, all 3 are showing BJP leading. Dorab?
Yes, well, that's true.
So, as I said, only time will tell.
Yeah.
but if Shaina is
These
still
are
there,
Shaina is still there.
I mean, I did want to ask was because if the BJP has really been so confident of its performance, you did have, as Dr. Roy also mentioned, Prime Minister Modi's rallies brought down severely in terms of the numbers. And we look at the issues that were being picked up. You weren't talking about governance. You were actually focusing more on Kumari Shelja being heard within the Congress, how a woman Dalit face was being heard within the Congress. So why not focus on these issues during the campaigns where you even tried bringing in Pakistan again into the Haryana element?
Very good for media discussion and deliberation. But just to add to what Dr. Roy said, he said time will tell. I would only want to say ki jo jeeta wohi Sikandar. And that's the actual truth. that in any election, you have victory, you have defeat, you have vote share, you have permutation, combinations, polarizing issues which were part of the election, issues which were part of the narrative, and issues which resonated with the voter. But for everybody who constantly almost rubbished us and said BJP will be nowhere in the picture in Haryana and we will not even cross 15, 20, hold your horses, because genuinely the leads clearly show that it is a neck-to-neck contest, and in all eventuality, BJP will be way ahead, because right now, other than what you are showing the Congress at 46 and BJP at 40. There are other channels which are showing the BJP at 47 and the Congress at 38. So it's a question of a couple of hours, and at which time we can definitely discuss. But I don't think that your analysis is absolutely right, because we were addressing the farmer issues, women issues, reaching out to the youth, trying to talk about all the various infrastructure projects which have percolated down to the poorest of poor, the Labharthis who have benefited. And yes, as part of a narrative, you do have what the media chooses to highlight, whether it is what somebody said at a particular event or a rally, or for that matter, what kind of gets the TRPs and the eyeballs. So I won't want to comment on all of that.
In fact, the numbers
You
have
are
changed
right.
on
Look at
Haryana.
that. BJP 47, Congress 38, 48, 38. It's just major changes happening as you speak. So you're quite right. Again, as Dora points out, it's early rounds, but now it really looks the BJP doing much better, and all the exit polls could be wrong. So Shaina, you're spot on at the moment.
Well, I hope we continue to be spot on in a couple of hours too. So it'll be the Congress party distributing their laddus to the Bharatiya Janata Party karyakartas.
Not jalebis?
So Shaina, while we watch the Haryana results closely, if I can just quickly take a reaction from you on Jammu and Kashmir as well. The leads there are showing the National Conference Congress combine ahead. Those could change in the course of the morning, we don't know. But what is emerging clearly is that the BJP's consolidation is in the Jammu region. They've not really been able to breach, the Pir Panjal and make inroads really in the valley. What do you say about that, given the last 5-6 years in the state?
So I think you're actually right, because if you look at the Bharatiya Janata Party's performance, it has intrinsically been the Jammu region where we have done well, and the valley we have always struggled. But that's not to say that we cannot, in the days to come, edge ahead or break that. I think a lot of it is also narrative. A lot of it is also the people understanding that we're here for development, and it's not about divisive politics. And we truly believe that justice to all and appeasement to none. Now, those who buy that will obviously support us. Those who don't believe that will not. So it's a question of time. But I think that for youth who realize that tourism has come back, livelihood has come back, there are job opportunities, land prices have gone up so much, that development will give us an edge in the days to come. And whether it is Jammu or Kashmir, the fact that it is an integral part of India, and abrogation of 370 has done away with so much which was at stake, be it terror attacks, random bombings, what we saw in Shopian and so many other places. I think that it also gives you a message that you need strong government and not necessarily just vote bank appeasement politics.
Right. Well, I think Shaina, so we get 50%. She said that our analysis on Kashmir was okay, but Haryana we're a bit iffy. That was Shaina's comment. 50-50. Okay, fair enough. But Manisha, if I can actually ask you, you're seeing the Haryana numbers flip right now. So you want to revisit your analysis?
No, I mean, I don't revisit my analysis. The results are not according to how I read the ground. That's all it's going to be. I don't know how many rounds have gone in.
Yeah.
And
very few rounds have gone in. And not only your analysis, it completely goes against what Yogendra has been saying. And he really has the feel of a place. It is, and what all the exit polls said.
You know, most nobody thinks BJP is winning Haryana, and these numbers cannot hold. But the margin can be in question. You know.
And it's still.
Dorab, how many rounds have been counted?
Well, so
how
far,
many rounds have been counted?
Well, so far out of the
90 leads.
About 62 constituencies out of the 90, it's either postal vote or one round.
Say again?
62 out of the 90 constituencies.
So that means 2/3 of the 90 seats are in postal or round one.
There is 5 constituencies in round 3 and 1 in round 4.
And those 5 and those 1, who's leading in those?
That I don't really know. I don't know the names.
I think it's still early. I think it's still early because
But
in Lok Sabha elections, when I was on the ground, you know, I could see the sort of ground shifting in Uttar Pradesh. I got it very wrong on Odisha. I stuck my neck out on Bengal saying Trinamool will do much better. Right. So here in Haryana also, I will find it very surprising if these trends now hold. And I'm willing to, of course, fight humble pie, you know, and not having read the ground rule right.
Right. Shaina, you know, what we're hearing is that this is postal ballots and round 1 in 62 constituencies. You just heard Dorab say this. Are you expecting these numbers to stay as they are, or are you hoping, do you think they'll go up? What is your reading? Because everybody reporting from the ground has had, including the exit polls, reflected a different reality.
Well, exit polls have been grossly wrong even at the time of Lok Sabha elections. Exit polls have been not necessarily a benchmark. And I hope that this will be even better, because this, if it's one round, like for example, what we are getting in terms of information is like Dushyant Chautala is trailing. Captain Abhimanyu is leading. You know, you have people like Bhavya Bishnoi, who was from BJP, he's also leads. Anil Vij is leading. So obviously, this is only going to get better and better. So for all those people who constantly were critiquing us and saying that, you know, we won't even be 15, I want to say hold your horses, because genuinely, if you have a situation where you have so many candidates of the Congress that are trailing and that of the BJP leading, that shows you a preliminary narrative as well as what the voter is thinking. So sometimes what we think in studios and what we think when we go on ground, it need not necessarily be true, because when you are engaging with voters, what are the parameters that they're voting on? They're voting for good governance, we tick the box. They're voting for strong leadership, we tick the box. They're voting for stability, we tick the box. And they're voting for non-corrupt practices, which the Prime Minister in his 23 years of being in government have shown.
Okay, I think the final results, of course, will say whether all these boxes have been ticked or not. But it's an interesting turn. But I still think that there are still early trends. I mean, is the EVM counting going on slowly this time?
It seems very slow this time, because 2 hours already. 2 hours. And, you know.
Dorab, if I could ask you, I mean, postal ballots typically have favored the BJP, have come in and...
I think this time they should favor the Congress because of Agniveer. And that's the hypothesis.
In the Lok Sabha elections, that was the case.
Yeah. We don't,
postal ballots had begun to favor the Congress.
I must say though, in all the years of doing these elections, I've never seen a turnaround from like 48-37 to 37-48.
So fast.
So fast, yeah.
Turnaround happened not this fast. But you know, if you look at the seats on a map, you will see that these are very often the seats that the BJP has won last three times. Yeah. They are in this belt, they are in this belt, they are in this belt. Not all of them, but a large number of in the Karnal area, in the Faridabad area. So you'll see where they are. Karnal, Faridabad, Gurgaon, Bhiwani, Mahendragarh. These are the areas where the BJP has consistently won last 3 times. So that could be the...
But Shivam Shaina had a very good point when she said, you know, exit polls have been wrong in the past as well. So
between the hunches of 8 a.m. and the clarity of 12 noon, we are at the silly hour of the counting day. And I think, Manisha ji, it is time for you to tell us, if the BJP wins, how shall we go back on our analysis?
Can I also remind the exit polls were actually wrong on Haryana last time also?
One second. Dorab, just take us through this map.
Look at the map.
No, up here,
The Karnal area on the right. Yeah. Then there is the Gurgaon Faridabad area,
In the south?
And then there is the Bhiwani Mahendragarh area, and of course there are other areas too. But I was saying,
what about them?
These are areas where the BJP has won seats consistently in the last 3 elections. Every
The southern part, the
northern
north, eastern, and the central.
That was the new one. The one on the west is a new one.
So the point that Dorab is making, if I understand correctly, is that more or less parties are winning their seats where they're supposed to win, right? So as counting,
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they won them the last 3 times. So if they were to lose, this is the area they're unlikely to lose from. They lose other areas.
Last 3 contests, 28 seats. This is what your work.
Yeah.
Explain it to us.
Well, if you look at these areas, firstly they're close to Delhi. So they are some of the southern part. So they're influenced by Delhi and the enormous power of the Modi government. The one Karnal they won for years. So it's nothing new. So these are...
Yeah, but this is 28, but 46.
Yes, that's what I said.
Where the extra 18 coming from?
Yeah.
That is the
from all over. Yes.
No, but in these ones, that traditional strongholds of the BJP, as you say, I mean, if we're looking at anti-incumbency as a factor, wouldn't it play out even in these strongholds?
Yes, but because the majorities might be better there, it might be difficult to turn it around. You know, you got to win a seat, some seats have got 15% majority, but 10% swing doesn't turn it around.
Can I just ask you one quick question? Of course, you know, last time around in Haryana, the exit polls were saying that it's going to be a comfortable majority for BJP, but BJP actually came short of the majority numbers. It had to do a tie-up with JJP and get independence.
Yeah.
So Haryana has had a recent history of exit polls getting it wrong.
Yes,
And I mean, also for Mr. Modi, really, in 2014, 2019, there was a stronghold wave.
We have Huda and his son Dipender. They've left without. All right, those are the pictures. Go ahead.
No, I mean, just in 2014, 2019, we did see, I think, the sort of Modi wave impact Haryana elections.
2014, yes. 2019, I don't know about that. Because 2019, they only got 40 seats. And the BJP got 10 seats, 10 out of 10 Lok Sabha.
So even in the stronghold seats that you're referring to, were it because of the Modi factor or was it genuinely because of the BJP?
Could be. You're right, because the BJP is, until 2014, the BJP has never done well in assembly.
Yeah.
It's the first time, so Mr. Modi brought something in, perhaps the second time he couldn't keep it. Now the third time, can he keep it is the question. With a new chief minister, an old chief minister who discredited, one doesn't know.
On that note,
it's closing up, the gap's closing.
The big card that helped the BJP in Haryana was supposed to be anti-Jat coalition, which everyone says is fraying this time. So if these numbers hold, maybe it's not fraying that much, maybe the anti-Jat sentiment is still holding OBCs together.
Yes, that's a possibility, absolutely.
So, Prannoy, I mean, I think Dorab, you need to sort of break down these numbers for us a little bit, because you're saying that you've never seen this kind of turnaround. That's close, by the way. The BJP at 45 and the Congress at 40.
And it's widened in J&K.
And it's widened in Jammu and Kashmir. The 48 so Jammu and Kashmir is clear in the sense.
Is very normal.
Very normal.
Bump for the leading party, but what's happening in Haryana is very, very unusual, and we'll just have to watch with more and more rounds.
If I can ask you, the issues we've been talking about, the farmers' agitations, the Agniveer scheme, and as Dorab said as well, like the Agniveer scheme should actually turn against the BJP in this, because there's so much anger on the ground. How would we explain this turnaround? I mean, our own independent analysis notwithstanding, how would we explain this?
So, I would like to still wait for some more rounds, for the results to have more depth than this, because I saw that and now I can see the gap
widening again.
So I would like to just hold on for maybe a couple of rounds more, and I'd like to come back in on J&K, where I can see a secular trend emerging of a very wide divide between the NC Congress and the BJP. How many rounds have happened in
Jammu and Kashmir?
And now that would be very significant because the size of the electorate is very small in each of the constituencies.
63 have only 1 round, 20 have 2 rounds, and 8 have 3 rounds.
Do we know from whether they're from Kashmir Valley or Jammu? Do we have a sense of that?
I don't have that. I think. Namrata, do you have that?
But look at that, 47-37.
Yeah, 40. So there's the map.
Just look at that.
So this is the Jammu region. Where
as you were saying, the northern part is Congress.
Right, but
southern
as of
part
now,
is
the BJP is losing some of their seats in
Some
the
of their seats,
plains
the
as
Congress
well.
has made gains in the Jammu region.
As of now, again, it could change.
But I'm also wondering if Mr. Modi himself and the BJP themselves actually sort of did not feel confident enough about Haryana for having rolled back on his campaign schedules. You know, did they sort of also not read the mood right on the ground? But they're not expecting this kind of a turnaround.
Surprises. I mean,
No, even this moment is a huge surprise.
Huge
let me
surprise.
say.
Even this
yeah,
moment.
yeah.
Huge
Even if it's the first round
Yeah.
and the fifth round in some constituencies, I think as you said, Manisha, you were saying 50 for the National Conference Congress.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to wait because it's still very early rounds. But if these numbers hold, then I think we're the five
All the
nominated
polls-
MLAs have no
But
relevance.
would you believe it? Last time, all except one poll went wrong in Haryana. Only Access My India got it right in the assembly elections. Every single poll went wrong.
guess what's happening this time?
That's right, could be happening again.
No, one of the factors could
Yesterday,
it,
Axis gave 70 plus to Congress in Haryana. Mr. Pradeep Gupta was
There we are.
on television giving it 70.
Yeah, there we are.
Well, the initial exit poll said 53 to 65, which I
Yeah.
guess means around 60.
60.
So from 60, they can't fall to 37. That
Doesn't make
Something's not adding up here with,
time,
I don't
yeah.
know, with the
This
email
time
I mean-
everything seems to be wrong. Every poll seems to be wrong if these results hold.
JNK?
no
No,
Haryana.
Haryana.
Yeah, but for not really for JNK.
No, not
So,
Christian.
yeah.
Is it a possibility?
Well, for
One
JNK
second. Is it a possibility that the early rounds the BJP was losing because they were all postal ballots, and a lot of postal ballots would have come from army people, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So they may have been voting more
Yes.
for the Congress.
That's what I was saying,
That's
yeah.
why postal ballots they were doing well
On
in the
the
I
Congress.
think
If-
Sandy is leading. The
If
largest
army
seat
people
that
are
is-
voting for
Then he is
Congress,
expected to lead.
who are these people voting for BJP? I mean, those are the core voters of BJP, right? The kind of army people, service voters.
But
So
service
it-
voters are upset about Agniveer. So
Sure,
I mean,
but
I
then-
think-
Not the ones in service already, actually. The ones in service are pretty
What-
happy with
no,
the
what
pension
about-
schemes
Exactly,
and
yeah,
things
and-
like
and
that.
Children.
interesting.
They want their kids to go
Yeah.
to the army, right? They don't want to be in the army by themselves. They want
Yeah,
their kids
they
to.
want-
And I don't
legacy.
know
No.
actually now. Increasingly, army families also are actually wanting their kids maybe to
Just to go to
diversify
Canada.
off from the army.
Nobody's
Yeah,
supposed
not
to be.
journalism.
Our
for sure.
ATM analysis here said nobody's happy with BJP in Haryana. Not farmers, not women, not Agniveer
That's not
youth,
wearing out.
Not even
unemployed
Kangar
youth,
Ranaut.
not even Kangar Ranaut. I mean,
Yeah.
what is happening here? Nobody knows.
nobody knows. In fact, we should try and ask Kangana now.
Actually, Kangar Ranaut's statements had a resonance on the ground. People were talking
Yeah.
about it that nee, this is not just her personal statement. This must be coming in from the top. You know, even while the BJP was trying to distance itself from her statements on farmers' issues, people on the ground were unwilling to believe that, and they were saying, no, this is just not something that she's pulling a bunny out of her hat or
But
something.
this chart is interesting. It shows that the BJP is doing even better than it did in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Yes.
It's improved since then in the last,
Last
3
3,
months.
4
Yeah.
months.
Well, Mr. Modi
there was-
didn't campaign, so this should not be happening.
He did campaign.
Four
I mean,
rallies.
campaign less.
Out of nine, I think they were planning to do
it-
9, brought it down to 4 or 5.
In Lok Sabha it was
Apart from
little-
that, his posters weren't everywhere. BJP workers in Haryana were saying this is not a Modi election, right?
And media made it into a JP Nadda versus a Rahul Gandhi fight. So-
Okay, I think we're being joined. Manisha, will you join us again later as well? All right, okay. We'll come back to you in a short while. But Nalini Singh is joining us as well to talk about these election results. Ms. Singh, thank you for being with us this morning. We're seeing leads come in on Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Haryana, a bit of a surprise from what the exit polls were indicating a few days ago. And what the early leads at 8 a.m. were indicating. Jammu and Kashmir, perhaps along expected lines, with significantly decent numbers for the National Conference Congress. What is your reading on the situation in Haryana? We're seeing the BJP has moved ahead in the leads to 47 right now, and the Congress at 37 in Haryana. So your thoughts on that?
No, I think that what's really happening is the independents. There were about 450 independents who filed, who were actually contesting. So it looks as if there is something happening in terms of, in Bihar we call them vote katwal. Have they actually taken away the vote.
I think we have some audio issues with Nalini Singh's connection over there. We'll try and get her back. But Shivam, as you said, this is like the silly hour between the early leads and something more substantial. So we can go on having the same conversation again and again. But I think what's really interesting.
Frankly, we are not the only ones who will not believe this result if it's the final result. I mean, there's been such consensus on Haryana.
The Ram is laughing. Maybe
I'm saying that. I'm just looking at the result of Bhavya Bishnoi. They've held the seat in the family since 1967. If he wins this time, I think it will be probably
the
longest in any parliamentary democracy. American senators have held seats for 55 odd years. There are some, Strom Thurmond and people like that. But 55 to 60 years since 1967 when Bhajan Lal got elected from Adhampur, the family has held
that seat.
We saw, I saw this one man come into a rally, just like the Bhajan Lal family, you have the Huda family also.
Yeah.
He had tattooed not just the photos of the Huda family, but every single detail about which school they went to, which college they went to. It's like you read his body, and he was roaming around with without a t-shirt in Rahul Gandhi's first rally and showing off. So that's a different kind of mad loyalty that some people have.
Let's go across to Kashmir, where Amir is there with some youngsters, and just hear what. Okay, I think the connection is still. I just got a message that he's waiting, but I think the connection will be fixed in a couple of seconds. Sorry, carry on.
I just wanted to actually check how many non-family contestants are there from the parties this time. Would you have an idea? I mean, not belonging to with political family connections in Haryana.
No, I mean, we have a list of about 20 odd who belong to family connections. The rest of, but don't forget there are so many parties.
Yeah.
So these 20 odd people, 8 or 9 are from the Chautala clan, which is the king of the clans.
So 20 or 90 is not much actually.
No, not
every
at all.
state you find family.
Find me another family. Look at the Yadavs in Mulayam Singh. Have they got 9? In 90 seats, 9 guys.
Well,
find me a family.
Mulayam family would have 5-7 at least.
No, but find me one. State this small. So for 90 seats, 9 guys. Do you have any others? I don't think.
There's also an interesting phenomena that's happened in Haryana this time, where actually the BJP, even while it's fielded candidates or the INLD, they've also supported independents in some of the seats. Where
I mean, that's happened in both states as well. The idea of supporting the independents.
Where?
I mean, even in seats where you have your own candidate, they've actually gone ahead and backed some independents there and propped up some independents there as well.
In Haryana, the BJP was so confident of losing some of its seats on the BJP symbol that they said if they told some of their people that if you contest as an independent you might win, and the Lotus will not win.
But okay, let's assume that these results hold. Because I mean they could as well. What would explain it?
Well, the only thing that comes to my mind is caste, because on governance, on unemployment, on all of those things, voters were not happy. But the anti-Jat coalition, therefore, the fear of Jat dominance coming back may have held enough OBCs together. That's the only plausible explanation. But in terms of narrative, in terms of governance, in terms of face, the BJP itself was so underconfident about Haryana. It was visible all over the place.
Was it a good decision to change their chief minister 9 months before?
To be honest, regardless of the results, I think it was too little too late. Mr. Saini did not have the time to come into his own. Smita, I read, when she said he was Channi. Mr. Khattar was seen to be still ruling. He was seen to be a proxy of Mr. Khattar. He couldn't really come into his own for a very long time. It was only after Lok Sabha the BJP had the wisdom to tell Mr. Khattar not to go to Haryana too often and stay away a bit.
So that helped.
That may have helped for sure, but
I mean, it is hard to
look. I mean, there has been a substantive infighting within the Congress. Just like within the BJP, there was a lot of anger about the ticket distribution. You saw people break down during media interviews, cry, howl. But having said that, they did try and bridge that divide between a Kumari Shelja and a Huda and a Surjewala and bring them together. So it's not like Kumari Shelja was completely put off on the back burner or something. That Rahul Gandhi rally where he tried holding the hands together of Kumari Shelja. So I don't see a reason of why this kind of a major shift would happen unless it's the infighting that's taken down the Congress, unless it's an internal sabotage that has happened within the party. It would be very difficult to.
Mr. Huda
The ticket distribution had a complete Bhupender
Yeah,
Huda
so
stand.
70 or the 90 seats were sort of Mr. Huda's men and women.
Yeah. So it was, Shelja in one of the interviews, I think Saurabh Shukla will be joining you, said that mera dil bada hai, lekin dil dukhta bhi hai. So unless it's an internal sabotage, I don't see how these results can actually finally hold the way their trends are coming in.
It's a big boost for the BJP and
Absolutely,
coming
absolutely, especially for Maharashtra, Jharkhand that's coming up.
Amitabh, thanks very much for joining us. The Congress party must be shocked by this. I mean, the exit polls were wrong. Many of the people who've been out in the field sense a completely different feeling in Haryana. Any explanation, or do you think this is going to change early days?
So this is obviously not what we were expecting, but I don't know how many rounds of EVM counting have been done, but this is obviously early. It can change. It seems to be a closer than expected contest, but I think it's too soon to say, who's going to be ahead. So it would be unfair to come up with any conclusive analysis at this point, in my opinion.
95% of the seats only counted up to 3 rounds.
Exactly. So, things can change. I would say that perhaps one dynamic is that Haryana has typically been a multipolar 3-4 cornered contest. And now it's obviously moving towards bipolarity. We saw that in the general election, obviously. And here also it seems to be the case. So, maybe the third party votes are going to both parties. And therefore, it's this coalescing is leading to a closer contest.
Ground reports, apparently Manish Chibbar has tweeted saying that BJP is up on 51 seats versus Congress 51. At 35. But the margins are thin. So I don't know if the margins can make a difference by the time
the margins can be thin now. Only five rounds counted, so you can't have a big margin when you only counted.
Do you think the ones that we were sort of, saying that will not have an impact, JGP, INLD, AAP, did they end up splintering votes? Did they end up actually sort of fracturing instead of it becoming a bipolar contest? Did they end up eating into the votes?
Is so discredited because of its alliance.
Yeah, they are leading on 0 seats. It's
so the question is then, shouldn't that be shown? Should also reflect on the BJP, but it's not. And INLD is 2 weeks, so I think the splintering among the Jat parties is unlikely. Because
let me get to Jammu and Kashmir, where with the National Conference you're in the lead. Looks like you could form the government, although the way the Haryana seats changed, never seen it before. Might happen, but most unlikely. So if, will you be looking for allies? How will you handle this Jammu Valley divide?
So, obviously, we are in the pole position right now with the NC. It seems that we will be able to form the government. Now, whether we need additional partners or not needs to be seen once the final result is out. No point getting into it right now. Obviously, the alliance is doing very well in Kashmir, but also getting a fair amount of seats in Jammu. So that's heartening. That's good. It's good for the politics of the state. So I think let's wait and see, and let's hope that the BJP doesn't try some of these tricks that we anticipate they will be attempting, having fallen short. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But let's wait for the results to come out.
One of the interesting factors is the others, which are, I guess, mainly independents, are doing pretty well. There was 0 last time. There are 10 seats this time.
Or they are engineer subs people who couldn't get the same symbol. You see, we could
engineer, we know which one.
We identified some of the engineers.
He told us which ones.
Yeah, they identified. But the other guys, the two of them.
The absence of the Jamaat boycott, the Jamaat-e-Islami boycott, has also led to other independents who are not affiliated to Engineer Rashid coming into the electoral fray, particularly in the Valley.
Let's just go straight across to Kashmir, and Emir is there with some youngsters around, youngsters like him.
Where are the youngsters?
Emir,
I can see one youngster.
over to you, Emir. Can you hear us, Emir? Yeah. Over to you.
Yes, I can hear you all. I can hear you all.
To say.
I'm joined by a couple of youngsters from parts of Kashmir, from Srinagar, Anantnag and Rajouri also. And today we're going to talk about how these elections are important to the youngsters, because mind you, the large number of population of Jammu Kashmir is youngsters. So we'll try and see how they feel about these elections. Mohit, what do you think of these elections? What do you think of these elections as we are moving, as the counting is happening right now? How do you see these elections changing the future of Jammu Kashmir?
Well, to be very honest, I think for any place to progress, I think democracy is the way forward, right? And for the last 4-5 years, the stability that has come in, especially the political and the security situation that has improved, I think it has become a stepping stone for youth like us to now start putting our own representatives in the government and having them accountable for the aspirations that we have set for ourselves as a place, right? So in my view, I think it definitely resonates a lot with the youngsters. These elections are happening after a span of a decade, and we are looking at it very positively, and whatever the outcome may be from the election standpoint, I think it is important that the local representatives come into the picture and start taking ownership and onus of the dreams that we have set for ourselves as youngsters for this place.
Right, like Mohit said, we have some dreams, and people of Jammu Kashmir want to have them back, right? It's a long time after, elections are happening in Jammu Kashmir. Shahid, what do you think? You're from Rajouri, it's a different part of Jammu Kashmir. How do you see these elections helping Rajouri?
We are seeing elections in Jammu and Kashmir after a span of 10 years. Politics in Kashmir was often seen as a curse. There was very little participation of youth in the elections till 2014. But in the last 10 years, things have changed. Every set of ideology, every type of ideology is now participating in the elections. But when we see Pir Panjal used to be very vibrant in politics. They used to participate in huge numbers in politics. But this time, things have changed because BJP has made inroads in Pir Panjal as well. Earlier, BJP was nowhere in the Pir Panjal, but now they are getting 2-3 seats in Pir Panjal region as well. Right now they are not leading in.
We're just going to come back to Amir. We have Bhupinder Huda, I think, speaking right now. So let's just go across and listen.
सारा जो खबर आई है कांग्रेस की बहुमत आ रही है।
10 साल के बाद क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी उत्तर भारत में वापसी कर रही है? 10 साल के बाद।
हाँ।
10 साल के बाद क्या?
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
जो ट्रेंड सर चल रहे हैं उसमें बीजेपी खेमे से कहा जा रहा है कि बढ़त बनाएंगे।
कहीं नहीं बढ़त बनेगी। आप देखना नतीजा है कांग्रेस का जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है वहाँ कांग्रेस का ज्यादा बहुमत आ रहा है।
हजारों लोग नारा लगा रहे हैं भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जिंदाबाद मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर आपको देखना चाहते हैं।
ये पार्टी फैसला करती है।
सर क्या सपोर्ट साहब बड़े बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर जो है पिछड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर पिछड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है भाई।
सर आपको किसी अलायंस की जरूरत पड़ेगी या कांग्रेस एबल टू?
नहीं, कांग्रेस अपनी मेजोरिटी लाएगी।
सर फुल फ्लैग मेजोरिटी वाली कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी, पूरी उम्मीद है आपको?
हाँ, कह तो जगह कितनी बार कह लो।
सर क्रेडिट गोज टू राहुल गांधी एंड भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी ओनली।
क्रेडिट गोज टू पार्टी, राहुल गांधी जी, मल्लिका खड़गे जी, Priyanka ji, and all leaders of the Congress.
So what's your
and real credit goes to the people of Haryana.
Sir, what will be your priority after the form government? What will be your priority?
How many questions will you ask? You ask one question. There are others also.
सर काफी रुझानों में क्लोज कंटेस्ट नजर आ रहा है, ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेड था क्या?
नहीं था, जहाँ कहीं क्लोज है, कहीं पे है, लेकिन कांग्रेस इज गेटिंग मेजोरिटी।
आपके लिए नतीजे आने वाले हैं, जो नतीजे अभी दिख रहे हैं?
नतीजे मेरे को मालूम है कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
Bhupinder Singh Huda seeming very confident. Bhupinder Singh Huda seeming very confident about the Congress forming a government. Amitabh, thank you for being in the studio with us. I'm going to ask you, I mean, he's sounding confident. The numbers are showing something else.
So we are still expecting a positive outcome. The entire campaign, our campaign began actually with the Lok Sabha campaign. It's in some ways a continuation. It's the same issues that showed very good results in the Lok Sabha campaign. We had an equal split in the vote, even though at that point there was a Modi factor in addition to what the ground realities were, what are the economic issues that were bothering the people, the issue of the constitution, the Dalit vote moving back to the Congress in a very strong way compared with the previous elections. So we're still expecting that we will come up ahead in this election. That would be consistent with all the ground reporting that's been done. So there's too many sources pointing to a strong Congress performance. And these are just early rounds yet. So I'll just say we should wait an hour or so and see how it turns out.
But okay, fine. In a sort of different scenario, supposing these numbers hold up, what in your mind would explain that?
But that's a very dangerous game to play, because if the numbers don't hold up, then I would have just given a wrong analysis. So I would say we wait and see.
We're just trailing from Ambala.
Let's go back to Amar.
To
with
Amar
the
in
youngsters.
Kashmir, yeah, okay.
Amar, sorry to have Huda was giving a press conference. Go ahead, carry on with, that was very interesting. Just carry on with it.
Yes, thank you. We were talking to a couple of youngsters over here, and they're quite happy the democratic process has been restored in Jammu and Kashmir. And now we're joined by someone from South Kashmir, which was a stronghold of PDP in the last assembly elections. But now things have changed for them over the last few years, because they did coalition government with the BJP. Let's talk to someone from Anantnag. Obviously things are not same at the moment in South Kashmir. How do you think things will be different from now on in South Kashmir?
बिल्कुल साउथ कश्मीर जो है वो भी एक बड़े तगय्युर और तबदुल की तरफ राग़िब है। आप देख सकते हैं कि जो पीडीपी घर है, जहां सजा मुफ्ती जो लीडिंग कैंपेनर रही हैं पीडीपी की, वो ख़ुद से अभी जो है ना ट्रॉल कर रही हैं और काफ़ी बड़े मार्जिन से पीछे चल रही हैं डॉक्टर बशीर वीरी से। तो वहीं हम शांगिस की तरफ अगर मूव करें तो वहाँ अब्दुर्रहमान वीरी 3 टाइम्स जो है ना मिनिस्टर रहे हैं और कई मरतबा एमएलए रहे हैं, वो ख़ुद जो है ना ट्रॉल कर रहे हैं। तो मैडम साहिबा ने ख़ुद जो है इलेक्शन कंटेस्ट नहीं किया है कहीं से भी। तो इससे अंदाज़ा होता है कि जो चीज़ें हैं वो बिल्कुल बदल चुकी हैं। हम ये अंदाज़ा नहीं कर सकते कि किसके पक्ष में जा रही हैं। लोगों का फैसला है, और लोगों ने इस बार जो 10 साल का जो उनके अंदर हवास थी, जो 10 साल के अंदर उनके अंदर एक वो गुस्सा था, गम गुस्सा था, उसका इजहार किया है। और उसका इजहार सिर्फ किसी एक जमात के तय नहीं किया है, उन्होंने उम्मीदवारों के तय भी किया है, उन्होंने जमातों को भी लेकर किया है। और कहीं पर भी आपको ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कि कोई जमात को एज मिल रहा है, यहाँ कैंडिडेट को एज मिल रहा है। कई जगह से आप देख रहे हैं कि कुछ ऐसे आज़ाद उम्मीदवार जिनको पार्टियों ने जो है वो टिकटें नहीं दी हैं, और वो आज़ाद उम्मीदवार अभी उन पार्टियों को पछाड़ते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इससे अंदाज़ा लगाया जा सकता है कि पावर जो है वो अवाम के हाथ में है। जमहूरियत का यही तकाज़ा और जमहूरियत की यही खूबसूरती है कि अवाम डिसाइड करती है। यहाँ पार्टियाँ डिसाइड नहीं करती हैं, यहाँ लोग डिसाइड करते हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है, कभी उम्मीद है कि जो 10 साल का जो ये गैप रहा है, जो हम 10 सालों की वजह से 40 साल हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर जो पीछे गया है, हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि आने वाली जो हमारी सरकार होगी वो इस 10 साल का गैप इस तरह से करेगी कि हम 2 साल में इसको रिकवर कर पाएंगे। और इसी आशा, इसी उम्मीद के साथ इतना बड़ा टर्नआउट जो है वो वोटिंग में भी देखने को मिला है।
I have one question for Shahid. Shahid, what do you think? Because government has said that they will obviously, the Lieutenant Governor will have 5 MLAs nominated by himself, and that could play a trick in forming the government. What do you think of that?
I think it is a rare thing in democracy where Lieutenant Governor has the power to nominate MLAs to the assembly, and they will have the voting rights and the same right which a elected MLA will enjoy. So I think this discretionary power should reside with the cabinet, should reside with the CM, and CM should nominate those 5 MLAs to the assembly. Otherwise it will be like LG, as we see, as we are seeing from yesterday, that few names are making news, rounding in the social media, that these 5 MLAs, these 5 candidates from BJP will be elected to the assembly. And I think it is happening for the first time that such a thing is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Though it's good that West Park refugees and Kashmiri Pandits and some other minorities are getting representation, but they should get representation through a legal process. And I think it will be a huge task for the new elected government, because BJP was expecting that they will get around 35 to 40 seats, and then they will nominate 5 MLAs and they will get through it. But I think people of Kashmir have spoken, unanimously in support of a single party. They promised a lot with the youth of Kashmir, with the people of Kashmir. They ticked every issue, they ticked every box. They assured the youth of Kashmir that we will revisit the reservation policy, and BJP has played against that narrative in the Jammu region, that we will save the reservation of Pahadis and other people who are granted reservation recently. And it has worked in favor of BJP in Jammu region, and it has worked in favor of national conference in Kashmir. Though we will see how things resonates in the assembly in the coming days. We are hopeful.
Mr. Mehraj, moving on to a different part, what do you think of, how social media has played a part? Because we have seen a trend where social media has, been buzzing with the election news.
Oh, we've just lost him. We'll come back to him. We'd like to know what the youngsters think. How is Kashmir going to change after this? But let's get back to Haryana for a moment. And we've got Nalini Singh with us. Thank you, Nalini, for joining us. None of us can explain what's happening in Haryana because all the exit polls are one way, the ground reports were another way. The whole early lead showed completely the opposite of what now. Have you ever seen anything like this? A complete turnaround and completely against all wisdom, conventional wisdom?
Hi, I would say the answer to the question is not really. Although I think I recall that there was some election, the last Lok Sabha, where we were expecting, and suddenly it turned around in favor of BJP. But let me say this, that you were talking to people in Jammu Kashmir, to the youths, and they are saying that it's the people who have decided which party will stay in power or which party will now rule us after the Lieutenant Governor's rule. Right. I get the feeling when I look at the 450 odd independents who were fielded in Haryana and they have contested, that these were probably part of a strategy. Well, why should I say probably? It was part of a strategy. And so these independents seem to be what in Bihar you call vote katuas. So they have certainly diminished the votes, in this case, it appears, of the Congress party, although I would still say that there are rounds to go. But so it looks to me in J&K, the people have decided, and in Haryana, the parties have strategized, and perhaps the people are either they were complicit or they are watching. But it does appear, if you've got you have so much experience, you've got 450 independents who are contesting, it is likely that the result will be affected one way or the other. These could, if the Congress was smart, they would have also had some independence, and I don't know if they did. But then they would be cutting into the votes of the BJP. So that's one. The other thing is that we've been talking about whether Haryana had bucked the trend of becoming a Hindi heartland state, as we've seen in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, not to talk of Gujarat at all. Now, if the BJP forms a government here, maybe not with that kind of, brute majority, and not with the kind of carnage that you see normally, where the Congress is really diminished so much. If Haryana joins if BJP wins Haryana, then Haryana is also joining the Hindi heartland. And the interesting question this morning was, before the results started, has Congress party now stepped into the Hindi heartland? Himachal Pradesh is a small state. Has it stepped into the Hindi heartland? I think the answer seems to be, as the morning grows, the answer seems to be not really. And it might do well, but a win is a win. But when I spoke to people yesterday close to Huda, they were saying 2/3. How can somebody make such a huge mistake? From 2/3 is coming to, well, I would say just about 1/3. So, Prannoy, this is really a mystery. It's an enigma. And the other interesting thing is the Congress turncoats seem to be doing well. What exactly is happening is something that the greater minds than you will be able to decipher. It's beyond my pay grade. I cannot understand.
All of our pay grade.
Can I ask you a question, Doc? Because
I never answer questions. I only ask questions.
He only asks
Please
questions.
enlighten us with your insights. I'm looking at the Election Commission official website, apparently saying it's so far 20% of votes have been counted. It's 10:30 a.m. And of these,
slow, yeah.
there are some 14 seats on which the BJP is leading with just 2,000 votes. And there are some 10 seats where the Congress is leading with just 2,000 votes. So there are a couple of seats where it's pretty neck and neck.
Yeah,
but is it normally the pace that you've seen election counting so far? 20% votes till 10:30 a.m.?
This is a bit much slower than I've ever seen, and I think that's why we're going to see some changes. But at the moment, the lead is 13 seats to the BJP. That's
But we'll not
huge.
forget that you already called the election.
Sorry?
We'll not forget that you already called the election.
Yeah, but I didn't say for which party.
But Shivam has got a very
And
good
then he said
explanation.
only time will tell.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Shivam, why don't you give explanation? It's a very
Well,
good
two interesting data points. One is that the JJP last time had almost 15% vote share, and this time, so far on the EC website, they have less than 1%. They are leading, I think, in all of 0 seats. And who has the JJP vote gone to? Has it gone entirely to Congress? Maybe not. Maybe some of that vote has gone to BJP. And the BJP played smart by breaking the alliance with JJP so that they go and divide the Jat votes instead of adding to the BJP's anti-incumbency. A second interesting data point is that while the state is becoming bipolar, almost 80% votes are divided between BJP and Congress on the EC website as of now. However, that 20% is big vote cut on every seat. There's so many independent small parties cutting votes. If you remove them, then, things will be very different.
There was an interesting murmur on the ground that at the last minute, the JJP may actually give a quiet call for transfer of its votes to the BJP. I don't know if that's, say for instance, in the seat of Gopal Kanda or something, where he's trailing, by the way, to Gokul Setia of the Congress. But yeah, 17 to 20% votes counted so far. So I am a little, surprised at the speed right now.
Amitabh, just to ask you about Kashmir. You're forming the government. How will things change in Kashmir after this? We've seen, a dramatic U-turn earlier. Is there going to be a dramatic U-turn again? Back to normal, or?
So obviously there will be.
Will be like somebody said, Delhi.
Yeah.
LG versus.
So as you're aware, the Jammu and Kashmir is the only state that's gone from statehood to UT, where an unelected LG has been ruling for many, many years, and where recently all some of the critical powers are handed over to him. So clearly they are trying to hobble the government that comes in, knowing that it's unlikely to be their government. That said, there are a lot of issues. The fundamental issue that has led to this result is that the people in Jammu and Kashmir have felt completely cut off from governance. There have been no recourse. They have huge issues: electricity, water, unemployment, and so on. All that kind of work there's been a huge gap. So I think they're looking forward to be able to engage with whoever's ruling, in this case the NC Congress alliance. And so that process will begin, and I think that will be very healthy for Jammu and Kashmir. So I think voters will feel that a lot of their needs are being met in that sense. The issue of statehood, of course, the government will raise very forcefully. Which of course the central government has in principle agreed to, although they never gave a date. So we'll push for that in the very immediate future. And, so in that sense, I think there will be in the day-to-day...
Lots of fights ahead. State-center fights.
Well, hopefully the center will, like it's done a lot of U-turns in the last few months, it can do a U-turn here relatively quickly, especially since it's already committed to statehood. So why not do it?
One of the questions I want to ask, one of the first tasks before the new assembly is going to be sort of ratification of the sort of 370 decisions and moving on with that. How, given the fact that some of these independent candidates have made a restoration of 370 also an electoral plank, whether or not it's going to manifest, how do you feel this is going to play out in the formation of the new assembly? And I'm asking that,
just very quickly, look at this graphic. Now the BJP is leading in only 1 seat in the valley. This is the big divide in the state, just 1 seat.
Even that will be difficult for them, I think.
Even that they may.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I can speak for the Congress party. The Congress party is very clear that the agenda for us, the main agenda is statehood. We are not getting into the Article 370 decision at all. There will be a common minimum program that the coalition produces. Individual parties can pursue their own courses of action, but they may or may not be in the common minimum program. That will be the basis for governance. I've heard spokespersons of the NC say that they will consider a judicial route, which of course they're entitled to do as a party, but the government will have a common minimum program that will be the basis for governance.
So on statehood you will come together,
yes.
And then they
statehood, all parties agree. So there's no issue there.
Also, I mean, with the national conference, it wasn't just about 370, but it could come back through another formation. I mean, their autonomy proposals were also part of one of the solutions or resolutions. What about something like that? Would autonomy proposals find itself in the CMP?
No, I mean, anything that is within the Constitution of India will be on the agenda. Statehood is very much, J&K is entitled to statehood like all the other states, and that's what we'll pursue.
Okay. Amar is back with us from J&K. Amar, still on the banks of the Dal Lake. What's the mood like in Srinagar this morning? I'm sure people are coming out and seeing what's happening in terms of the results that are coming in. Who have you got with you? I think we've lost having some technical connections with.
Qadri is the only BJP candidate who's leading right now from Shopian.
Oh, that one candidate.
Yeah.
I
We're in the valley.
We have a technical issue with
We'll get back to him. Yeah.
We'll get back to him. But I think these results are, the Jammu and Kashmir results are, as we've been saying,
the one seat where the BJP is leading in the valley is interestingly Shopian. If the BJP were to win Shopian, it would be like Aam Aadmi Party winning Gandhinagar or something. But Javed Ahmed Qadri of the BJP is leading there by only 458 votes.
Yeah,
So
I think that will turn because Shopian is exactly, it's very unusual for this to happen.
Of all the seats for the BJP to win, there will be extremely.
Also, a little aside about Shopian, if I can just tell you also, one of the opponents to Omar Abdullah in Gandarbal is a Jamaati who's in prison right now named Sarjan Barkati. He's fighting as an independent candidate. He's in jail on terror charges. His wife is in jail on terror charges. His 16-year-old daughter, inspired by Engineer Rashid's son, ran this campaign. Barkati's daughter first filed their nominations from Shopian. Their nomination in Shopian was rejected. There was a press release issued apologizing for rejecting his nomination from there. And he was then allowed to file in two places, Gandarbal and Birwa. Gandarbal is the Abdullah stronghold. Birwa is from where Omar Abdullah was expected to file nominations. And he's leading in, it's an Abdullah stronghold. I mean, he's lost it once in 2002, but his grandfather, his father, they've all won from this seat. So I think Shopian is interesting for many reasons.
I'm missing the Shopian apples.
Amar is still with us from the Dal. Amar, it's getting hotter and brighter. The sun's coming up much higher over you there. What's the sense you're getting based on these leads that have come in now?
I just lost you there.
Just go ahead, Emma, go ahead.
Emma, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you now. Yes, please go ahead.
So Emma, I mean, you were with some youngsters earlier. The numbers are fairly steady and the leads are kind of holding in Jammu and Kashmir. So what is the sense people are getting? I mean, there was a lot of intense sort of looking at how these independents were fighting the elections. What are the people around you saying about how they've done?
Yes, Maya, the leads are pretty static right now. People are very confident that NC and Congress will form the government, But as I was talking to a couple of youngsters over here, they were saying that the 5 MLAs which could play a trick once the numbers are actually out. So we'll have to just wait and watch what are the actual numbers out here. We're still joined by these youngsters. We had some technical glitch earlier, but I was talking to them about social media, how youngsters have used social media to form some sort of opinion, and because it was seen for the first time where a large number of youngsters have been able to talk about politics in Kashmir without any fear. So we are joined by a couple of more youngsters, and we're going to understand how social media has played a part. Mohit, earlier we were talking about how social media has been quite important for youngsters over here. Please, what do you think of the kind of situation we are into right now, and also how social media has been out there for you to form an opinion about politics in Kashmir?
Definitely. So I think, as I shared earlier, social media, like any other tech platform, also has its pros and cons. I mean, there have been a couple of instances where there have been rumors, and that has translated into a wave of rumor mongering happening, and that ultimately would impact the election somehow. But to a large extent, I would say it has still been on the smaller side. I think the pros, especially in this election, quite outweigh the cons that social media has brought in. Especially, earlier when the discussions about politics used to happen, they used to happen on small shops, people sitting inside their homes, maybe building smaller communities physically. But I think social media has now created that public platform where a lot of discussion, a lot of opinion building, a lot of visibility and awareness is happening in the digital space, right? If you look at the examples of certain independent candidates as well, I don't think they have the necessary funds to make sure that their voices reach to the masses. But I think social media, again, as a tool, has become a boon for them and made sure that whatever they stand for in terms of what they're promising or their manifestos, that has started getting quite some attention from the youngsters, as well as a lot of people, where social media has played a massive role in it.
Right. I mean, Shahid, obviously, independent candidates do not have the sort of funding which political party would have. Social media has been a big boost for them. How do you think people are like youngsters are being able to discuss and form an opinion on social media? Because earlier it was not a trend, right? Like a couple of years ago, but now it's quite different, and especially it's happening after many years. In your region, what do you think social media is doing?
I think social media is playing a huge role in the politics of the modern India, young India, where people are voicing their concerns. They are even doing their protests online. They are starting trends online to voice their concerns, to raise the issues which Jammu and Kashmir is currently facing. Things are actually changing right now in Jammu and Kashmir, and when you are saying that independent candidates are also using social media as a platform to up their campaign, but I think in Jammu and Kashmir, most of the independent candidates who are actually leading today, they are former legislators, they are former MLAs or MPs. They were denied tickets from their parties, and they have huge build up of money at their hand, at their disposal, and they have used that. If we see, there are a couple of candidates who are leading in Pir Panjal. There are a couple of candidates as independent candidates leading from Chenab Valley and Jammu, and they are former diners. But when we see social media as a platform for youngsters in Kashmir, it was very difficult to raise their concerns. But when people started smelling a change in Jammu and Kashmir, they started actually using platform of social media very rigorously. We as a group of youngsters even did our own exit poll. We actually started analysis of reports coming from different assemblies, different constituencies, analysis of Lok Sabha election, and then former trends of elections followed by the national media. And then we came to conclusion that AIP is not winning more than one seat, and this is actually happening today. But social media is a great platform for youngsters to raise their concerns. When I was talking about the issue of reservation, we haven't seen any protest on roads in against or in support of the new reservation policy, but it has resonated really well in social media. And National Conference has promised in their election manifesto that we will revisit this policy. PDP has promised the youth of Kashmir that we will revisit this policy. A youth from Jammu and Kashmir, from different regions of Jammu and Kashmir, actually registered their protests online. online. We have seen that there were many scams of JKSSB, JKPSC, there were delayed exams, and all those issues were raised on social media only. We have seen very few protests actually coming on ground. So it has resonated a lot.
Right, so social media has been important as far as protests are concerned for.
BJP actually invested a lot in social media, like they build up their image from social media. They trolled Rahul Gandhi through social media, they morphed videos, and Congress has realized that we have to express ourselves on social media, we have to assert ourselves on social media, and that's what worked for them.
Right. From South Kashmir, talking about social media, but I want to get back to the point where PDP has been completely decimated because Jamaat and PDP are almost like the same party, right? Like and at the back doors. But how do you think PDP is gonna recover from this?
मुझे नहीं लगता कि पीडीपी बहुत जल्दी रिकवर कर पाएगी इस चोट को। ये बहुत गहरा घाव है और इसको भरने में बड़ा वक्त लगेगा। जहाँ तक आपने सोशल मीडिया की बात की, समाजी रवाबत जो हैं वो लोगों के सामने भी बहुत एक आसान सा चैलेंज बना है। पिछले एक महीने में जो कैंपेनिंग हुई, जहाँ जहाँ कैंडिडेट्स जा रहे थे तो लोग उन्हें एनालिसिस कर रहे थे सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से कि कौन क्या बोल रहा है। आज मंशूर पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आज कैंडिडेट्स को समझने की ज़रूरत है और लोग बड़े दयानतदार हैं और दयानतदारी जो है समाजी रवाबत ने पैदा की है, सोशल मीडिया साइट्स ने पैदा की है कि कौन किस गम व अलम के साथ बोल रहा है, कौन किस हमदर्दी के साथ बोल रहा है और कौन सिर्फ दिखावे के लिए दो चार बोल कर अपना काम निकाल कर भागना चाहता है। आज आवाम बड़ी उसमें है और ऐसा ही कुछ जो है पीपल्स डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी के साथ साउथ कश्मीर में देखने को मिल रहा है, जहां आप देख रहे हैं कि शोपियान का मंजरनामा बिल्कुल मुख्तलिफ है। वहां आप देख रहे हैं कि भाजपा एक सीट पे अभी तक लीड बनाए हुए है, तो आप देख रहे हैं कि आज़ाद उम्मीदवार जो हैं वो आगे जा रहे हैं और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जितनी मजबूत नहीं हुआ करती थी हमारे साउथ कश्मीर में, तो आज आप देख सकते हैं कि वाज़िया एक मजबूत तस्वीर नज़र आ रही है। और आप अंदाज़ा कीजिए कि कांग्रेस की सूरत काफ़ी मजबूत है। जी मीर तो खैर वो AICC के यहाँ इंचार्ज रहे हैं तो उनका होना ही है। बहरहाल कुछ दूसरी सीट्स पे भी कांग्रेस जो है वो अपनी पकड़ बनाए हुए है। तो इस तरह से मुझे लगता है कि लोग बड़े बाशऊर हो गए हैं, बड़े बाखबर हो गए हैं और उसमें सबसे नुमाया किरदार जो है, बड़ा अहम रोल जो है वो सोशल मीडिया ने अदा किया है, लोगों को बाखबर किया है। और आज का यूथ, हर आदमी लीडर है। वो इसलिए लीडर है कि उसके पास अपना सोशल मीडिया साइट्स है, उसके पास अपना फेसबुक है, उसके पास अपना ट्विटर है और वो अपना ट्विटर के माध्यम से अपने छोटे से छोटे मसाइल को आला से आला हुकाम तक पहुंचा सकता है। तो यही सोशल मीडिया जो है ये आने वाले कुछ ही चंद दिनों में या कुछ ही चंद लम्हात में आपके सामने कुछ नया मंजरनामा रखेगा और जम्मू कश्मीर एक नई सूरत की तरफ आगे बढ़ेगा।
I think I wanted to add a point that PDP has actually lost the narrative battle in Jammu and Kashmir because when they aligned with Bhajpa in 2014, it has not worked for them and लोगों ने अभी तक उसको भूला नहीं है। जिस तरह से लोकसभा इलेक्शन में भी जो रिजल्ट्स हमें देखने को मिले वो हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस के बिल्कुल बरक्स थे और वही आज हमें असेंबली इलेक्शन में देखने को मिल रहा है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं वो जो 2019 का जो फैसला था उसकी किसी न किसी तरीके से जिम्मेदार जम्मू कश्मीर में लोगों ने जो है वो PDP को ठहराया है और उसकी वजह से आज PDP अपने आप को संभाल नहीं पा रही है। द स्ट्रांग होल्ड्स ऑफ PDP लाइक बीज बिहाड़ा, अनंतनाग, दे आर लूजिंग देयर एंड आई थिंक PDP का इस जम्मू कश्मीर के इलेक्शन में स्ट्रांग होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है। वाइब्रेंट ओपोजिशनल वॉइसेस इन द असेंबली होना ज़रूरी है, बट लोगों ने एकदम से यूनानिमसली डिसाइड किया है दैट वी आर वोटिंग फॉर अ वन पार्टी इन कश्मीर। लाइक मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द पीपल वोटेड फॉर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, दे हैव नॉट वोटेड फॉर इवन प्रॉक्सीज or those who used to be the proxies of BJP after 2019, they haven't voted and they completely rejected them. It has not worked for them. Even AIP, the new experiment in Kashmir, has not worked for Engineer Rashid. He has taken lead on more than 10 seats in Lok Sabha and he has completely decimated today. So people have spoken unanimously, I think, against the decision of 5 August 2019 as well. And no, they have huge expectations from the national conference government which will be in place, but it is a UT government and the first step which central government should do, that they should fulfill their promise of giving the statehood back to Jammu and Kashmir, so our chief minister can fulfill the aspirations of youth. We can get the promised jobs, we can get a peace, we can see a peaceful and free Kashmir.
As you can see, youngsters are quite keen and very interested in these elections. Obviously, PDP, as per youngsters from Anantnag, PDP has been decimated completely, and they partly blame them because they have sided with the BJP in the last government. But the bottom line is that Jammu Kashmir youngsters are quite interested and keen in this elections, and they want their statehood back. Back to the studio.
Just one thing before we go. Ahmed, what are the youngsters thinking the change will be now in their lives and in the state, in the politics of Jammu and Kashmir? What change will happen? Because this is quite a major election, a very significant election. No, I couldn't get it. Okay, can you hear me now? No, I think okay.
Yes,
We'll come back.
yes.
You can. Okay, I just wanted to, what are people expecting? What kind of change will there be in Jammu and Kashmir with this major election after, you've been through so much tough times. You've lost your democracy for a while. What change do they want and what do they actually expect? Will there be a lot of center-state tension? Will things progress? What are they expecting?
Well, youngsters have spoken, they do expect some sort of tension between the center and the state government, because obviously the state government is, like some political leaders call it as like toothless government or toothless tiger. But at the same time, they are hopeful that the political parties will go to the court and to the top court to restore the statehood of Jammu Kashmir. At the same time, youngsters and people are saying that these elections are very important for us because we have no one to represent us in the local assembly. So this sort of is an all important elections for after many years basically, and they are very hopeful. The youngsters are hopeful. The people from Jammu and Kashmir, and in fact from Pir Panjal range, as we were joined,
we'll just come back to
joined by
you.
people from Pir Panjal. So they expect a lot from the government.
Okay, right. We'll just come back to you. We've got Kumari Shelja here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. What has happened? We were rather surprised. First, the Congress was leading, now the BJP is leading. It's kind of unprecedented, this kind of change as the votes are being counted. Have you got any information on why this change happened and what the trend is now?
You and I, both of us, and he was so senior, we've been through elections. Like these ups and downs happen during counting, and most candidates know which round will lead where. I think we are still in the midst of counting. I do think that BJP count is before the eggs are hatched, and Congress party definitely romped towards the win. We'll see that in the coming. I'm confident that Congress will.
But most of the exit polls and people who've been in the field thought that the Congress would get like almost a 2/3 majority. That seems certainly unlikely to happen. What's caused this kind of very close fight?
I am still hopeful, and I think we should cross the figures. But let me see how many more rounds go before I stick to that or change my opinion. Let us see. But I'm still confident that we will form the government. You see, as your exit polls have shown, as your reporters, your people on the ground would have informed you, we also believe, I still believe, that the trend is against people and in favor of Congress.
One of the factors we found in our exit poll of the Lok Sabha elections was that the Dalits and the scheduled castes had swung back to the Congress party. Is that largely due to you? And what role, if the Congress forms a government in Haryana, what will your role be?
Well, my role will be decided by the High Command. I have said that yes, I should be considered also, because been here long enough, work as hard as anyone else, if not more. But I think the final call has to be a political call, which is always done by the High Court. All of us abide.
So if you were forced to be Chief Minister, you would accept it humbly, or you would say no, no?
I'm a very humble person.
But tell me, one of the factors people have mentioned is that the Congress is not doing as well as expected because of infighting in the party in Haryana. Could that be a reason? Oh, I think we've lost.
Appropriately timed.
I think she just switched it off.
She just didn't want to answer your question, exactly. Nalini Singh is still with us. Maybe Shivam.
I suspect that Ms. Kumari Shelja would actually be happy because if for example the Congress just scrapes through, then she might make a case that she should be the Chief Minister and not the
Shivam, we'll just come back to you. Nalini Singh is still with us. Ms. Singh, thanks for waiting all this time. You've heard Kumari Shelja talk about what her thoughts are on the way the Congress fortunes seem to have flipped in Haryana. We didn't get a chance to get her response, but, just an overall question. When there are major party figures who take their disagreements out in public to the voters, how does it tend to impact the results?
Right.
I think it kind of consolidates the view that people might have held about a certain party. Now, in this case, the Congress party, aided and abetted by BJP's statements that this is the party that has huge amounts of infighting. In fact, the Prime Minister has said this. Will the Chief Minister be the father or the son or somebody else? There is a fight about it. So I think that definitely this would have impacted people's thinking that the Dalits will be marginalized if Shelja does not get to be the Chief Minister or is not pronounced. So this would have an effect in the Dalit communities. But I think more than that, what is happening is that the more one looks upon it, is that political parties have played chess with Haryana, with the Haryana elections, against in Jammu Kashmir, where the people, I come back to it, where the voter seems to have decided this way or that. And this filter of chess hasn't come along. That, the numbers of independents, that this is who you will place over there. In Jammu Kashmir, for instance, in 2014, the Congress party had crashed because of the execution of Afzal Guru. So what happens is that there is a huge amount of sentiment that plays a role in those, let's say, states which are not, which don't have the intermediacy of these filters of chessboards, of the ones who strategize at the individual constituency level. This strategy seems to be very pronounced in the Haryana, at the Haryana level. Although you can see that in BJP there were some BJP proxy parties which the public has seen through. In this case, the voters in Haryana have I don't want to use the word succumbed, but they seemed to not have seen through. But the other thing is that it is highly, highly creditable of the BJP to get such a huge vote share. Let's see, we'll wait for the final seat share. But vote share after 10 years, this is the third time that they are fighting. So they have first of all fought anti-incumbency. And this should be some lesson to be learned by anybody who wants to form a party in India, especially in North India, is to follow the BJP strategy in this. And the other thing about what I can foresee is that now, very soon, you will have the BJP's president announced, because certainly the RSS's weight or the RSS's ability to maneuver the BJP over here, that will get reduced if the BJP wins Haryana. So look forward to that, and look forward to some, brutal, kind of executions in courts by the BJP of those who BJP thinks have not gone exactly according to the party line. So this, which is rare, but there are some. So I think that the first thing that I will now look forward to is that the announcement of the BJP president. Maybe it might just wait for Maharashtra and Jharkhand, which are around the corner. But Haryana is quite a prize, quite a gem for the BJP in this case. Going by your own, now BJP is 49, so 35 is very unlikely to come back, according to the little experience that I have. So this is what it is. People in Jammu Kashmir, a lot of strategy, political strategy, some of it low life strategy, seems to have worked in Haryana.
Right, very interesting actually, you're absolutely right. Most unlikely to change again. Let's quickly just go to a quick review of what's happening so far in Haryana in the election. That's the bottom line, 49 to 35. And the vote swings are interesting, that compared to the assembly in 2019, there's a 2% up positive swing to the BJP, but they've lost ground compared to the Lok Sabha recently, minus 8%. So the swing away from the Lok Sabha has got even worse. The Congress did terribly in 2019 assembly, and they're up 13 since then, but they've also come down since the Lok Sabha. So that is, I think, what most of the exit polls did not foresee. In terms of,
largest victory ever. If they keep these numbers, they've never had this kind of numbers.
Right. INLD, well, it's a small player, but it could have a major impact in cutting others' votes. And the JJP as well, about the same, stagnant compared to earlier elections. Aam Aadmi Party, very small drop since the assembly, since the Lok Sabha, a little better than the 2019 assembly, just 1%. Again, more or less stationary. These are independents, done much worse. The independents done much worse than they did in the 2019 assembly, but better than the Lok Sabha. Independents in Lok Sabha do not actually take as many votes as in assembly elections. That's a quick summary. There's some more. Let's have a look at the areas, the change. And you can see, except for that sudden bit that Dorab was talking about earlier, the BJP is holding on to that, always has held, but there are areas in the east which have switched sides quite substantially, and in the west. So it's not really stationary, it's just quite a lot of flux in Haryana. But that sudden bit next to Delhi is still strong.
Congress has traditionally been strong in the central belt, and now they're being hit there, which is unusual. That's the area of strength, the central belt.
Right.
Dorab, how many rounds?
Well, rounds vary, still some rounds left. There are 30.
Okay, let's have a look at some of the seats with narrow margins, because it's still early days. Let's go through each one of them. Dora, maybe you could take us through. Here are the close fights, where the margins are under 2,000 votes. There are 22 seats where the margins of the lead is under 2,000. Here it's
look at who holds
4 out of 5 are BJP.
So holds
vulnerable with only 500, less than 500. And look at that first one.
22.
22 votes.
22 votes.
So it looks like the BJP has been holding for a while, but I think anything can still happen.
Time will tell. Only time.
Only time will tell.
Okay, even here, 4 out of 5 are BJP close fights. So out of the first 10, 8 close fights, the BJP is leading by narrow margins. That's very interesting. 8 out of 10.
You should see
now more Congress, and these are about 1,000 margin, and these are about over 1,000, 1,500. So
an average
probably about 70% are BJP, vulnerable and 40% Congress still vulnerable. Interesting. This is one we just saw, less than 1%, so it's a real slow cutoff.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's silence in the room.
Maybe we can look at some personalities. Dorab, you can explain these to us.
Chandramohan Bishnoi, son of the one and only Mr. Bhajan Lal.
He's trailing.
He is a trailing, yes. The Chief Minister, leading. Chief Minister, newly appointed Chief Minister is leading comfortably, hopefully.
Hopefully?
We don't know the numbers actually.
Are you revealing certain political inclinations?
Yeah. He's from AAP. You know, AAP has put up candidates, but fortunately for the Congress, they haven't picked up a lot of votes. So I think the damage, whatever they do, assuming they do to the Congress, is not very significant.
There are enough people to damage Congress.
Yes.
Was not required.
Surjewala from the Surjewala clan, the spokesman for the Congress party.
Yes, leading.
Ms. Fogart.
This is a huge surprise, my gosh.
But you know, I'd like to know whether she falls in the very tight race or not. We don't know.
Yeah. She was leading a little while ago.
Yeah.
So.
They all were leading a little while ago.
That's true.
Now, Brijendra Singh, he is against Dushyant Chautala, the Deputy Chief Minister.
Yeah.
So, you know, there is Dushyant Bhai, trailing.
So, on the Vinesh Phogat seat, she is trailing by only about 1400 votes, and the INLD candidate is trailing by 2000 votes. He's taking 20,000 votes as well. So INLD is ruining it for Phogat.
This is one of the three gentlemen from the Chautala family fighting in the Bali. He is leading. The other two who come next will be trailing, I assume. Digway is from the other, Dabwali, that's right. He's the brother of Dushyant Singh. So fighting with his same for his brother's party. And here's the third one. I thought there were five, but they're down to three now. Ranjit Singh Chautala from somewhere else. He's also in the same family business. JJP.
Trailing.
Arun Singh Chautala from Raina. You know, it will take us until lunchtime to get through this. The Chautalas. Abhay Singh Chautala, Ellenabad, trailing. You know, the sons, grandsons and great-grandsons. This is the man whose family is holding this since 1967.
67.
Not bad, you know, it'll be world record, I think, for a parliamentary democracy. Captain Abhimanyu, surprisingly, he's a big shot in the BJP. I'm surprised he's trailing. He was in the running for Chief Minister at least 4 times in the past. Shruti Chaudhary, that's Bansilal's one granddaughter, fighting Bansilal's grandson, who's coming up next. It's all in the family.
So we don't need a map of Haryana to understand Haryana. We need a family tree.
Family tree, that's right. We could get one. Deepak Huda. BJP. That's not the Huda. He's trailing. Yeah, BJP.
I'm sure he must be related somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's not happy. Yeah. Bhupinder Bhai. Leading. Om Prakash Dhankar, BJP trailing. Aarti Singh Rao, she's also trailing. She's an important candidate. I think this does it. We've gone through all the family trees. We should have, you know, if you get a Chautala tree on Google, it doesn't fit on one page. I'm not joking. You know, you try and squeeze it to fit it on one page. We want to put it on screen. Can't put it on screen. Just too big. You read a 150-inch television like the one Prannoy has.
So Amitabh, it's still remaining pretty solid lead for the BJP for quite a while now, for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
As more and more rounds are being counted.
But it's coming very slowly.
You're looking
numbers aren't really updating.
Looking a bit depressed.
Not at all. I mean, I'm fully confident it'll turn around. But the numbers are very slow.
You have to say that.
No, the numbers are very slow, much slower.
Yeah,
so it's a bit.
90% of Haryana constituencies have counted only up to 5 rounds. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 90% of Haryana constituency.
What should it have been by now?
Well, you know, that should be over by now. No. Very often it's over by 11, 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
A small state, you know, if you start counting, unless they're finding it difficult to count. I mean,
How many rounds in JNK?
Why would they find it difficult?
No reason to. JNK actually JNK is doing much better. It's only 2 constituencies. I'm sorry, they're doing much worse. They've only got 2 constituencies over 5 rounds. So 88 below 5 rounds. It's just both these states are very slow. I mean, what's the purpose of having electronic counting machines?
Exactly.
If you, if you count slower than hand counts. You know, the problem with the electric counting machine is that in the old days, they used to put all the votes in a seat in a pot and stir it and then count. So what you got each time was a perfect sample. Here, it comes from this part of Greater Kailash, that part of Greater Kailash. So, you know, it's not representative sample until it gets closer and closer to the final.
Just interesting tweet by Iltija, almost accepting defeat, not quite. She says, I accept the verdict of the people. The love and affection I received from everyone will always stay with me. Gratitude to my PDP workers who worked so hard throughout this campaign.
That sounds like a concession speech almost.
Almost.
But she might win. Don't know.
Yeah, Kumari Shelja is back with us. We'll come back to Kashmir is looking rather clear. So Kumari Shelja, we'll come back to you. Now, thank you for coming back on Decoder. I just wanted to ask you, you got cut off earlier. One of the things that people are saying about the Congress show in Haryana is that maybe that there was too many clashes of personalities in the campaign and people have sort of absorbed the differences that the Congress parties had internally as well on the campaign trail.
Will have to be analyzed much later because I am still very, very confident that we will form the government. You know, these may be trends, but you know that many times the trends can be bucked also. And I am confident that we'll form the government by the end of the year.
If you were being named as the next chief minister, would you have swept the election?
You know, they're always, Mr. Roy, they're always ifs and buts. Let's not get into that yet.
No, but were the Dalit voters slightly disappointed that you were not being given kind of recognition?
You know, I really wouldn't want to get into that discussion. Maybe we can talk again afterwards. But let's wait for the results. And I am confident, as I said. I know I'm repeating myself. But by the end of the day, Congress will prompt home.
No, we are asking all of you all these questions because we want a scandalous headline, you see.
I know. I'm sorry I can't oblige. I'm a very cautious and humble person.
Well, it's worked so far. Never change a winning game. You're doing absolutely brilliantly. But you don't answer questions with headlines.
I know. Maybe later.
No, but seriously, isn't this a bit worrying for you? 48 BJP leading and 36 Congress. I mean, and it's been like that for almost 2 hours now. It's not really changing much. Is there anything you know that's happening?
I'm on the channels only, so I haven't really got any other information at my disposal. So I'm not aware as to how many rounds have taken place already. So, you know, it would be a bit difficult for me at this moment.
Party information on certain why things could change the other way, any insight, nothing. Just waiting and watching.
I'm watching when I get a chance because you people are with me. But I really don't know. I would say majority of the rounds are still left to be counted. And we are hopeful.
But nonetheless, ma'am, if I can ask you, do you think that, you know, a lack of unity in the party on the Haryana campaign has impacted or could impact these results, either way that it goes?
We all worked hard. I don't think anyone can say these things are always there in every party. Even in BJP, you saw that. Even now you saw that in the BJP during these elections. So every party all over the country in every state has groups and all. I don't think you can get away from that in politics. But when it comes to elections, all of us work on the ground, and we did.
So we are just getting information that on the rounds, and I'll try and. Or do you have them Dorab there with you? How many early rounds in Haryana?
I'm saying of the 90 seats, 80 seats have counted up to 5 rounds. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
80 out of 95 rounds. 5 rounds is
16, 15, 16 rounds what we should have in
Yeah.
assembly
By
seat.
now.
By now.
No, total number.
Total number.
So we are about
we
a
should have
third
been
of the
close
way
to
through
that.
counting. We're a third of the way through the counting. For some seats there are 20 seats with 3 rounds. That's a quarter of all the
So,
seats.
Maybe let's ask Ms. Shelja as well. What is her feedback on why they must have agents on the ground in polling booths and things like that? What are you hearing about the pace of the counting this morning?
Yeah, it does seem to be a bit slow because during Lok Sabha, maybe because it was being done at different places, but it takes place assembly-wise only. So I am a bit surprised why it seems to be so slow.
At the moment, actually, 90% of the seats have less than 6 rounds. 90% of the seats are 5 rounds or less. That is very, very slow.
And the vote shares are so close.
1/4.
Yeah.
It's quite possible that it can be a complete turnaround.
And let's wait. One should not stay in these matters. Let's wait.
Surprisingly, JNK hasn't changed. It's in a way almost the same. And the number of rounds is about the same. They're all slowly.
JNK is also about 5-6 rounds?
No, they've got 13 seats over 5 rounds. So 677 seats below 5 rounds. And 20 seats with 2 rounds. 20
Kumari
seats.
Shelja, give us one Haryanvi saying that would describe your mood at the moment.
Well, I think we'll wait for that. So, बीजेपी को गने नाचने की जरूरत कोई नहीं.
Once more.
बीजेपी को गने नाचने की जरूरत कोई नहीं. कांग्रेस जीतेगी.
Acha.
Did you understand that?
Of course. Can you say that in Bengali?
That will be worse. Please keep it to Hindi. Bengali will be even worse.
No, that was very nice. So you're still full of hope and positivity, and we'll come back to you when more rounds are have been counted, and when
Yes.
by then you'll have taken the lead, na?
Yes.
Well, thank God you're not counting. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Thank you.
So
She seems remarkably happy for someone whose party might be getting a surprise defeat.
she was just repeating that same comment again and again. We still have Nalini Singh with us, and we have Amitabh Dubey as well from the Congress with us.
Amitabh Dubey is being very quiet.
Yes. And
Only
in
time
fact,
will tell.
Wait and see.
Wait and see.
no, but Amitabh, I think before I go across to Ms. Singh for her reactions to Shelja, I wanted to ask you, when I asked her about infighting, and I asked her about the impact, and I asked her about the lack of unity, she's not denied any of these things. That there was this in the Congress party. In fact, the answer is that it happens in state after state. What are your views on that?
No, I mean, she's absolutely right. This factionalism we saw in Jammu, I'm a bit more familiar with that campaign. The BJP had to withdraw its initial list a few hours after it released it because the candidates were very upset with the people who selected. So, in these states, this happens. I think it is fair to say, as she said, that actually it was a very cohesive and well-organized campaign. So, it's a bit disappointing that we are stuck at these numbers, at least for the moment. As a campaign, it was a good campaign. it's not easy to come up with a glib answer whether it was A or B at this stage, in my opinion.
It's true that the BJP also has a lot of infighting. The difference is that the BJP's infighting is not openly expressed in the media. Kumari Shelja herself gave interviews early on, speaking against Bhupinder Huda. That sort of thing in the BJP, at least in the Modi Shah era BJP, is quite unlikely to see. Having said that, I think factionalism is not always a weakness, it's also a strength, because by giving the impression that Shelja is not ruled out from the CM race, the Congress was maybe trying to move the Dalit vote.
Actually, as you're saying, BJP is more disciplined, except that one guy speaking at 2 o'clock at a BJP rally and joined the Congress at 3. Now, if that is not great discipline,
That's a different kind of discipline.
We were just saying earlier that the Congress really has had a huge impact on the BJP. Almost everyone that comes on in the BJP now says the High Command will decide.
Yeah.
They really learned from.
We still have Nalini Singh with us. Ms. Singh, thank you for still being there. You must have heard Kumari Shelja's comments, and as Amitabh also said, that this happens in every party. The infighting happens in every party, or the disunity, but they come together when it's time to campaign. In the morning, the analysis was that there was anger about unemployment, there was anger about the farmers' agitations, there was anger about Agniveer, there was anger about the way women's wrestlers were treated, and that was going to lead to the Congress victory. We are seeing none of that bear out right now. And Vinesh Fogart is actually trailing.
Also, there was a huge comment that this was, besides the three you mentioned, Agniveer, Pahalwan, Kisan, the farmers, this fourth was Manohar Lal Khattar. They said that there was hardly any BJP worker whom Lal Khattar had not treated shabbily. So there was, and that is why he was changed, even if late. But I would say that despite all that, BJP's own survey said that they were getting more than 52. So what is really here is, does BJP have a a better insight because of all the calculations they can do, and also that whatever strategy that they have deployed, they were confident that it would work. Is the Congress party much less secure in the strategy, if there is any strategy, except to give it a good fight at the individual level? And when you talk about Ma'am Shelja, maybe it's I'm being a bit prejudiced, but I would say that when you see, when yesterday there was a comment from her saying, well, I'm afraid we might pass more than 60, or some words to that effect. And now today also there doesn't seem to be that kind of, a glum understanding of what's happening. So this appears to me to be a manifestation of the Huda Shelja fight. And in fact, they used to, it was said in the Huda camp that there was SRK, Surjewala, Shelja, Randeep and Kiran Chaudhary. Kiran Chaudhary is gone. SR left. So with Surjewala, with Shelja and Randeep against Huda, I don't think that the Congress party will learn a lesson from the 35 or 36 that they might muster. And, to slide down from these peaks of this morning that they were going to be 65, 66 against the BJP's single-digit figures. So I think that there is definitely BJP to be admired for its strategy, and the Congress party to, for them to come out in public and say what went wrong. The public will be, the public meaning maybe not the public in Haryana, but outside, they will be extremely nonplussed there was this Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo, there was this Mohabbat Ki Dukaan, etc. So now the Congress party should learn the lesson that it is about caste, which it always has been. And so there's no point in, as Prashant Kishore is trying in Bihar, a casteless movement. At least this is what they claim. So there cannot be a casteless election, especially in the northern belt in any case. And the second is, how do you ensure that these castes are actually with you? So we learned this time that the Jats had abandoned the Congress party. It doesn't appear to be so at all. This also, when you talk about the Dalit, perhaps there has been a split in the Dalit vote, that it did not come along to the Congress party. The Ahirwar, I'm just looking at Aarti Rao Inderjeet Singh, the king of those 8 districts of Gurgaon and adjoining area, who's apparently had a fiefdom there, that when his daughter is trailing, it does appear that the Ahirwar might have gone to the Congress party. So I think that this is something which the Congress party will have to absolutely analyze, internalize, and use for Maharashtra, use for Jharkhand. They cannot just say, look, we tried our best, they all told us, exit polls, etc. The BJP's exit polls yesterday were saying 52. So what exactly, the important thing from this would be, BJP is converting Haryana into a Hindi heartland fortress, and the Congress party has not learnt its lesson fully, and it will be not forgiven if it doesn't learn the lesson for Maharashtra and for Jharkhand. This is the way parties, we've all been talking about, is this the rise of the opposition? Is this, have people voted for the BJP, or is it that they voted for the Congress against the BJP? So it's obvious that they voted for the BJP. So all these, little analytical questions that we people would have, the Congress party will have to do an extremely deep dive, a kind of Titanic dive, to see what has happened. This was a good chance for the party to emerge as a strong opposition, or at least as the node of the opposition, which it still is. But to have a weak center of an opposition means that the BJP will walk away with this prize. And although Shivam is saying that it is early days, and also Dorab is saying only 5 rounds counted, but it does appear that when you have, maybe there are 20 rounds to go, but unless they're coming from the pockets, which were the BJP pockets, those were more alert. They're coming from urban areas, and the rural areas are far behind. And those now, the 20 rounds, in the next 15 rounds, 14 rounds, you will see the votes coming from rural Haryana. That's different.
50 in Haryana.
It does appear.
The numbers have been reversed, where the Congress was supposed to be, the BJP looks there now.
Yeah.
I think what Nalini ji was saying. When we analyze the BJP surprise victories, we talk about Congress infighting, we talk about BJP strategy, we talk about caste factors. One thing that is invariably missed is the BJP's party organization. Right. When the BJP pulls off surprises, when it wins against anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh, in Uttarakhand, for example, we don't talk about organization. And the BJP really does have 20 workers on many booths. I've gone to polling booths in the last few years, and I've asked if there is a BJP worker here, and feels like half the village turns up. And opposition parties, whether it's Congress or anyone else, would barely have 1 or 2 workers, often demoralized, inactive. In situations where the narrative is against the BJP, they seem to be able to pull off surprises. Even when they lose, they don't lose very badly, because it is the worker that turns out their own voter.
Last time they had 40 seats.
Yeah.
They are holding 31 of them this time. Well, the Congress holding, I'm counting them manually.
Look at it now, 50 to 34.
Yeah.
49, 30, same, yeah. But the vote count is still very tight. It's 1%. Congress leading 1% vote.
So,
Congress
Amitabh,
leading, and they're 16 seats less.
But the numbers.
But I want Amitabh to actually respond to some of what Nalini Singh has said about, the state of the Congress's organization and the lessons you might need to learn for Maharashtra and other elections, Jharkhand, Delhi? I mean,
I think each state election has its own dynamics. So I don't think there's literally a lesson for Maharashtra, say from Haryana. I think the point about organization, I think the Congress organization, several elections, we've really done a fairly good job getting it into shape. And in Haryana, we do have a good organization. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think the point, again, let's see where the results take us towards the end of the day. But it's always been clear that after the Jat agitation a few years ago, that the BJP had played this Jat, non-Jat polarization 35 against 1 quite well. And it was always our challenge to overcome that. And I think in the general election, we did overcome it. We had a lot of the other groups moving towards us. So the question is, what has happened in this election? Has that continued? I think our leadership did a fairly good job, the optics of bringing different communities together. It wasn't just one community dominating as had been perceived in the past. So I think the party organization had worked to bring different communities together. So now we have to just see to what extent it worked or it didn't work. And to what extent this, we were talking about the bipolarization of the state. So if you look at the Congress vote, it is over 40%, which is also an...
1% in the
yeah, exactly. So I think there's a mathematical explanation to this also, which way the third party votes have gone. Maybe those people who used to vote for those parties didn't like the Congress, so their vote shifted to the BJP, whatever the reason is. So I think we should wait and process this and then decide.
So, Dorab, if I can ask you, these leads, how much do they typically change by the time the results come out?
But the results come out about around 15 or 16. We are at 17.
Yeah.
I think
are they early leads are likely to...
No, we know that there is a bump at the end. We don't know whether there's anything in the middle. That we've got to just wait and watch. But the leads, if you saw those numbers with leading by 500 seats, 1,000 seats, the more the seats there are of that kind, the more the likelihood of some change occurring. Which way one does not know. But there is a likelihood of change occurring.
But
can we have a look at those again?
25 seems rather
yes, it's
tough
a
big
gap.
Big gap.
But that was the gap when we began. Don't forget. The other way around. That was the gap we began with. Can we see
it's a swing of 7 seats. 7 seats takes the Congress to 42 and BJP 42.
Can we see that graphic?
The exit polls at the moment seem to be way out again. Just like the Lok Sabha elections, completely way out.
That last time only one was right and the rest were wrong in Haryana.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned, yeah.
But this time everybody's wrong. They're getting them back to us. Thank God we got out of this quickly enough.
Elections, but you might remember there have been elections where a party has lost despite having more vote share.
Yes. That's not uncommon.
But
does not by this margin, 14 seats for despite a 1% less vote, you have 14% seats in the lead. Wow, that is extraordinary. That's about 60% of the seats.
14
60,
seats
40?
are 90 is a hell of a lot. Yeah.
So the seats are like 60-40. Wow.
Yeah.
Do we have any update on how many rounds we're at? There was some tweet earlier talking about the Election Commission website being down, but I don't believe that's true. Or if it was, it's come back up.
Round 7.
But we are seeing a bit of a bump in Jammu and Kashmir.
Jammu and Kashmir for the National Conference
has
and
gone
the
up to 52.
NC Congress, yeah.
So it doesn't need an ally at all because 45, well...
It needs 49 to be free of allies.
More are counting, but still about only 15% have counted more than 7 rounds. No, but the 7 rounds you could halfway there.
85% have
7 or fewer, less than half the rounds.
So in Jammu and Kashmir, small parties and independents seem to actually have helped NC because that created a narrative that the election is being sought to be manipulated through the vote cutters.
Yeah.
But in Haryana, the vote cutters are doing their job, it seems, and changing the sort of expected lines of results.
Yeah. That's a fair point. I think perception-wise in Jammu and Kashmir, at least in the urban areas, there was this sense that all these independents have been put out there. How are people contesting from jail on terror charges?
It actually helped NC.
In Kashmir, Amitabh, is the Congress and the NC going to go to the Supreme Court and say these 5 nominated members must be stopped?
I mean, I think we'll take a call depending on what the government, the administration tries to do. I mean, it's very clear that in a parliamentary democracy, nominated members have to be nominated by the elected government, not by an LG who does not have the mandate of the people, because these are representatives of the people. So I think that's very clear. So obviously we have to see what they do, but we'll have to take some action to ensure that democracy is protected.
Even if you don't need anybody's help to form government, I think on a matter of principle it's important that this be challenged in court, because in future this could, you know, be problematic. And it could happen in other states.
It could happen in other states.
In other states, the governors do nominate. The governor of Maharashtra held up nominations for more than a year of the chief minister. My question is, let's assume I am formed the government, 6 months later I'm removed. So you're the next government, you stuck with my nominees. This nominee business makes no sense. As a principle, it doesn't make sense. Whether you nominate or I nominate, makes no sense. Why shouldn't elected democracy nominate people?
5 out of 90.
I mean, there are 2 in the Lok Sabha, which are not, I don't know if the seats are empty or full.
They're empty.
But that's about it.
So that's 2 out of 543.
2 in the
So the only
Anglo-Indian.
That's been removed.
There we are.
No longer there.
Shivam, to your point earlier about the BJP lead in the Shopian seat, I mean, from what I'm reading, the independent candidate has now moved ahead of the BJP.
Wow.
And that would make a little more sense than the BJP winning from Shopian with a significant lead of
But in Nowshera, the
6,000.
BJP state president was trailing. Until recently, I don't know they're still trailing.
One of the factors that have been mentioned in many debates is that whoever wins this state, whoever loses it, it may not affect the voters of Maharashtra, but it affects the cadres of the party. They get demoralized, or we just lost something. Some of the momentum goes out of there. That could be a problem for the Congress.
I think Maharashtra has its own logic. I think our party is very confident in Maharashtra. Our workers are quite motivated, and we have strong allies as well. So I think the dynamic there is quite different. I think it's quite promising there.
See, in the Lok Sabha, both Maharashtra and Haryana, the votes were very tight. The seat distribution here was equal, the seat distribution there was unequal. But the votes in both places were very, very tight. A 2 or 3% difference strategically happening could either shoot one party up or down. So it's a very tight
But
election.
there's a lot of vote consolidation going on now in Maharashtra. Earlier there were smaller parties which we've been talking about in other states were eating into the Congress and allied vote.
But I think there's one factor that we're actually, maybe it's not time to talk about it, but it will be. If the Congress doesn't turn this around in Haryana, which it's looking like it won't right now, but they are, out of these 2, they have an alliance, the pre-poll alliance with the National Conference in Jammu and Kashmir. Anything that the Congress does or says in Jammu and Kashmir will become fodder for the hyper-nationalist mill, and when it comes to future election campaigns. How do you see that impacting? And I think the reason I'm asking you this question is because this result was expected. The numbers might be more than what was expected, but one of the things that a lot of National Conference workers from the Valley were saying is they wish that the Congress Party's star campaigners had come and spent more time with National Conference candidates in the Valley. And the sense was that perhaps they didn't do it because they didn't want to be caught saying the wrong thing that would resonate differently in Haryana.
No, I don't think that's it. See, the fact is that it's good to hear that they were saying that, because Rahul Gandhi is actually very popular in
He's very
Kashmir.
popular in the Valley. They wanted him to come and spend more time.
Exactly. So I think the strong performance owes something to his popularity in addition to whatever the NC brought to the table. I think given how important Jammu and Kashmir is to the country, I think it would be very unfortunate if the BJP or the central government tried to play politics in a very partisan and narrow way. We know that Jammu and Kashmir have very different electoral preferences. There are differences between the two, and yet the two have to coexist. So a party like the Congress and the NC that can bring these two together in a cohesive way is in the national interest. So if the BJP, hypothetically decides to play politics to get electoral benefit, it would be not in the interest of the country. They also ran a government with the PDP for a few years. It collapsed. But while they were running it, they were also trying to balance it. So I think it's only fair that they allow the Congress and NC to run an effective government in the national interest rather than trying to undermine it. So I hope they don't do that.
But politics is not fair sometimes.
Yes, but Jammu and Kashmir is an unusually and a very sensitive state.
But I think the question is, let's assume that politics is not fair, and this is going to be something that adds fodder to the future of, assembly election campaigns that are going to take place. How would you counter it?
Well, we would explain to the people of Jammu and Kashmir how this is actually undermining their interests, and we will counter it. The people of Jammu and the people of Kashmir are entitled to statehood. They're entitled to benefits. They have huge problems of joblessness. They have a huge problem, bijli, pani, sadak, all of these bread and butter issues. The second highest youth unemployment in India is in Jammu and Kashmir. Yeah. There's a huge problem with drugs. So these are the issues that this government is being elected, assuming it is elected as it looks like, to solve. So if someone tries to distract this, it is against the people's interest in Jammu and Kashmir, and we will bring it to the people.
I've just got a message from somebody in Jammu. Says if the NC Congress form the government in J&K, the popular opinion is that development will take a hit as J&K needs funds from the center, and if funds dry up, it could be in a similar position as some other states where the government would struggle to even pay salaries. So there's a fear of central funds drying up.
Yeah, fear of reprisal.
Central government, if it actually cuts funds to Jammu and Kashmir because the opposition ruling is acting against the national interest, and therefore we will bring it to the people if that happens. Hopefully it won't happen.
Just one second, Maya. Success has many fathers, so now that NC Congress are getting a majority on its own in Jammu and Kashmir, nobody will make these points, but I think the Congress campaign actually was focusing on Haryana and neglected not just Kashmir but even Jammu. And on 5 seats at least, Congress and NC are fighting a friendly contest. They couldn't even have a neat alliance, right? And this could have risked them reaching a majority. But now that they're reaching a majority, these points will not be raised.
But also, you're talking about statehood, benefits, bijli, pani, sadak, unemployment, drugs. There is a demand from the NC about domicile laws as well. So, in a sense, even if 370 is off the table, the rights accorded under 35A are something that they want back on the table. And this is, it originates, I'm not going to go into a history lesson on Jammu and Kashmir, but it originates in post-independence, the way the populations moved around the state as well. So, what would be the Congress position in something like that?
So there is a sentiment in Jammu and in Kashmir that since the central rule was imposed, the rights of the people have been infringed, and a lot of outsiders have gotten very large contracts. They've got land allocations. A lot of the state's resources have been given to outsiders. So there is a feeling both in the valley and in Jammu and other parts of the state that this is the case. And in our manifesto, in the Congress manifesto, we said we will address this. Now, how we will address this is to be discussed when the government is formed and in the common minimum program. But there is no doubt that there is a sentiment that needs to be addressed.
Now, at this moment, 75 to 80% of the seats have had 4 rounds or more. Counting. 80%. It's only 20% that are under 4 rounds. In Haryana. Sorry. Yeah, so it's 50-34.
Yeah, and the trend is the same way. The trend hasn't shifted. It's anything the BJP is marginally inching higher. So difficult to turn around
like this in
16, so 8 or 10 seats you got to turn around.
So what, Dorab, serious question, what is the future of exit polls? Because they got the Lok Sabha completely wrong.
Let me ask you a question. Why didn't you and I do an exit poll? We compared accounting, why did we do an exit poll?
We did Lok Sabha and we got it right?
No, we got it right because we did ourselves. My question is, these polls are becoming more and more difficult to do. The logistics are more difficult, and most important, unlike in America, the guy tells you he's going to vote or not vote. Turnout makes such a big difference. If younger people turn out more, women turn out more, and fights are getting tighter and tighter. Fights are getting more one-to-one fights in practical terms. So it's just
any other excuses for pollsters?
For your poll being wrong that you give.
In the US, they always ask likely voters. Here, I don't think we make that distinction.
In the old days, we used to write likely voters. Likely voters, 99%. So, when we said, if there's a flood, will you vote? Yes. If there's a riot, will you vote? Yes. If it snows, will you vote? Yes. So the guys always said they voted, and then Mantha didn't turn up.
Which thing we have noticed when we go on our pilot surveys to check whether the questions work or not, women voters or women in villages and in small towns don't speak to men. They speak to the women in our group. But most pollsters, 90% are men from a town. And they just...
And it hasn't changed.
That hasn't changed. We did change that in our
not just
Lok Sabha poll.
But journalists also.
So
the only thing that's improved a little bit is the fact that you don't ask now, you give a iPad kind of thing. So at least that much privacy, but still.
Well, why did you say you started it? You can show off
I started with a box, not with a letter. The 1980s with a box and a piece of paper with all the names and stick, put it in the box. Because because that was Bansi Lal, people were terrified of saying anything but Bansi Lal in Haryana, and he lost the election.
In one sense, this is worse than the general election outcome because it's called the wrong
Here are three
leader.
results from
called the wrong
JNK.
winner.
Sorry?
In the general election, at least the party that was ahead was declared as ahead. Here it seems to be the other way around.
One BJP in Jammu. These are three actual full results. 3 out of 90. Kashmir is NC Congress and...
So the majority for 90 is 46, but if they want to get the nominated MLAs not to be a factor, they need to go up to 49.
If it's 53 is what happens, then the LG will go easy on being unreasonable. Because, why take the rap?
Is that the pattern of LGs?
I don't think so.
No, hold it. My question is, if you got 53, then it makes no sense who you nominate.
Right.
So then the odds are you have an excuse for being reasonable. Otherwise, you want to be unreasonable, but why be unreasonable?
But do they want to set a future precedent where they allow the government to nominate?
No, that is another issue, that the governor nominates, he nominates in Pondicherry. But not here, it's not written in the constitution. My question is, should the governor nominate at all? What's the governor got to do with anything?
He should not.
He's just supposed to act on the advice of a council of ministers.
Exactly.
That's it, it's over. He's not supposed to do anything else. And just get the hell out of the Raj Bhavan.
So Shivam, your wonderful analysis when we started on why and all the reasons why Congress was winning.
Well, you called the election.
But I mentioned the party.
The rest of us refused to call the election when you did.
Only time will tell. Speaking of calling elections, we've also got Nilanjan Sarkar with us, who's a political scientist, former colleague at Ashoka, and now with Ahmedabad University. Nilanjan, welcome to Decoder. It's good to speak to you again. Nilanjan, you're seeing the results come in. We're right now debating the value of exit polls, the veracity and the value, both of them. What's your take on the Haryana outcome?
Well, so I think on the outcome and the exit, obviously exit polls are right. There are certain things we knew about where the Congress was going to get vote share. And that has continued, right? So we know that in and around Rohtak, the Jat belt, the Congress held. Where the exit polls seem to have gotten it wrong, they assumed that in other parts of Haryana, the Congress would break in with youth, with mercantile communities in places like Gurgaon and Faridabad. And that clearly, when you look at the map, doesn't seem to have happened. There are lots of reasons. I think you've just been talking about why exit polls go off. The most obvious reason, in some sense, is Occam's razor. They just simply didn't sample well. They're pulling people coming out of the voting booth. They're not sampling women and men properly. They're only sampling people who are the loudest. And we know that in this election, there was one community that was very angry. And so you don't get these sort of silent voters as you're pulling them out of the polling booth, and sometimes you can go way off.
So we can't use Dorab's excuse of a late swing that proved the polls wrong, because these are exit polls. So no late swing.
Absolutely.
Remember
The exit polls going wrong is just means, you know.
Have you ever used late swing for an exit poll also?
For an exit poll to go wrong, the only issue is to be sampling. Sampling is very difficult. You know, the guys
All
who
the
come in the
voters are not
morning
telling the
are
truth.
different from the guys who come in the afternoon.
Or the respondents are not telling the truth.
That is a possibility, but you're giving them this, so you make it easier for them. But also, you know, the kind of people who, the flow, say 100 people come an hour in the morning, 50 come in the afternoon. The chances of, the probabilities get all screwed up. It really is an extremely difficult job to do. So sometimes you get it right, when you're lucky.
We always get it right.
You're always lucky.
So, Nilanjan, if you have thoughts on why the election could be turning in favor of the BJP, given the exit polls for Haryana, what would you ascribe this to?
So look, I mean, the question for the Congress party was always going to be, is it going to be able to move beyond the Jat community and sort of angry farmers, right? And, you know, Haryana is actually a far more complicated state. It is urbanized in pockets next to Delhi. There are large mercantile communities. It is, some part of it is Punjabi, some part of it is Haryanvi. So there are many, many complex factors in a state like that. I think there was a disproportionate focus on a small set of communities, which were also the loudest, right? So that created the bias, the exit polls. And so people's imagination of where the Congress was and how far ahead the Congress was simply far off, because they were just simply listening to the loudest voices. In fact, had somebody, so I'll say this, you know, I had done a show for you guys actually on the exit polls, and same thing, showing Haryana was you know, shooting ahead for Congress. But when I had visited Haryana, a lot of people had felt that the elections had actually gotten close, that the Congress had actually kind of messed up things. And that's actually what many of us were hearing on the ground. So come exit poll day, you're seeing something completely different and the narrative is shifting, right? So perhaps what people were hearing on the ground quietly, that things are looking closer, it's not the Congress sweep that people were initially imagining, was closer to reality. And it's the exit polls and their inability to capture silent voters, those who don't speak coming out of the polling booth, that seem to have done them in.
Right, Nilanjan, thanks. Stay with us.
I just wanted to, sorry, just follow up one thing, Nilanjan. We did a massive exit poll for the Lok Sabha elections, and it was pretty accurate. It said 257 seats for the BJP. They got 240, but it didn't say 350. And for Haryana, it was spot on. So what my earlier point was that people are lying, but why didn't they lie at the Lok Sabha? Something has changed. I mean, if the exit polls are wrong, what was the reason? It's probably not people lying.
Results hold. It will be the first time that
I think it's bad sampling.
Sorry.
Bad sampling.
It will be the first time that this century that the BJP will have, Vidhan Sabha will have outperformed the Lok Sabha. They've got 44, 45 segments in the Lok Sabha. They're going to hitting 49 segments of Vidhan Sabha. They've normally been way behind. The Lok Sabha is way better than the Vidhan Sabha.
So one of the factors, Nilanjan, sorry, takes me many years ago when we were doing a pilot survey in Karnataka, and the party that had won in the center eventually turned out lost badly in the assembly. And it took me back to a person I interviewed on the pilot, and he had just come down from a coconut tree, and I said, who are you voting for? And he said, not the people that won at the Lok Sabha. I said, why? Why not? He said, because if we had only one pan dukan in our village, he could charge whatever price he wants. We need two to counter each other. So he was voting for the different party to win the assembly, and maybe that happened in Haryana. They want somebody else.
He's voting for the same party.
There is
Yeah, that's true. Sorry.
He's ordered enough enough dukans.
Right.
Right. We also have Azan Javed joining us from Srinagar, and we've been joined in the studio by Swati Chaturvedi, senior journalist. Swati, before I come to you, just go to Azan. He's been waiting for a while. If I can ask you, Azan Javed, the leads that have come in, the results that are beginning to come in from Jammu and Kashmir, along expected lines, because when I was in Srinagar a couple of weeks ago, there was some concern about it being a hung assembly. The exit polls also had seemed to bear that out, but the leads are showing a very clear win for the National Conference and Congress combined.
Actually, to be honest, the exit polls were something that were agreed upon by most of the journalists here, including me. This is definitely much more than what the NC would have been expecting. We were expecting NC to get a comfortable 32, 33, but if they're able to cross 40, that is definitely even more than their own expectations. I spoke to a number of National Conference leaders who were themselves hoping that they would cross 35, and their realistic assessment was in fact 32 to 33. Of course, they were complaining about Congress campaign in Jammu. And if Jammu, we were expecting Congress to have more than 12 seats, actually less than 15 and more than 12. So they have just performed right about what we were expecting, in fact lesser. So the thing about the hung assembly bit is that a lot of people here are sure that it is not going to be a hung assembly. It is definitely going to be an uncomfortable alliance where PDP will offer support and other regional parties will reluctantly give support. Essentially because all of them have been out of power for almost a decade. PDP was last in power in 2018. So I think there was a kind of a consensus among them also internally that they would, whatever come May, they would form the government, whether they like it or not, they will have to be there. But I think from what the early trends suggest that NC and Congress might not need a support. There was a definite reluctance from NC's side with regards to PDP offering support, and I don't think PDP will. Our own expectations of PDP was 5 to 6 seats, and we were expecting some of their bastions falling out of their grasp, and that is exactly what has happened. But NC, I think, will be more than happy right now, definitely, if they're able to get the majority, and especially without the support of PDP, they're going to be definitely happy.
Do you expect problems with the centre after this? What is the immediate future for Kashmir, do you feel?
I think, we have examples of Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, but this is Kashmir. It is not going to be very easy for the central government to kind of adopt the same strategy that they have in New Delhi, because it is, at the end of the day, it is a place hit with conflict, and they need local politicians more than the BJP needs Aam Aadmi Party politicians in Delhi. They need Mr. Faruk Abdullah and Umar Abdullah to speak about foreign affairs time to time, and mostly about security concerns. So it is going to be a give and take. Of course, BJP is going to do its own politics, but the general mood within the NC is that the BJP, in fact, a senior leader recently told me that the BJP has made such a hue and cry about this being one of the biggest elections in Jammu and Kashmir and the turnout. So if at all the BJP intends to stop work of NC or whatever they plan to do, it is going to kind of they will have a backlash that the mandate has been given by the people, where people would not even vote. The voting percentages have been something that have been appreciated by the Prime Minister himself, Amit Shah, everyone. So it is definitely, the NC is not very, very concerned about it. But of course, it is going to be a tense relationship. It has been a long time since August 5, and a lot of things have happened. So I think NC will be looking to have a very aggressive approach with the centre.
Engineers, well, not party, but all the independent candidates, we tracked all of them. They've not done well at all. And he did so well in the Lok Sabha election. What changed?
We actually, Lok Sabha was very surprising for us as well, because the campaign was only 1 week long, and when we went to polling booths in North Kashmir, I think by 9:30 it was very clear that Engineer Rashid is winning. But all of the people that Engineer who were voting for him, they were very clear in their mind that they were voting to get one person out of jail. They could relate with Engineer Rashid, because many have been jailed in the past 5 years and in the 3 decades. So they could relate that, okay, this is our chance. We can exercise our agency and help one person to get out of it. And I think Kashmiris have kind of got a psychological victory out of it. The people who voted for him, he's out of jail, although he's in bail, but largely it is an interim bail which can be extended. So there is a psychological victory. This election, people have voted for winnable candidates, people who can win actually. And Engineer Rashid, as Aam Aadmi once used to face that problem, that it was one man's party, and slowly, obviously, they have developed leadership. I was expecting at least one candidate. We were expecting here. I mean, I can speak on behalf of some of the few colleagues of mine. We were expecting at least them giving a good fight in Kulgam to MY Taregami. But that is right now, Taregami is leading in that seat. I don't think entire Jamaat has voted. They have a decent number of cadre, and I don't think because their own assessment was that they would want 20 to 25,000 votes in Kulgam, where there are around 1,20,000 votes. So they were expecting that if they would get 25, it would be very easy for them. But I think there is a lot of confusion with regards to whether it is the entire Jamaat that has come to elections, whether it is the entire Jamaat that wants to be part of the elections. I think there's a lot of division, and that is what has cost them the only seat, I think, as of now, that they could have won actually.
If I can just ask you one question, I mean, the leads may have changed, but there was a toss-up between the BJP candidate and an independent candidate in Shopian in South Kashmir. What are you hearing about that, and what's your reading of that result or those leads?
No, the BJP, there is a local candidate. His name is Javed Qadri. He's been working. He's been sort of a local leader, and it's mostly not because he's associated with the BJP. It is mostly his own personal reputation that has helped him get these votes. But I think, as you said, it is very early for it. I still think that NC might perform well there as well. There are a lot of independent candidates who are close to NC, as we say. So I think that seat also will be very difficult. BJP realistically was never expecting to win any of the two seats. They had a lead in Gurez. They were sorry, in the Lok Sabha polls they were second. The only seat perhaps in Jammu and Kashmir where they were second in that assembly segment. But speaking to their local leadership, I'm not talking about the central leadership. They were very realistic about their approach. But they were hoping that they would their independents and some friendlier parties, as they say, parties who work in national interest, if they would support them here, they would be able to form or at least reach the majority mark. But I think BJP was very realistic in their approach, to be honest. The state leadership, at least, they were realistic. If you notice, since yesterday or day before yesterday, the local leadership have been consistently saying that it's a good election for us, and we're hoping that we'll cross 30, we'll reach 35. So now this is the actual toll which they were initially targeting, and before Mr. Ram Madhav arrived, and they were expecting much lower. Had it not been Congress's bad campaigning tactics in Jammu, they would have definitely, it would be very difficult for BJP to reach 25 in our assessment.
Thanks very much. I hope you'll join us again as things develop during the day, but it was very, very interesting perspective you gave us. Now, Maya Mirchandani said she doesn't want to ask questions anymore. She wants to give Gyan. So she's one of our specialists. Gyan, she's writing a book on Kashmir, writing a book on Haryana next.
No, not Haryana. I'm not writing a book on Haryana.
And we are joined by the one and only Red Mike. Lovely to have you here again. And now I can just relax.
Yes. You forgot the thing that you always say.
What?
It's time for you to work hard.
Pretend to work. Never do work hard.
Very fine distinction.
But that's an art which I should teach you one day.
I would love to learn.
Now tell us, Swati, Your perspective on this Haryana turnaround. At the beginning, it was like all the exit polls seemed to be spot on, and all the analysts also seem. Now it's just totally the other way around.
It's exactly what you said, that the Congress always defeats the Congress. Before one vote was cast, the Congress was deciding who's going to be chief minister. The arrogance, the hubris, the Congress always seems to think that it is the natural party of governance. Unfortunately, the voters have disagreed now for three. Mr. Modi's third term, and the Congress has learned no lessons. This is the first time in Haryana that, Mr. Khattar, to use a very Haryanvi term, it was called the Khachar Sarkar. I don't want to translate. I think the viewers will get what I mean. Despite that, if the BJP wins, I think it's the Congress defeating the Congress. You had Bhupender Singh Huda deciding who his cabinet was going to be. You had Kumari Shelja sulking away. Now you have Anil Vij of the BJP who says he's going to be CM. He is trailing behind an independent who the Congress did not give a ticket to. The Congress candidate in that seat, Ambala, is a distant third. So, terrible ticket selection, groupism, the endemic, Congress entitlement, arrogance, and, we are once in the future, power of any kind of governance. And, the amount of triumphalism we saw in the campaign, that, we are winning, we are coming back.
Right. I think we have Mr. Pawan Kheda of the Congress party, along with Mr. Dubey. He would be able to shed some more light on what exactly went wrong in Haryana if we arrive at this conclusion that this is what it is. There will be no dramatic swing.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Right now we are.
Pawanji, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, Dr. Roy. Right now we are taking our issue to the Election Commission of not updating the rounds of counting as they have done in Kashmir, but they are not doing in Haryana. We are still on the 8th round in the Election Commission, on the Election Commission website, whereas 12, 13 rounds have already been counted. A lot of mismatch. So we are taking it up. So let's discuss and analyze the victory or the defeat maybe after 4 o'clock or after 5 o'clock.
Interesting. What do you think? What have you appealed to them? There's something wrong in the software, in the connectivity, or there's something deliberate?
Commission website, like in the Lok Sabha elections on several seats, they had slowed it down, and then our delegation with Abhishek Singhvi ji and Jairamji went to the Election Commission and raised these questions, and then they were forced to sort of update the website. The entire state of Haryana, you are seeing on every seat, they are still showing the 8th round, whereas 13 rounds have already taken place.
Mr. Kheda, what are the reports that you are getting? I'm sure you must be getting reports from your candidates, from your party, from the ground, all the agents of the political parties who are there at many of these polling booths. So even if the EC doesn't update its website, I'm sure you must be getting your own assessment.
Getting very positive reports from 50 to 55 seats even now from our counting agents, from our candidates, from their agents. But therefore, we want to question the Election Commission. Why are you not updating your website?
What is your estimate, Mr. Khera, the number of seats you're leading in?
Estimates and exit polls, so I won't comment on that, but we are very confident of winning Haryana.
Current estimates as of now as to what you are getting from your own people. What is their estimate?
We should be comfortably forming the government is what our collective estimate is.
Which is that right? Has that been more than 45 seats?
As I said, comfortable, yes.
Fine. Because you are 34 now as per the data we're getting. That's very, very slow.
Mr. Kheda, what would you say about the assessment which has already begun of perhaps infighting costing you dearly? This could have been...
So, all that is the domain of experts and journalists, not of political workers. So I wouldn't indulge into that kind of an analysis. It's not my brief.
We'll ask Dorab, okay, after this. Now, but tell me, are you saying that in many places that 13 rounds have been counted, but the Election Commission site is only showing 8 rounds? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. And you haven't complimented us for Jammu and Kashmir. I'm waiting.
There's no problem with the election commission there.
That's a stark difference in the way election commission is uploading on Jammu and Kashmir and not uploading on Haryana.
But is that true? Durab, is that true?
About the same in both the states approximately.
Yeah. And it's 9 now in Haryana.
No, but yes, congratulations in Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you.
Is it going to be a difficult...
I had to snatch this out of you.
You really had to force it. Yeah. Because I was worried you'd say some other Hera Feri was happening in Jammu and Kashmir also. Otherwise, you might have got 90 seats. No, but
So
seriously,
we'll catch up again, say after 5 o'clock. Let things settle down. Let's hope that the election commission updates its website. And I think they're now on round 9, whereas 15 rounds have been counted.
Yeah, they're 9 now. Correct. That's
just give us one example of one constituency, where like 15 rounds or 14 rounds and you're in the lead, but the election commission is on round 8 and it's showing the BJP in the lead. One constituency, and we'll follow up on that.
I'm giving you a constituency of Vinesh Fogart. For 3 hours, all the channels and the election commission kept showing her as trailing. Whereas from the counting center, we had clear information that she was leading by 4,000 odd votes. And now it's, of course, increased even more. So I'm just giving you one example. There was Kethal. There were so many other examples where the election commission website showed our candidate as trailing, whereas the candidate was leading.
Right.
What could be the motive behind something like this, Mr. Kheda, according to you? Is this deliberate or is this perhaps a software malfunction? Because, one would choose to believe that this is just delaying the inevitable. Ultimately, the result will be declared.
No, if there are marginal seats, if the gap is just 500 or 1,000 votes, this is how they try and pressurize the administration and try and demoralize our counting agents so that we just leave our posts and go away and they can do what they can with the help of the administration. We won't allow that.
This is the first time I've heard of this. Have you heard of this before?
Never heard of this.
This is a new one.
No,
So has happened before?
Savisachi Das's paper, which looked at UP, found that in seats where state officials are in control of the booths and where the count is very close, there is a disproportionate counting. In a mathematical distribution, you would expect them to fall roughly on equal size, that it would tilt towards the BJP. And he found this in UP and I think in other states, I don't remember exactly. So this phenomenon that we are concerned about does have a past.
But we still don't know who's the face. We still don't know who's the face of these results. Is it Mr. Nadda or is it Mr. Modi for BJP? Because Mr. Nadda comes.
Depends on who wins.
Yeah, Mr. Nadda is always the default face.
But if the BJP does come back in Haryana for the 3rd time, this will be a surprise for the BJP itself.
The BJP will be shocked.
Mr. Khattar, Mr. Saini,
Mr. Modi, who's only addressed, this time he only addressed 4 meetings. The last time around it was 10. Yeah. So I think even he is going to be...
Apparently the posters, he wasn't a major face.
He wasn't a major face. It was Phir Ek Baar BJP Sarkar, not Modi. The mention of Modi was not there.
And no double engine.
No double engine. But you see, there is another theory. If this does consolidate the way it is consolidating, could this be a case of the SC vote, which is about 22% of the population, fearing the domination of the Jats again, which is about 20,
Nobody knows, 20-25%.
Around 20 to 20. You add Jat 6, about 25%. So could this be that polarization at play?
But the question is that polarization could have gone to Mayawati,
Correct.
who's tied up with
Or
NLD,
Chandrasekhar.
or to Chandrasekhar.
Correct.
So this time there were better contenders for the SC vote.
Yes.
It wasn't Mayawati, let's be honest, she looks like a dead force. But the other gentleman, Chandrasekhar, is coming up, but they could have gone to those parties. Why would they go to the BJP?
We did a survey of the Lok Sabha elections and by caste, and it was an accurate survey. It's on our snippets, and it showed that the Dalits had switched away from the BJP to the Congress in Haryana. Of course, the Jats as well. There was like a a 40% swing.
Wow,
And the
that's
Dalits
big.
was a 22% swing towards the Congress in the Lok Sabha. Now, why would they have gone back in this? I mean, obviously, there has been some change.
And within 4 months.
We can ask Nilanjan that. Nilanjan, I don't know if you heard that in our exit poll, which was exit poll of the Lok Sabha, which was reasonably accurate. I think one of the finest polls done by Cicero I've seen. And it showed that the Dalits had switched 20% swing towards the Congress in Haryana. Why would they have switched back in this election?
So I think we don't know for sure, because the exit polls were showing that the Dalits had stayed with the Congress, right? And clearly the exit polls have missed.
Showing off about our exit poll, how accurate it was. Go back to that. Well, the exit poll forecast 5-5 and forecast overall for all India 257, not 350, and the result was 240. That's within. Very upset with those 17 seats, you know. But anyway. Just if we can go on to the next graphic. Sorry, just next one after this. So here, the overall swing in Haryana towards the Congress was 12% away from the BJP and 7% away from others, and 19%. And it became bipolar with the top two 20. But it also showed. Just one sec. Now, if we stop here, this showed the Jats and OBCs. Jats 40% swing from the BJP to the Congress, and even Yadavs, Gujars. Now let's move on to the scheduled caste. Yeah, let's hold it there. You can see scheduled caste swing to the Congress, averaging 25%. Valmiki's 22, Jatavs 18, and Dalit Sikhs 36. So what I was just asking you was, why would this change, as you just said, in such a short time?
120 days.
I mean, look, I think that one obvious issue is that there was a question about whether the BJP would amend the constitution, which played, in a big way with the Dalit community in the national election. Because it's a state election, the constitutional change issue is not really out there. Perhaps it is a case where those areas and the Dalit communities and the parties they were already devoted to played larger in this state election than they did in the national election. So there was an actual reason for Dalit communities to shift away from the BJP in the national election, and that reason was not present this time. That being said, unfortunately, we have no data to go on because the exit polls missed so badly, and the exit polls showed that the Dalits were going to stay with the Congress party. That we'll have to go back and do a little bit of field work in these Dalit areas and try to go back to some of these polling booths and see what actually happened.
Around 15-20% shifted to the Congress overall. If you remove this lot, there's still a hell of a lot of shift to the Congress. Enough for the, they are 22% of the population. If 25% of them shift, it's 4%. But the shift to the Congress was very much higher than that. So the others also shifted. Now, why did they go back if these results are correct?
And which is why I come back to that question. Is this fear that there will be a Jat chief minister and then there will be a Jat domination, and thus a fear in the Dalit community in Haryana that we need to stop this?
Which wasn't true in the Lok Sabha election.
Which wasn't true because this factor never existed. And imagine all of this.
One more, if you can switch to the forward cast, just to see the forward cast. There was no swing to the Congress, but the Brahmins and the Banyas, 8% and 5% swing. But the Rajputs and Punjabis.
Yeah, see, Punjabis mostly in the GT road belt. That is the BJP stronghold. And the Rajputs, you find them in the Ahirwal South Haryana belt. So this is all BJP dominated areas.
And the BJP was very keen that it did not become BJP versus Congress only. It wanted, the regional parties, the Dalits, the Mayavatis, the Chandrasekhar Azads, because they were scared of and the Congress was, the way they ran the campaign, it was real Jat consolidation. You saw Bhupender Huda as the front and center and his son as the front and center of the entire campaign, which could have actually worked against the Congress here.
Mr. Javed Ansari is also with us, senior journalist. Mr. Ansari, do you really, were you also, or are you still surprised with what is happening in Haryana? I mean, with Agniveer, farmers, one really thought that Kangana Ranaut, I mean, wrestlers, everything seemed to be stacked in favor of the Congress and stacked against the BJP, and yet these results.
Yeah, so it's perhaps one of the most astonishing results of my 40-year career in journalism. It's a major turnaround for the BJP to be able to pull back to, snatch, to be able to pull back from the brink is amazing. And you can always trust the Congress to botch it up. Everything that could possibly have gone wrong for the BJP went. And despite all that, the BJP has produced the result, or is likely to produce the result that it wanted. You have to give it to them. And for the Congress, perhaps some of the things that, like Swati was saying, the Jats were front and center. The sidelining of one of the things with Mr. Huda is that he's without doubt the tallest leader in the Congress party in Haryana, but is this stark inability to take everybody else along. So the first he saw of Kuldeep Bishnoi, then Kiran Chaudhary, sidelining Shelja. He and Shelja at one point of time were great friends. Dipinder Huda actually got married from Shelja's house in Soneri Bagh Lane when she was a minister. But now they just seem to have fallen apart, so much apart that they don't even talk to each other. So all this fear of the Jat vote, the sidelining of SC/ST leaders and everybody else just contributed.
Javed, it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much for sparing the time and coming
I
on.
have finally realized the dream of sharing screen space with you. But I'm happy that you're no longer a part of this exit poll business, because apart from all of us getting wrong, now this is high time that exit pollsters must exit the scene.
No, but even if we got it wrong, Rab always has an excuse, late swing.
Yeah, late swing. It's now we realize not just Indian batsmen, but Indian pollsters also can't deal with late swing well.
No, but seriously, I'm very interested to hear you say that this is one of the most astonishing results you've had in your 40 years and of journalism, and a lot of those 40 years were on elections in the field. Exactly. We met together in these various rallies, and you actually studied it quite a lot, which is unusual for a journalist, but chalo.
That's very kind of you. Cut my teeth, politics, and here it is.
But it's most astonishing.
Absolutely it is. And the only parallel that comes close is the time when Kamal Nath became chief minister. That was also a very close election. But then nobody predicted this kind of a runaway victory for the Congress.
Astonishing from what point of view?
I mean, just look at the difference. Everybody was saying the BJP, all the BJP will be left fighting for is the crumbs. And now here, they've not after, this is the third election, they'll win consecutively and they're doing very well for themselves. Whereas it's the Congress which is playing catch up.
But
so,
we have Maharashtra coming up.
I just want to say, make one small point. Even journalists covering BJP, I don't even remember them giving the BJP a chance.
Right. Sorry, Swati.
No, I just want to say that, like Devendra Fadnavis completed a full tenure as Maharashtra CM, had no qualms, quietly became Deputy CM. Now, that is a kind of will to power. Now, in Haryana, what we had was an artificial situation for the past 10 years, where the Hudas fought everybody else in the Congress for supremacy. So, you had a leadership which said that we don't care whether we fail or whatever in the Gandhi family, which is like the final referee of the Congress party, or the High Command said that, we are putting all our eggs in the Huda basket. Now, that has clearly upset a lot of the Dalit leaders and also the voters, because the Hudas, if you remember, have been comprehensively rejected, not once but twice. So in the BJP, you change your leaders, you get rid of your dirty laundry. Here, you've created an artificial situation where it's the Hudas or bust.
Dorab has got some interesting vote information. Javed, listen to Dorab's vote information.
Congress still leading by 1% in vote. and down 13 seats.
Did you hear that, Javed? The Congress is ahead 1% ahead of the BJP in votes by 1%, but is 13 seats less.
Yes, Dr. Roy, but what matters is the seats. It's not the number of votes.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
In the ultimate analysis, what matters is the number of seats.
So in a situation like this, what seems to have happened is that your INLDs, your JJPs and BSP and Azad Samaj and even a lot of these independents, you know, those rebels who broke down, cried. Huh?
They are the biggest. The independents are 10%. AAP is 1%, JJP is 1.4%. Independents are the big guys, 10%.
Exactly. You know, this is going to be a loss of face not for the Gandhis. This will be a loss of face for Mr. Huda, who literally railroaded and bulldozed each and every decision.
Totally correct. Absolutely.
The Congress leadership wanted him to have an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. He said no. The Congress wanted Miss Kumari Shelja and her candidates accommodated. He said no. Many of these things, and his campaign, by the way, it revolved around, and this is a quote which you could hear in many of the Huda rallies, Jat Naujawan Kisan Pahalwan. And unfortunately, it now appears that in the Jat Naujawan Kisan Pahalwan, it unfortunately appears that all of this perhaps ticked off the SCs.
There are some Congress members who are brave to sit here and listen to your
analysis,
deep analysis.
So what I'll say is that that's for you to do the analysis, but your viewers should know is the Congress party has written to the Election Commission challenging and questioning the delay in reporting of the results. Our information is that out of 15 rounds, only 9 rounds are being reported on the website. And that in some seats, we've observed that the count is different further down as more rounds have been done. So the picture remains, but your viewers should know that the Congress party is challenging the delay.
Sure. I think Amitabh, but you should say the figures I'm getting are from an independent organization that all the channels subscribe to. So we have nothing to do with the Election Commission. And what we are showing at the moment was what I told you. That was just one second. I'll give you the rounds. Our round summary, it shows that more than...
I think finish the biscuit in your mouth and we'll come back to
there are only 10 rounds, 10 places in Haryana where more than 10 rounds have been counted. You know,
10 out of 90.
Yeah, 10 out of 90. Right. That's what we are getting. And we have nothing to do with the EC. You know, he calls out the numbers which the representative sends to all agencies, and then the EC guy does his own thing and sends the data to the EC.
So what percentage of the vote has been counted?
That we don't know.
Almost 50%. 10 rounds out of 19 means...
We don't really know.
Not all of them. Some will be less.
Some will be less. In some seats will be less, some more.
Yeah.
Depends on when it's, start.
But usually I think results tend to solidify around this time. So,
but only if they're coming at a consistent rate.
Yeah. It is much lower than normal.
But this is a brand new allegation.
By the way, if this allegation is correct, it is
massive.
Massive.
Absolutely. Because and you talk about one nation, one election, you can't count Haryana. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of one nation, one election are you punting for if you can't even, tiny state? I mean, it's like a blip. And you can't even get this right. It's pathetic. And it's now it's 12:30. They should have been done and dusted.
You see, the Election Commission has come under a lot of criticism in the case of Haryana with ordering the release on parole of Gurmeet Ram Rahim. This was not the Haryana government's doing.
Yeah.
Now the administration was reporting to the EC. The application went to the EC. They said yes. And then he gave this call that the votes of...
As usual, Twitter is predictably saying Mohabbat ki dukaan versus love charger. But how much did his cry really help?
Yeah. It did not work in 2024.
Yeah, but did it work this time around? Because
okay, now just a second. We've got some interesting data on the success rate or the win rate of sitting MLAs who are recontesting and new candidates. And you can see for the BJ, overall, new candidates are doing much better. There's an anti-incumbency for sitting MLAs. 36% at the bottom line you can see overall. 36% of sitting MLAs win, while 64% of new candidates are winning.
Did I see wrong? 60, 50, average 36.
No, we have to check
I think
this.
it's reversed. Could not be reversed, but this is not correct.
But can we recheck these figures?
Please.
Of course, these are weighted averages at the bottom, but
But you know what Sanket was saying, in the case of Haryana, a lot of the independents are the ones who didn't get tickets from the Congress and the BJP. So they were actually party guys who basically last minute decided because they didn't get the ticket. So that the very famous case of the Congress where Huda denied, as Sanket was saying, a lot of people tickets, and similarly in the BJP also.
And they stood as independent.
Yes, they did.
The vice president of the BJP in Gurgaon.
Correct, absolutely. He wept and wailed and then stood as
you give
independent.
Gyan?
On Haryana.
I think
That's being very, very. I notice a distinct classist undertone, elitism, elitism against Haryana. What do you mean, Maya?
I want to say I come from the Republic of South India, but anyway.
Please do not take on this Guru. Don't attack Gurugram.
No, I mean, I've just been watching the results. I've been looking at the details of the Kashmir results coming in. So that's where I've been focused. And what I've seen is that in spite of all the analysis about the Jammu region and the Congress making headway, the 8 seats they're leading in are mostly in the valley. I think there's 1 seat in the Jammu region, that Raman Bhalla's, where they're doing okay. So we're looking at a polarized verdict, irrespective of what happens in the assembly and who forms the government.
Yeah.
I think that's a hurdle. I don't know how even the Congress government is, Congress in the government.
It's very clear, no, who's forming the government.
Yeah.
Jammu Kashmir.
NC
I think
Congress.
the bigger story is going to be how is Jammu going to be represented in the cabinet.
True.
Because this representation will largely come from the Congress.
There's only one person so far.
No, that's not true.
No,
A
that's
lot of
not
the
true.
Jammu seats are from the Pir Panjal and Chanab.
But not
areas.
where, I mean, I'm looking at the map and the leads are not for the Congress there. So,
But I think what I feel is bad is that a part of the state should not feel there is unrepresented.
Exactly.
You shouldn't have a state where certain part feels I am never going
so
to
the
get it.
national conference
Break up the
has a
state,
few
do
seats
whatever,
in the
but you
Jammu.
can't have this.
But the Congress now.
It just creates unnecessary
And
unhappiness.
all of this has happened despite delimitation and rearranging. And all of
That
this
is not
still
the, I'm sorry, despite delimitation, you're talking about gerrymandering. That is, the answer is if the two states are completely culturally different, make two separate
Make two
states.
separate states.
I mean, you took Andhra, which was culturally much more similar, and broke it into two.
Broke
it up.
And why not break up? Nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Yeah.
people must have a chance to govern. You can't perpetually put them out of governance.
Absolutely.
Of
And you've
course
done, you've already done so much with Article 370, etc. Then why not this? I completely agree with you here. Absolutely.
And you see, in terms of weightage, Jammu is what, 43? 43 seats,
Yeah.
and Kashmir is 47.
Right.
It's not like they're very far behind in their
Well,
numbers.
Jammu's added 6 in this assembly election.
Yeah.
But Jammu still never gets a chance. So, that's what Dorab is saying is absolutely true.
Yeah.
That, let them also get a shot at doing, running their own state.
Fair point. But I think that's a question for whichever elected government comes into play.
Well, I think it's clear which elected government is coming in Jammu and
Yes,
Kashmir.
no, what I mean is we're not going to...
change.
Only time will tell.
Only Haryana.
I think what I,
fluid
meant
situation.
is, what I meant is that in terms of the representation from Jammu, even in the elected assembly and the government, not the assembly.
I completely agree with your point. Any government in Jammu and Kashmir has to reflect both Jammu and Kashmir, has to govern for both Jammu and Kashmir. We have correct, and in fact, the Congress party had more candidates in Jammu, and in many ways is a more of a Jammu-based party. Although we do have support now strong in Kashmir. So the government will have to ensure, and the Congress party will have a role here, that the aspirations and desires of the voters of Jammu are also reflected in the government's policy. So there can be no doubt that that has to be one of the objectives.
But the central government does listen to Dorab quite a lot, so they may split the
government
states.
is what we're talking about. I need to be represent government, not just people do something for me.
So you think
but
it may happen? They may split the state?
Well, you split many other states.
Let's never second guess Amit Shah. Amit Shah has the ability to not shock just us, he also shocks Mr. Modi at times. So let's never.
Yeah.
Javed, please add some in-depth insights to this. To Dorab's, yeah, go ahead.
As far as Mr. Dorab's suggestion is concerned, I don't think that will happen. They will never bifurcate Jammu and Kashmir for the same reason that they've never granted Western UP a separate. They haven't allowed Haryana Pradesh or whatever you call it, and we have it from no less than Mr. L.K. Advani. We were once sitting in Central Hall. There were a few journalists who were pretty close to him, and they asked him, "There's this big demand. Ajit Singh is agitating for Haryana Pradesh. Why don't you allow it?" He says, "No, we will never allow it, because that will be a Muslim majority state, and we can't afford it." So if they couldn't afford, if they never gave in to the demand in Western UP, you think they will ever allow a Muslim majority state right on the border with Pakistan? I don't think that will ever happen.
Interesting, yeah.
I mean, that would sort of overturn everything historically if for Jammu and Kashmir
That
if
the
they were
BJP
to do
doesn't
that.
mind. The BJP loves overturning everything historically, and that's the reason they exist.
But not the division of the state. I don't see that happening, personally.
In fact, if I remember, Mayawati, Javed, actually
she
proposed 3 states.
Four states.
Four, was it?
Four.
Including Uttarakhand, you mean?
No, Bundelkhand, Haryana Pradesh, Awadh Pradesh and Purvanchal.
And the huge states. And Bundelkhand from Madhya Pradesh can come with the Bundelkhand.
Yeah.
No, these were actual states which the British just drew lines and separated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I mean,
we can.
They have a cultural heritage.
We can discuss bifurcation of states. Maybe.
Whereas these chairs are?
You don't know which flag. No flag.
In Haryana, okay.
This is Haryana. I think it's pretty clear this is the BJP.
Jalebi or samosa?
Yeah. So by the way, there was.
They're looking shocked.
Congress headquarters at 9:30. And then.
Now the Tirupati laddus are on the way.
Happy when with a surprise good news.
Yeah.
My God. This is, and by the way, now, I hate to say this, Amitabh, but it's been 49:34 for 3 hours.
Yeah.
The results have been updating so slowly.
We're still holding on to that faint vestige of hope.
It's a question of how big the majorities are.
Yeah.
And can we see that graphic? But the one with the how many seats with less than 1,000 votes difference?
Yeah, let's see.
We have that.
Can we see those marginal seats updated
the tight
again?
ones. The tight.
Yeah. Okay. We'll come to that. But overall, I agree with Javed. Javed, this is, never seen something like this. Such a turnaround. People on the ground saying the clear victory. And, people who are really good at analysis just saw the exact opposite of this, let alone the exit polls.
Yeah, in fact, nobody got it right. I don't know if anybody who may have got it right, who may have read the trend right, or may have polled it right.
Yeah.
As far as the marginal seats are concerned, if the past is anything to go by, it usually goes in favor of the party that is leading. And in this case, the BJP. Most of these seats, if you see, will go to the party will go to the party that is leading. So I won't be surprised if a majority of those close contests also go the BJP's way. But however which way this happens, the eventual numbers pan out. One thing is clear: there is no sweep, leave alone for the Congress, even for the BJP, and that's the only thing that the Congress can take consolation from. But because this is an election for theirs to lose, and by all accounts, they've gone and lost it.
Right. We'll show you, Javed, some of these marginal seats. Just have a look at them, and you can figure out whether there's going to be a swing in one direction. Now here, this is a change again. Earlier on, the leads in the marginal seats were mostly BJP. Now it's mainly the Congress, only one BJP seat with a marginal lead.
Huda, the first seat.
Yeah.
That is the seat being contested with the son of Ayaram Gairam, the original Ayaram Gairam.
Right.
And he is the president of the Congress, local
here
Congress.
It's 2-3. So far only 4 seats with the BJP can lose 4 marginal seats. But they're about...
Okay, Fogart has won apparently 2 minutes ago. Vinesh Fogart.
She's what, won?
Yeah, she's won.
Oh, wow.
She's won.
Fogart
Yeah.
has won.
Fogart has won.
Not on the Election Commission website.
But apparently,
there you are.
But I think that's a good result, because I think she was what she was fighting was yes, and what she was fighting was terrible, and I'm glad she's won because she's deserving.
Yeah, these are 1,500 numbers under 2,000.
How possible is it for this to still swing in favor of the Congress?
Well, actually, the problem is for Congress, out of these 5, 4 are already there leading, so they can't gain any more. BJP can lose only 1, which is leading by only 45
and
votes.
that counts in their tally of 34.
Yeah, yeah. So they can lose that.
Yeah,
You know.
That's right.
If we look at the next one, again, these are slightly higher marginals, less than 1%. Okay, we'll come back to that.
We'll come back to that. And I think one analysis which should be made now is what is not working. And is this the silent SC voter of Haryana who has decided not to vote Congress?
The Jat versus the rest.
Yeah, Jat versus the rest.
Absolutely.
And vote BJP.
And vote BJP, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
And the same voter 4 months ago chose the Congress as an option.
Yeah.
So Nilanjan's point is very interesting. Back then, the entire
35
narrative.
counts versus 1. That's
Yeah,
the BJP.
Chhattis Biradari with 35:1.
Yeah.
In 2024 Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi carrying the copy of the constitution and saying that they will change this at, 400 par will mean that this will go, had a deep impact.
Yeah.
And obviously in UP, nobody got the silent nature of the switch of the SC voter. Right. I'm saying.
What do you mean? He got it. That's just carry on.
In Haryana, it seems that the very same, so this shows that perspective for a national election and an issue among the SC community and their perspective in a local election are very different, even if they are just 4 months apart.
No, Sangeet, I want to say one more thing, that we gave Rahul Gandhi too much credit also for the national elections, because in UP, we didn't give Akhilesh Yadav enough credit for what he did, his performance. We tend to, in the national media, focus a lot on the national parties. And in the case of Rahul Gandhi, I mean, there's been a thing of Rahul Gandhi has finally kind of cast off his the whole Pappu image and all of that. I think that we didn't give Akhilesh, frankly, enough credit for the UP results. And in Haryana, I don't think Rahul Gandhi, frankly, had enough of a role. Because if you notice, I think the Congress party probably realized that what was going on in Haryana and tried in the last 10 days. Rahul Gandhi had those rallies with Kumari Shelja. Rahul Gandhi reached out to Kumari Shelja, who had been sulking in her house for 2 weeks and hadn't stepped out to campaign. But I think in Haryana, it was literally the Hudas or bust, which ensured a pretty much, anti-Jat consolidation among the other castes. So, for that constitutional thing was powerful, a very powerful message. But not for a state election. We should actually credit Akhilesh Yadav a lot more in UP than we have done.
So I have to respond. I think no one does not give credit, in my opinion, to Akhilesh Yadav. Obviously, his party did very well. But the move of the Dalit voter to the SP Congress alliance could not have really happened without the Congress offering that bridge. And I think there's no doubt that it was a combination that worked. In Haryana, I think the point I want to make is that although we are talking about, was the Dalit voter with the Congress in the general election and have they not gone in this election, there are very small vote movements that are visible. The Congress got 45-46% in the general election. Here it's 40%, 41%. So these are results coming from very small movements. So I don't think we can generalize that the Dalits voted one way here and another way there. There will be some small movement. It could be because of the local politics between Jats and Dalits. It could be some other reason. So I think this result is coming out because of relatively small movements. So Congress still got 41% of the vote ahead of the BJP right now. So we shouldn't overinterpret as well.
Let's get in a view from Nilanjan. Nilanjan, do you think we should not come to a conclusion very early on which way the SC vote went and wait for these results to consolidate, or it will be a fair assumption now?
I think it's probably a fair assumption for the very simple reason that if the SC vote went at that scale towards the Congress, it would be very, very hard for these kinds of numbers to hold. So I think we can take a pretty good guess that among many communities, not just the Dalit communities, even OBC communities, which had perhaps not shifted towards the Congress party, but perhaps had not swung as heavily towards the BJP as they did in this election. All of that sort of counter mobilization is likely to have happened when you're getting these kinds of numbers. I think the other thing which some of the exit polls were picking up, and I should come back to this, there were gains for the Congress in surprising areas, right? Among the youth, among mercantile communities in the exit polls. And just looking at the map of where the BJP has won, that just doesn't seem to have happened at all. And so I think that when this kind of shift from the exit poll happens, it's going to be more than one factor. Basically, 2 or 3 things the exit poll got wrong. We're talking about difference of 30 to 40 seats between exit polls and Congress, right? If you think about plus and minus, right? So we're really, talking about a huge shift.
Javed Ansari, you see this bottom tally on the screen has a story for everyone who were predicting a decimation for the BJP in Haryana, that there will be a groundswell of anger and the BJP, will struggle to even, perhaps some of them even said, will struggle to even cross double digits. You look at 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP's vote share, if extrapolated into Vidhan Sabha seats, was leading to a gain, a marginal gain from their tally in the Vidhan Sabha 2019 for about 4 or 5 seats. Now, all of this happened when there was a farmer agitation in Haryana, there was the Agniveer scheme. Given all those conditions, the BJP maintained that vote share. It appears as if they're maintaining that vote share even now. So for a cadre-based party like the BJP, do you think that they tend to perform better even if the wave is against them? And in this case, it clearly isn't, or so it appears.
Look, the BJP always manages to is far better at getting out its voters to the polling booth, the last mile connectivity, than most other parties. Second, the lesson that the Congress party needs to draw from this is take a leaf out of Akhilesh Yadav's book. Broad brace your social alliance. It took Akhilesh Yadav lost debacles in 3 elections to realize that Yadav and Muslims alone are not enough to get him to power. He needs to broad base it. And that's why he went to PDA. Mr. Yadav, this is the 3rd election that Mr. Bhupinder Huda has also lost. Now at least they need to realize that charts alone will not be able to propel him back to power. They need to broad base this. They need to broaden the social base, get other people out. This business of, this is just 1%, Bishnoi, so let Kuldeep Bishnoi go. Shelja doesn't matter, let Kiran Chaudhary go, let others go. Just ensuring that your own fiefdom is intact. And that's what comes back to hurt you. This is precisely what has happened. He should take a leaf out of Akhilesh Yadav's book.
You think this is an opportunity, Swati, for the Congress now to
Spring clean house.
Just clean up the leadership issue in Haryana once and for all. Because you've given Mr. Huda a chance 3 times.
3 times.
And now you have a really valid reason to say, look, you haven't delivered 3 times.
Correct. But then that's the problem with the Congress. The Congress is its own best opposition. 4th time. I mean, you look at all across the Congress leadership, nobody is ever held accountable. Whereas in the BJP, we see heads roll a lot of the times. Like Khattar was removed. Khattar was considered ineffective. He was not considered a CM who was, doing the right things, and he was removed. And at least, we scoffed it in the media, but maybe the voters got a different message. Whereas the Hudas have been around. I mean, the average Haryana voter has seen nothing except Huda leadership in the Congress in Haryana now for, as we said, 3 times around. So, you need a change of face.
Can I put some facts in context? From the last Vidhan Sabha election, the BJP is up 3%. The Congress is up 12%. From the last Lok Sabha election, which was almost equal, the BJP is down 6%, The Congress is down 3%. The Congress is doing better than the BJP either compared with the last Vidhan Sabha election or with the last Lok Sabha election.
No.
And yet it's losing.
It is an amazing thing. And 1% ahead in votes.
Yeah,
Is
and
that still
as
there?
a result of
Is that
these
still
things-
there?
Yes, one still. As a result of that, because it hasn't dropped as much from the Lok Sabha,
As the
and it
BJP
had
has
picked
dropped.
up much more on the Vidhan Sabha, and yet it's losing.
And why is that?
And I mean, we are talking all these scheduled castes, scheduled tribes. I mean, I know what's happening. What I'm saying is that the numbers show that the Congress, in terms of sheer votes, now how the votes are distributed, whether the Congress is winning large and losing small, that is a possibility. That you just lose by huge margins in Jharkhand and then win by small margins somewhere else.
And also, it
this is
depends
the
very
numbers.
much. Seats in returns to votes depends very much on the concentration. If the BJP votes are concentrated in particular, they get many more seats. If the Congress votes are spread across, it will get more votes but few seats.
Which is why I was cautioning that this seems to be the result of smaller movements in vote.
Yes,
So
you said
SC
that
vote
earlier.
is 20% of the state. That's a very large segment. So even if a subset were to not go to Congress, you could have a shift in the underlying outcomes.
The other-
20% swing of 20% is...
Yeah,
The other fascinating story is the cautionary tale of AAP. I mean, Kejriwal is from Haryana. He was expected to, do very well, and the Congress wanted an alliance.
Very straight, yeah.
And what a flop show. I mean,
1.7% is
the AAP magic is all
in
but
Haryana,
over.
never has
Not
been.
at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
But Punjab is fine.
But Punjab, exactly. So
You see, Punjab, they were able to build up with
Celebration
a
shots from
celebration visuals from Haryana. Obviously, they'll celebrate.
the customary laddus.
Yeah. The laddus, the jalebi,
The samosa.
the famous jalebi.
Made out of what though?
Well, that's the $1 million question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, see, the Aam Aadmi Party failed the first time in Punjab.
Yes.
Right? But then they took 5 years to build their cadre, build a structure and a system in Punjab, and then they fired. Similarly, in Delhi, you saw this dramatic rise, but it only improved in the next election.
But do you really see the AAP growing anymore? Because AAP is like the greatest, the biggest sort of success story, the biggest startup success of Indian politics. But are they imploding equally fast? Because when Kejriwal was arrested and all of the arrests happened,
Well, Delhi will be a key...
I don't think the Aam Aadmi Party is imploding. We have not seen any major exit from the Aam Aadmi Party when the top leadership was in
if the
jail.
voters don't vote for you, it doesn't matter if somebody exists or
Yeah, so
exits
that
or
we
doesn't
know
exist.
in the upcoming
Yeah,
Delhi election.
yeah,
Delhi is key.
yeah.
Delhi is key.
So we just, speaking of Delhi, the Congress party just announced its manifesto consultation yesterday, and we put up a big gaddi looking just like the one next to Chief Minister Atishi and saying कि आप हमें बताइए इस राज्य को कैसे चलाना है, अपने सुझाव दीजिए. So our message is that this seat belongs to the people. It's not reserved for individual A or B. So hopefully that will get reflected in the state election.
So in terms of vote share, you see Aam Aadmi Party, I don't know, I mean, perhaps we'll get a better idea.
You're not forming an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi.
It doesn't seem like it, no.
I think
That's why the BJP is celebrating. It wasn't Haryana. They heard about this. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, Nilanjan and Javed want to come in on this very engaging conversation in the studio.
Please add some,
fireworks.
Javed first.
AAP not making much headway in Haryana shouldn't come as a surprise. They didn't have much of a presence. They weren't a player. And it's only Rahul Gandhi who, because he's now leader of the opposition and is looking at the all India picture, who was actually in favor of an alliance. He urged the Hudas to try and adjust the AAP if possible. But Mr. Huda was clear from day one. He felt that it's a binary he wanted a binary between the BJP and the Congress, where the JGP and all the others, including the AAP, will be wiped out and he will win straight away. What he miscalculated, what the binary could work otherwise also, because it became a binary Jat versus the rest, which actually didn't work out in favor of which could never have worked out in favor of the Congress party. As far as Delhi is concerned, I don't think the Congress will now go in for an alliance with the AAP. Congress believes it's in with a chance to try and regain some of the lost ground to the Aam Aadmi Party. Both Rahul and Priyanka are likely to embark on some padyatra or car yatra throughout the state. They plan on touching each of the constituencies. So Congress believes it's in with a chance. Whether that's going to happen or whether the voting pattern will repeat what happened in the previous two assembly elections, we'll wait to see. But I do believe that even in Delhi, the arm is a diminished force. It will not do as well it has done in the last two elections.
Coming back to Haryana, so far in the last 3-4 hours, I've not heard a really insightful understanding of why the BJP is way ahead, given the record, given the many points. So why do you think this is happening?
My opening, it's an astonishing results. I haven't been able to get my head around. Has Agniveer vanished? Has farmers' distress vanished? Has unemployment, have the unemployed youth in Haryana suddenly got jobs? Is the restless issue just vanished into thin air? All those issues are still there. The only thing, the instant analysis is that perhaps it's a gang up against the Jats. People were scared that the Jat hegemony will come back into play, and the Congress, by investing all its energy and putting all its eggs in the Huda basket, perhaps got this one wrong. The Shelja episode didn't play out well. You know, the Congress is in a dilemma there. If they chuck out the Hudas or try and replace the Hudas, they are scared that, you know, whatever little Jat votes they get, even that will go away. And nobody, unfortunately for the Congress, even from these intermediate castes, they don't have a leader who will be able to, who can stand up or who can measure up to the Hudas. So they've placed all their bets on Huda, and for third time in a row, they've come a cropper.
Interesting way, Prannoy, to understand where all BJP has won, whereas Congress won, is to look at the map of Haryana. I just saw that map on the screen. If we can have that map again, you will get a clear idea of where the BJP is leading. And so if you look at this map, that little orange on the side along the north, this is called the GT road belt.
That has always been
with the BJP.
What is surprising is the growth one on the west. That long belt on the west, that is where they've picked up seats.
We have 3 maps together, the last 2 elections and the current one. If we can dig that up, you can see the changes of where parties have switched region-wise. We'll get that up in a second.
They have retained their base in south.
Look at that.
Haryana.
South and the one on the east, the Karnal area.
Yeah, correct.
Here's the
in all 3 elections.
2014 and 2019.
Yeah, so had 2024 Lok Sabha Assembly, this 2024 Lok Sabha, had that, there would have been major gains for the Congress in the central part. I believe this is Hisar, the Hisar belt of Haryana. This is not Rohtak. That little orange that you see on the left hand side. On the left of the map. So if you compare this with 2024, you will see that the Congress gained more in this area. And that's where the support base seems to have vanished. And this is what they were banking on. They thought that they'll do well in south. They thought that they will do well in the west, along the GT road belt. None of those things seem to have worked, at least as of now. This is a very significant map. Because even when we were traveling, we basically divided the whole state up in 4 parts. GT road, the Huda Jat belt, the non-Huda Jat belt, and South Haryana, which is the Ahirwal belt. And apart from South Haryana, it appeared as if there will be, some sort of vote in favor of the Congress. But I guess we were wrong.
Is Nilanjan still there?
Mr. Nilanjan, are you there? Yeah, Nilanjan, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah.
As we divide Haryana?
What explains the vote in Haryana, the change from the Lok Sabha to now? What explains this, and why were the exit polls all wrong? Did people lie to the exit pollsters?
Interesting breakup now.
Yeah. So I can't give you, a definitive answer, but I can. So 2 things: a spatial explanation. So the map that you put up there with a sea of saffron around Hisar. If you look right in the middle of Hisar, that's an independent. That's Savriti Jindal winning, right? And otherwise, all around Hisar city, actually, the BJP has won. Now, the assumption was that Hisar is Jat land, that, okay, maybe not in the city, but everything around Hisar city should be safe for the Congress. What this signals to me is that that is a place where you'll have to look at counter mobilization against the Jat community. That's a place particularly where if one goes back and sees that non-Jat communities stayed with the BJP or shifted to the BJP, that would explain that kind of shift in the belt. The other is a mathematical explanation. So the vote share this time, both the average Congress and BJP vote share are very close. Actually, the data is extremely what we call right skewed, but it means the Congress has won a small number of seats with a huge margin. Actually, in median vote share, the BJP is up by a couple of percentage points over the Congress. So what that tells me is that there are certain communities that very aggressively voted for the Congress party, but you didn't get that broad sweep. And again, that's another sort of explanation for the kind of counter mobilization. In Jat areas, perhaps in areas where there was a lot of farmer anger, you got a huge, massive support for the Congress party. But the kind of broad-based support that would be required to win a state, that just simply didn't come.
Right, interesting.
There's also other two parties to vote for. There's the JJP and there's the INLD. They don't have to vote for the Congress.
Correct.
And I think the INLD is, well, JJP was a bit tainted because of its association with the BJP.
This was not the case.
The INLD is not, and some of the cousins have come back to the INLD. Parivar is again trying to get together.
I think a lot of the story will be clear in the vote shares. Then we'll understand, because I found it very fascinating when you said that the vote share has not really changed.
In fact, anything Congress has done better.
Yeah.
Both in 2019 and in 2024.
So now,
yet it's trailing.
How does this happen then?
Let's say if you win big, you win by 20,000 votes and lose by 200 votes.
Yeah.
You have the votes overall, but they have the seats.
Yeah.
So if you lose the marginal seats, that is what I think. You saw the marginal seats. That's what the problem is.
But again, we should really put the EC on notice, because it's ridiculous. You're saying that we are ready to do one nation, one election, and you can't even now give us the results of a tiny little blip on the radar.
I'll tell you one clear advantage of one nation, one election. Gurmeet Ram Rahim will come out once every 5 years on payroll.
So the one negative is only Dora will come out once.
No, we need more of Dora.
Exactly.
Roy.
Exactly.
So Vinesh Fogart leading from
won.
Julana.
She's actually
I
won.
believe she's
The
won.
result is out.
She's won.
Okay.
She's won.
Is the result out?
The result is out.
Okay. So she's won. But this is an interesting.
He's against Dushyant, so he's beaten Dushyant. Look at that.
I think what we can do is now start going into individual seats. So that will give us a better idea of which.
Yeah, I like to also focus on Jammu and
and
Kashmir and go to
Yeah.
Amir and see.
Do we have Amir Javed?
Just
Azan Javed.
Just sweep there in Jammu and Kashmir.
Do we have Mr.
He's like
Javed?
Ahmed
Let's
with
discuss.
Ahmad.
Okay.
Let's discuss more Jammu and Kashmir.
Let's see how. Wouldn't you want that?
Yeah.
But
But it's a sweep in
if
Jammu and
Umar is the
Kashmir.
CM, he says he's been watching Decoder only. Umar Abdullah has already tweeted that he's only been watching Decoder.
He's a very sensible and person
I
with
totally
taste
agree.
and
I endorse him entirely and fully with this.
Let's quickly play out a report from Jammu and Kashmir. Ahmed Khan has sent us a report of what the youth in Kashmir have to say about this verdict. So we can perhaps listen in.
Right now we are outside one of the polling centers in Srinagar, and we can see massive number of people, the supporters of National Conference and also some Congress supporters. We are now joined by youngsters of NC. Let's talk to them. आपके लिए ये विन क्या माने रखती है?
बहुत कश्मीर की होप है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, तो हम अभी बहुत फुर्सत है यहाँ पे। आप देख सकते हैं SKICC के बाहर, आप देख सकते हैं जलसा जुलूस जो भी निकला है एनसी के खाते में जा रहा है अभी। तो लीडिंग भी हम ही करेंगे इंशाल्लाह। यहाँ में पहले से पता 10 सालों में जो भी हो 10 सालों में जो भी अभी तक गवर्नमेंट ने की वो कुछ कश्मीरियों के लिए ठीक नहीं थी। अभी जो भी हो रहा है सब निकले हैं, औरतें निकली है घर से, बहनें निकली है, हम यंगस्टर्स अभी निकले हैं बाहर। इसके लिए नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और अलायंस जो बढ़ रही है कांग्रेस के, इसके लिए हम निकले। और हम पे पता ही थी, पहले ही पता थी हम जीते हैं और इंशाल्लाह हम जीतेंगे।
इस विन के बारे में कैसा फील हो रहा है आप लोगों को?
वी आर वेरी हैप्पी कि 10 साल के बाद इलेक्शंस हुए एंड वी चोज अवर लोकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स एंड वी वांट फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कि हमारा स्टेटहुड जल्द से जल्द रेस्टोर हो जाए।
आपके लिए 10 साल के बाद ये इलेक्शन हुआ, क्या मायने रखते हैं आपके ये इलेक्शन?
बहुत कुछ मायने रखता है क्योंकि वी कश्मीर वी आर डिप्रेस्ड फ्रॉम द लास्ट 10 years। सो आज मौका मिला है, आप देख सकते हैं कि लोगों में कितना जश्न है आज। नॉट ओनली पॉलिटिशियंस, आज कश्मीर के हर किसी घर में जश्न होगा कि हमने अपने लोकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स को चूज किया।
और आपके लिए स्टेटहुड कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि स्टेटहुड तो बहुत पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज कह रही है कि वापस आएंगे, कितना लगता है कि
हमारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का मेन एजेंडा यही है कि जल्द से जल्द हम अपना स्टेटहुड रेस्टोर कर पाए एंड वी वांट कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से कि वो जल्द से जल्द हमारा स्टेटहुड रेस्टोर करे।
आप जैसे नौजवान पहली बार वोट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि एक लार्ज नंबर ऑफ पीपल ने वोट किया है पहली बार, उसके बारे में कैसा कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है, हमने अभी इससे पहले वोट कभी नहीं डाला था। वी आर फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि हम अपने लोकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को चूज कर पा रहे हैं।
And let's now try and discuss Jammu and Kashmir a little more, because that's what Mr. Dubey
But the
wants.
things may change.
I think it looks pretty solid.
Here the counting is at a steady pace.
By the way, it is actually. Yeah. It is much better than the counting in
But
Haryana.
now for the promises. Now that you are forming the government, it is pretty clear. Now for the promises.
Yeah.
One of the things that was said, and which was perhaps a point in our reports also we noticed, the Congress party was not very vocal about Article 370. Statehood, yes, you were talking about full statehood. But the Congress did not mention anything about Article 370 coming back and those special privileges coming back. Whereas if you see that the Kashmir parties, they were pretty vocal about it. Right. Do you think that this will be a spot of bother as you go along?
So the first thing is that the parties will produce a common minimum program based on their respective manifestos. And those points at both are in agreement will be there. So since we are not pushing for a restoration of Article 370, our focus is on statehood, which is also the focus of the NC and many other parties. So obviously that's a point of agreement that will be taken forward.
So restoration is out of the question.
Well, as far as we are concerned, we are not pushing for restoration, and we will govern on the basis of the common minimum program. We agree with the NC once the government is formed. So the focus has to be on all the other issues that bother the people of Jammu and Kashmir, unemployment, drugs. There's a huge drugs problem. There's one statistic, a parliamentary statistic suggesting 13.5 lakh drug users in J&K, which is an astounding number. So this is a problem in Haryana and Punjab also, by the way, right?
Of course, yeah.
Exactly, basically from the border. So there are all sorts of issues. There is also the issue of the Darbar move, which we have promised, which I think the NC is also on board with, which is a seasonal shift of the capital to Jammu. So that is something that we will presumably be pushing on the basis of the common minimum program. So there's all sorts of, there's a huge agenda for governance. There's a huge number of needs, unmet needs over the last 5 to 10 years of the people of Jammu and Kashmir that the government will now have to deal with, and that should be the focus.
I hope you realize that this is going to be a union territory with a Vidhan Sabha.
Yes.
Much like Delhi, right?
Yeah.
A very truncated sort of an existence.
Correct. So that is something that we are also
How much will
back.
you deliver in
No, we will try and deliver what we can. We hope the LG will use its powers in a productive way and cooperate with the agenda of the government. And we hope it doesn't become a Delhi kind of situation where he's trying to undermine the elected government. And we will also push for statehood. That is the number one important thing. It's completely ridiculous that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are denied all the rights that other people in the country have. The only state that went from state to UT. So that has to be brought back. That will very much be one of the priorities of the government.
Okay.
So you'll be up against Manoj Sinha from day one?
No, I'm saying I hope Manoj Sinha or whoever the LG is works
Sinha.
with us and takes a state forward, because this government is there for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, not for some appointee from New Delhi.
From Delhi.
You know, Manoj Sinha is a role model in Mr. Saxena. I mean, there is a ready example that you see playing out in Delhi. You had a Supreme Court verdict which was overturned by the Parliament.
All these new lieutenant governors everywhere who are so assertive and who are, I think, role models of just why we shouldn't have a lieutenant governor actually.
Lieutenant governors, even governors.
Governors,
So
exactly.
now-
Look at Tamil Nadu. Look
in
at
Tamil Nadu and West Bengal.
Kerala.
The question is, this is
we should
this
just get rid of them.
institution itself is a suspect institution.
Raj Bhavan needs to
doesn't
end.
need to exist. You can elect your own leaders inside your house and rule as long as you hold confidence of the house.
But it's not just the office of the governor, it's what the Home Ministry and the PMO or whoever it is instructing them to do, which is the problem. So it goes all the way up to the top leadership, trying to subvert state governments, particularly run by the opposition.
Since the 1950s.
Yeah, but I think it's
small way. It's getting worse now.
It's getting worse.
But the question is, do we now need to just remove the lot so that to come back to reasonable detente instead of the governors constantly thwarting the will of the people?
Yeah, Delhi, Jammu Kashmir.
No, forget Delhi. I mean, look at Maharashtra,
Yeah.
Tamil
For-
Nadu.
Tamil
Nadu, Bengal.
Bengal.
I mean, they're everywhere. And they are party hacks.
They are
Once
party
in a while, you're lucky enough, you get a civil servant or an army guy in the northeastern states, who tries to balance things. But otherwise, these are guys come out of retirement.
These are
But
pictures.
the governor of Tamil Nadu is a civil ex-civil
These
servant.
are pictures
Yes,
coming in
look how he is.
from
All
Kashmir.
kinds.
Pictures coming in from Kashmir of Faruk Abdullah of the National Conference. Obviously, very pleased with the result. In fact, many members of the Abdullah family.
For 30 or 40 years, every member has been a member of the Mufti family or the Abdullah family. Ghulam, this one guy who I think is son-in-law of Abdullah. So, these are all family enterprises.
Yeah.
Why don't you start a state?
I'm waiting for the Parsis to start first, then we'll do.
I see. So we
After
started
they
in
ruined
in our bags in Bombay. We started our state already.
For Royal Land.
Royal Land.
Royal Land.
I mean, sitting here, you have formed a separate state of Jammu. we are looking for a separate past governance.
And we have Royal Land.
I might as well ask for an Awadh state.
I'll be part of that.
Let's look at all the various statistics, the data on all the voting so far, region-wise, etc. Let's get all those graphics up and let Dorab interpret them. Oh, it's actually not Dorab. One at a time, we can have a look at regions, how are they doing.
Yes.
And a little slower than that because, okay, Jammu, here we are. BJP 27, majority in Jammu.
Yeah.
NC and Congress 10, but down,
Down
4.
four.
Yeah.
Just down 4.
Since 2024.
Yeah.
Since the Lok Sabha by assembly. And that's it. And quite a few independents, 6 independents.
See, PDP had no base. There are many of these independents will play a
important role.
Yeah, very important role. Though any ruling dispensation doesn't need them.
Now it doesn't.
Yeah, now it doesn't, but still.
And what's it like in the Kashmir Valley area? Just to recap. That is actually
It's a sweep.
It's a sweep.
An absolute sweep.
42 out of 47 is a complete sweep. And it is interesting that the AIP has
Look at the way AIP has come down. I mean, an extrapolation from Lok Sabha would have meant they would have got 14 seats.
Yeah.
And this was one of the talking points also in Kashmir, that this is perhaps the reason why a UAPA accused is out on bail to campaign.
Yes.
I mean, how often do you see this happen?
That is the most amazing thing.
And
engines not work.
And people saw through it.
Terrible.
It seems that people have seen through it, which is why it has not worked in Vidhan Sabha. And this is
also, don't forget, people realize that he can't form a government. So, if I've got to use my vote, I want to use my vote productively.
Yeah.
And we
So this was not like an angry vote for people who
you
are...
can't run a government from Tihar, can you? Because we found out you
So
can't.
fairly positive vote for the state.
Yeah.
Here's the strike rate. 58% of the seats they win in the entire state.
Very good.
And of course in the Kashmir Valley they are winning about 85% of the seats, 90%, 42 out of 47.
Yeah.
Wow.
90%.
That's a huge. This is 52 out of 80. Wow. This is overall. Yeah.
I think I still feel the bigger story now for Jammu and Kashmir will be how Jammu will be represented in an NC Congress cabinet.
Yeah.
True.
Who will represent Jammu? How will they do it? And how, the BJP is going to be a very strong opposition. And they will largely concentrate on Jammu related issues. So whoever is doing, I believe it will be the Congress which will be representing Jammu more, because you contested more seats there.
Yeah, I think they won about 9 seats there, right?
Yeah.
And PDP, I mean the National Conference won 10 together. Oh, here's celebration shots.
Celebration from Haryana, BJP.
Is that?
I think Haryana is also pretty much done and dusted.
Is that celebration or shock?
No, you don't dance in shock.
So maybe you do. Because we just got a message that Mr. Modi will be addressing BJP workers.
Oh, that happened.
So already, so I think Haryana is done and dusted.
Not Mr. Nadda, whose
Nadda is now, Nadda is no longer the face. Mr. Modi is now.
You can expect around 7:30.
In the Vidhan Sabha, BJP has put on 12% of the vote and put on 3 seats. Vis-a-vis last Vidhan Sabha.
No, BJP or Congress?
No, Congress, sorry. Congress put on more than.
But it did very badly in the last Vidhan Sabha.
No, but only got, put on only 3-4 seats. 31, you got 31 seats.
31.
So
31 plus 12.
No.
So
It's
46.
the result of it.
Yeah, but from a low base, that's the problem. 31%, very low base. Okay, any more? How about some Haryana recaps? If we look at here we are, the results. Just the results so far.
There's very few. We're leading.
Look, Congress leading.
Suddenly I was like, leading.
Told you. Matter of time.
Nadda again.
This is a disturbing graphic.
Now we're back to
reality.
This misleading leads.
That's right.
Let's have the leads on. See what they're like. They're so
How many rounds are we now?
Good question. 49-34. My God. I mean, all the exit polls got it completely wrong.
Horribly wrong.
The first early results totally different.
Yeah.
I've
So
never seen.
you've been Pradeep Gupta is the now something that we'll all be saying for a long time.
Beyond 10
all been
rounds.
accessed. I mean,
Beyond 10 rounds.
Everybody got it wrong. There's not a single. And a tiny state like Haryana.
Don't forget, last time also everybody got it wrong except Access My India. So there's a tradition in Haryana of getting exit polls wrong.
But Pradeep Gupta got a lot of other
Right,
things.
he got it right. He's the only one who got it. Today, to answer your question, Amita, there are only 9 seats that have counted more than 11 rounds.
Just look at this. On the extreme right column, 2024 Lok Sabha election by assembly segments, BJP 44, Congress 42. It was neck and neck.
It was neck and neck.
And now it's just what happened, as you say, in those 120 days.
For a government which is has incumbency,
Farmers.
Mr. Modi is not as popular. Farmers don't get fantastic performance.
We interviewed Dipinder Huda immediately after the Lok Sabha results, and he was pretty pleased with this 2024 assembly segment result, and he pointed exactly this statistic out, where he said that if you compare this and extrapolate this to Vidhan Sabha, we are already at 42, and if we work a little hard, then we are right there.
Can you repeat how many rounds, Dorab? How many rounds?
There are. I'll tell you how many have done 10 rounds. There's one constituency on. Sorry, it'll take me a bit of time. I'll have to go all the way up.
But the real story is what changed in 120 days.
Yeah, this is northern Haryana. BJP.
64 have counted up to 10 rounds.
See, northern Haryana, Congress improved and BJP went down. How many rounds, sorry?
60 odd rounds are 10 rounds of your. 60 odd seats, 65 seats.
Less than 10 rounds.
10 of your, yeah. So 30 odd are over.
No, I also can't. Okay, how many have more than 7 rounds?
I'll tell you how many are fewer than 7 rounds.
No, more.
No, I tell you why, because it's 90.
Well,
there's
it's the
something
same
called
thing, fewer or
98.
more.
I don't know whether that's results or whatever it is. There's something called 98, 99. No, it's a code we have. 99 is not clear. 90. So
Okay, you have a look at it. Let's just go back to these. This is the southern part. BJP improved a bit, about same as the Lok Sabha.
This is
Let's
always
go through
been their
the
stronghold, apart from the Mewat belt, where you see that the Congress is high Muslim
Let's look
population.
at other regions. We missed them earlier. Central.
This includes your Hisar and Rohtak.
Right.
Yeah, this is
21-18.
about 40 seats.
Look at that, 14 to 21. This is where the change happened.
Exactly.
The Congress 31 down to 18. The extreme right is the Lok Sabha. And from 14 they went up 7 and the Congress went down 13 seats.
Where is that?
This is Central.
Central
Hisar and Rohtak.
has always been the strongest
No. It's a big change.
It's a huge change.
14 to 21.
Yeah.
BJP had
Yes.
14, has gone to 21. And even last time 15 to 21. In fact, last time Congress was ahead in this. So this is a strong Congress area that they've lost.
And nobody really saw it coming, because Ashok Tanwar, that man who went back to the Congress, he was addressing a campaign for the BJP 1 hour before.
And then he just switched.
And then he switched. So,
He must be regretting it.
I mean, nobody saw this coming. I mean, you can
Yeah,
say this
nobody's-
consolidation or that consolidation, but that's not true. Because really,
98 is unconfirmed.
Congress got 31 out of 46 segments in the Lok Sabha in Central.
No. Anyway, go back to the central, so Dorab can actually explain it to us.
There are 46 segments in the Central District in the Lok Sabha.
One second here, from the 45 here.
Yeah, and then the 2024.
No, just read it off the graphic on the screen.
No, how many was one original?
See, in 2019, BJP got 15 to Congress's 17. 2024, 14 to 31.
Yeah.
The Congress, this was a Congress strong area, and they've lost out to the BJP here.
Yeah.
This is a big change, big change.
I think, which is why I come back to the point on which way did the SC and the OBCs voted, which we'll only know. I don't know whether we'll know or not. Yeah, there's no way to know.
Unless the exit poll guys who got it wrong, but they'll see the trend at least.
I think we were on a pilot trip in, I think it was UP. Went into a Dalit village, and we went in and they all said BJP, BJP. And we hung around a bit. He said, come. Took us, gave us tea and said, none of us are voting BJP. So they may have said completely the wrong thing, but you have to sit for an hour to get the right answer.
That's true.
And exit posters just come get it.
They don't have the patience. They don't have the patience. I asked this question of Mr. Pradeep Gupta this time. And he said that the one big lesson that we have learned from 2024 Lok Sabha is that we have now started sending senior surveyors. And there is cross-checking of data.
but Pradeep keeps sending them back again and again also, which is something other people don't do.
Senior
Pradeep does.
surveyors, There aren't that many around, and it takes a lot of money and a lot of time. It's all.
No, and I think the main thing which I've been mentioning to them also is that
tough one.
50% of your interviewers must be women.
Correct.
Yeah.
They're 90% men, and
correct.
women in a village, some guy from a town, they don't talk.
There's a class and caste element also.
Oh, yeah,
The respondent has to be comfortable with you.
Yeah.
The way he's dressed.
There's so many of these factors which our pollsters don't
And
take
also
into
people
account.
have gotten so anti the media and also surveyors and pollsters that they're angry. You can see a lot of anger with the media, and they're like, why should we tell you anything? Because you will misquote us, you will twist it, you will show us in a wrong light.
I'm quite impressed by the bravery of the people in Kashmir. They obviously, they told the pollsters the right thing. They didn't say, oh, better not say it, I'll be, say one thing and I'll get arrested in the evening. They just said what they felt and they got it right.
True.
I don't think in Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir, all the exit pollsters predicted a sweep for the Congress NC.
No, this is, as you saw in the votes in Haryana, it takes only a little bit and then it's a sweep.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at those bellwether constituencies. Bellwethers are ones which, the way they vote, which party also wins at the center. And when they came up, the early part of this program, we said, oh, bellwether Congress, BJP is winning, so it's not going to be. Look at it this time, actually. 2 out of 3 are still bellwether.
Yep.
You see, both Ballabgarh and Faridabad. Faridabad is very urban. Ballabgarh is part urban, part rural constituency, which falls within the Lok Sabha Faridabad region. Yeah, it's an adjacent constituency.
So also being
7
near
out
Delhi,
of 10 times.
it's affected by Delhi, Mr. Modi, all kinds of things.
Also, there was a
There's
rebel
another
candidate
one.
from the Congress on this seat.
Ah.
Gujars play a very important
It
role.
just
here.
shows how things can go wrong. Ulta bellwether means they never vote for the same. And they're BJP. So, you know, things could change still. Look at the Ulta bellwether.
This I have heard for the first time. Ulta bellwether.
Ulta bellwether.
Yeah, so Ballabgarh and Faridabad, 7 out of the last 10 elections, they've had the same win in the constituency as in the state.
Ambala, Congress is leading after a long time.
Yeah.
Not
Doesn't look, you know, but just 7 out of 10.
Wow.
I think now it is very safe to say that Haryana results.
It was actually safe even at 9 o'clock. It was safe to say Congress. Now it's safe to say, but only time will be patient.
Even after 11 rounds.
Is it 11 now?
Yes, of course.
BJP is now
How many rounds? 11
See,
rounds?
depends on how many,
Yeah, okay.
how many different, just one sec.
I think 11. 11.
No, it's not a fixed number run, difference in different places now. By seat, round summary, yeah. There are 12, 19, 29, 30, 40, 48, 50. There's 63 which less than
3 are less than 10 rounds.
less than 10 rounds is 10 up, 29, 26, 36.
Is
Yeah,
the ED
almost
sitting?
16
Is the
with
ED
less
sitting
than
in
10
the EC
rounds.
office?
But there's
is
something
going on?
called 98 which I don't understand.
Could it have been a case of this
98
switch in the
means-
chief
98
ministership
means
by the
result
BJP doing the trick for them?
that's all.
I don't think so, Sanket, because Saini, if you
So
just.
then
if
it's
you-
more
if
than
you
10
just go by
rounds.
the
You should
casting,
count as
it's
more than
probably
10 rounds.
1%
Then I'll tell
cast
you.
in Haryana.
Yeah.
And I don't think Saini had much of a face or much of a role.
25.
I think it's the
25
Jat.
are more than
I think that's the
50
most compelling. I think to me the.
Seni, just for the Seni community may not have much or may not make much sense, but to reach out to the larger OBC community,
That's a
to basically send out a message that we will do everything to consolidate the non-Jats.
Non-Jats. As a brave
As
message to
yeah,
send.
as that strategy, I think it has worked.
It has worked, absolutely, because the Congress literally just put all their eggs in the Huda basket, and the BJP actually, with Saini, took a brave call that, you know, okay, we are like, maybe he's just a 1% cast, but we are doing a.
Nilanjan is back. We can actually, he's given us some really good insights so far.
Nilanjan, I mean now, would you say very safely that this is what it is in Haryana, and your assessment?
I would call it at this point, unless something crazy happens, which who knows, right? I mean, we've seen lots of crazy things, but and the surprising result, I think we've talked about over and again. You're calling it central, but it's the area around Hisar, right? That's when we see the big shift. And Hisar city, okay, we don't expect, it's an urban seat, Savitri Jindal's hometown, but all of those seats around Hisar city that are going towards BJP, that is, I mean, absolutely shocking, actually, right? I mean, based on what our imagination of the Haryana map would be. And it can only, if it is the case, which seems likely, that a very high percentage of Jats stayed with the Congress and, you know, continued to vote for the Congress, then it can only be a counter Jat mobilization in and around Hisar, because it is a belt that has a large Jat population, right? You know, we'll have to go back and see whether that's true, but at least looking at it initially, that's where the biggest gains have been for the BJP, the biggest losses have been for the Congress, and it is shocking because we assume it to be relatively safe areas where there are large proportion of Jat community, and the Congress is lost. So I think that's just one very quick thing on Jammu and Kashmir, because, you know, it is a bit surprising on one level, right? So the BJP was hoping for Engineer Rashid to sort of bring some seats into their camp. They had turned in Rajouri and Poonch, 5 of the seats were reserved for tribals, and those really haven't gone to the BJP. So a lot of what could have worked for the BJP didn't, and a lot of that has gone to NC and Congress. But let's think back to August 2019 and then jailing all of the political class for a year plus. What was the point of any of that if what we see now is basically the old political class, staying in power and continuing in power? And I think one has to really think that whatever political strategy existed other than demoting Jammu and Kashmir from statehood, it's not clear what the political implications of any of this were if the same political class is staying in power, still sweeping the election, and all of the strategies you had post 2019 with tribal reservation, with Engineer Rashid, seem to have failed. And so I think in many ways, when we go back to this election, yes, Haryana was a surprise, but there will be a lot of analysis as to what happened in Jammu and Kashmir, and a lot of reflection about whether the post-2019 strategy has really made any sense for the Indian state.
But Durab, when you talk to people in Kashmir, when you talk to people in Jammu and Kashmir, abrogation of Article 370 aside, I think the political preferences were always exactly on these lines. The one big advantage this time is that more people have exercised their right to vote.
No, the turnout from 24 is almost the same. It's not changed significantly.
Yeah.
So the question
is slightly lower.
Yeah. So
I'm comparing this to earlier.
Earlier time when there used to be 10% turnout in some constituencies.
Yeah.
So I think they've now realized that if they must live with us, they must participate in the process and have their way, rather than not participate in the process and be governed by the centre. J&K and Punjab have been governed more by the centre than any other state in the union. Yeah. So they're exercising their franchise, and these still are very traditional states. So the PDP and the JK and National Conference are dominating in terms of votes in the valley, and nothing has really changed. It's just that how many votes have gone to each way. The political composition has remained the same. The BJP is strong in the Jammu area, the Congress with some presence in Jammu, the National Conference strong in the valley. It's just a few thousand votes that make the difference.
Exactly.
And I think the fact that it was taken away, and the Abdullahs do have a relationship with the original whatever, so they have a certain amount of sympathy factor that you've been done in. So.
But now, this being a union territory, do you feel that you winning there, having your chief minister, having a government, having a deputy chief minister, or so I hope, a cabinet, will all be largely ornamental because, the real controls are still not with you?
So look, there will be a state government. It has a budget of several tens of thousands of crores. There are schemes that it runs. So there will be governance, and for the first time there will be governance that's responsive to the voters' needs as opposed to from a distance. And we have made promises, and the common minimum program, to the extent it takes those promises and what the NC has promised, will take things forward. So I think a lot of the things will be addressed. The question is, how does the LG relate to the state government? What is the relationship between the LG and chief minister? It has to be seen, and hopefully it will be cooperative. Hopefully the LG will facilitate. Otherwise it could become a political issue.
When the LG doesn't facilitate, as in Delhi, the results are often not very positive for the central government. Because I think the central government, because the people feel that our views are not being taken into account, our wishes are being thwarted. So, there is a certain downside too for the LG to be very heavy-handed.
If the state government is trying to do something that also benefits the people of Jammu, and if the LG interferes, then the BJP will have to answer, what are you doing in this situation? Why are you preventing this from being done for the people who voted for you? So we will ask questions.
Let me quickly take this to Nilanjan Sarkar one more time. Nilanjan, do you feel that while people did exercise their right to vote and they did it to their utmost satisfaction and you have a very clear mandate, all of this in terms of that government being very capable does not amount to much, because this is still very much a union territory and not a full state. And you see, even this state government, the newly formed state government, it's not like it's their mandate to convert it into a full state. They will then have to urge the central government to change its status. So what happens of this new arrangement?
I mean, I also traveled to Kashmir, and I think the average person doesn't think that the assembly is going to have much power, right? I mean, I think there is an understanding that a lot is being controlled from Delhi, particularly since 2019, and will continue. What changes, however, is that if the BJP was seeking some measure of political legitimacy by even getting close to forming government in the new union territory of Jammu and Kashmir, that has been thwarted. It will likely be a relatively frosty relationship between the LG and the assembly. The assembly will not be given much power. And I think, as you're saying in the studio, that if the state behaves in a way that is untoward to the region, it will be seen as something that the BJP is doing, right? I mean, now the BJP can only speak to the LG, not to the assembly. And so if the goal of this entire process was to get, this is the point I keep on going back to, get rid of the old political class and sort of bring a new class and try to bring them closer to India, that entire project seems to have not been successful, right? Had we made this a commentary 10 years ago, Jammu not having its voices heard, the NC staying in power, the Valley, no part of this analysis would have been any different, right? And so if that's what things looked like, then what was the point of the last 5 years?
Okay. Just quickly, one last question before we let you go, Mr. Dubey.
No, we are not letting him go.
We are not? Things might change in Haryana. If one thing had to be done differently, assuming that this is what it is in Haryana, what would have Congress done differently? Perhaps accommodated more leaders and not let Mr. Huda run the show?
It's I'll leave all the analysis to you guys.
You're very good at analysis.
Yeah, no, but we have to understand what happened before we can reach any conclusions. One can always come up with some argument or the other. The fact is that if this is the result, obviously there's a gap somewhere, which we'll have to understand, and then we can come up with the answer to that question. So I don't want to rush into some glib answer right now. I'll allow the media to...
But do you think this is the end of Mr. Huda's political ambitions in the state of Haryana? Now you can call him to play a more central role in the party's central leadership. He's a senior, seasoned politician. He can help you in other states and perhaps give a different leadership a chance in Haryana. Somebody who may at least appear to be more accommodating of other factions.
Mr. Huda is a very senior party leader, two-time chief minister. So he has to decide.
But it hasn't worked for you 3 times. 14, 19 and 24.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm not going to go there. I will let Mr. Huda speak for himself.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr. Dubey. Thank you very much for joining us. I think it is now very safe to say that the BJP stands at 50, which is 4 more than the halfway mark, the majority mark. The Congress is at 34. They had a good chance if you compare this and extrapolate from 2024 Lok Sabha assembly segments, where it showed them gaining at 42. Now from there, had things really worked in favor of the Congress, things could have changed. Their big bet was in the Hisar region, Rohtak, GT Road, and of course other parts of Haryana. But that gamble has not worked.
In 2 states, the results are fairly similar: 50, 34,
Yeah.
52, 20. It's 90 seats in each. Sort of. They should
only
have held one election.
It's just that one is a state, the other is a UT.
But as Manika just pointed out to me, Haryana, not only all the exit polls got it wrong, all the journalists got it wrong.
Everybody got it wrong.
There was not one. Except for us.
Yes, correct.
Really? We kept it quiet. To ourselves also.
Yeah, sure. That way I was spot on.
You always knew this. Yeah.
We always knew this.
But
We're
really,
just keeping it to ourselves, you know, don't like to brag. No, but then this is, you see, it's very easy to blame the exit pollsters and reporters. Can I tell you something? While exit poll analysts, they brag and it's part of their, what should I say, key result area to predict a result and give out seats. For journalists, I don't think it should be the mandate of a journalist to go and predict who's winning.
Yeah.
No, there's no
They
point.
do the
There's
issues.
yeah, let's deal with the issues. I've never taken this pressure of ever having, whenever I'm asked, kitna aega?
No,
I have no reply.
At least journalists travel, they meet people. You know, over a period, I mean, in a newspaper or a TV channel has several people. It's surprising that, you know, I mean, I'm disappointed that exit polls got it wrong, but that's a one-shot thing. Go ask me. I mean, the fact that journalists traveling all over the place, and I see of no major publication that give a good chance to the BJP. And here they're beating the record. This is the highest they've ever got.
Yeah. Dora, one moment. Faruk Abdullah is speaking to the media. Let's listen.
Let's hear this.
Okay, I think we're trying to get the mic close.
He's not started speaking yet.
Yeah, there's a bit of a chaos. We'll wait for a better feed so that we can hear what he says. But it's pretty clear from what I heard. He seems to be thanking the people of Jammu and Kashmir and says that we respect their mandate. And we'll come back when we have a better feed. Sorry, Dorab, you were saying.
That it reflects their mandate is not surprising. Seeing that he's done rather well out of it.
Exactly.
But it's really I think this is the surprise of the last 20 years, this Haryana election.
Haryana.
They just
As Javed said, 40 years of journalism has not seen something like this. And nobody got the mood, forget just the pollsters.
I think the voter is very smart now. You can do as many polls as you want, get as many senior surveyors. If a person has decided he does not want to talk to you, they won't.
I don't think it's that. I just think we don't know what the problem is, that we don't know what the problem is,
right.
which is why we're not. You know, it's not that if you could identify a problem, you could resolve it. You don't know there are 20 problems. While for journalists, before the exit polls came out, every single publication of any repute said there was that BJP, that the Congress had an edge, at least an edge in Haryana. Nobody said that the BJP had an edge.
Yeah.
And what is,
but it is actually really counterintuitive and amazing that despite farmer protests, the way they handled it so bad, despite the wrestlers, they still won. And despite being 10 years in power, their incumbency.
And one with the largest majority it's ever had.
I mean,
that is really one for the books.
And see the stories in the vote.
The first two rounds, they were losing.
Yeah, they were losing. Which means in the postal ballots, the Congress was winning.
That's what I said. Anti-Agniveer.
Yeah, Agniveer.
Yeah, my son can't get the army.
People
my son can't get in the army.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But it was really a truly fascinating and surprising election.
Yeah, very.
As long as it doesn't happen too often and prove
That's right.
Everybody's got to do a lot of, what's that word? Introspection. Introspection, gosh. But chalo, we're waiting to hear the Faruk Abdullah and Omar Abdullah speak any moment now. We'll go cut to them live.
Nilanjan is still with us. Nilanjan, what do you think the Congress ought to do in a state like Haryana?
Reassess what went wrong. I think. Look, it's a surprise to everybody.
given the kind of frustrations we are seeing in the 2024 national election among youth, among people who want jobs, among farmers, I think they need to think harder about how to reach a broader base, not just sticking to caste-based appeals, which the BJP is very, very good at counter-mobilizing against. You've also seen it in UP against Yadavs, right? Building a broader appeal that has to do with the constitution, that has to do with economic class, that has to do with jobs. This is kind of what we associated the Congress party with in the national election, but that is not what the election felt like in Haryana, right? And so I think that the party needs to redouble efforts to reframe the terms of the debate, not just in terms of being associated with particular caste groups, which the BJP is very effective at counter-mobilizing against, but perhaps a certain kind of class politics, a certain kind of politics around sluggishness in the economy. So that would be my suggestion. I think I'm probably not the only one saying this today, given what the results are. But in some sense, it's clear what works now and what doesn't work, and what the Congress tried didn't work.
Did you come across one person who said the BJP was going to sweep this election in Haryana? One person. Anybody? Because I would love to meet that person and learn. Did you meet anyone?
I did not meet a single person who said that the BJP was going to sweep. However, I did meet, and I think I'm not the only one, those of you on the field, we did meet people who thought that in the beginning, if the narrative had been that the Congress was going to sweep, there was a feeling at some point before the exit polls came out that the election had become closer, that infighting had caused problems, that some people would tell you, actually sense that the election is closer than people are saying. Nobody saw this result coming, but there were people who thought that there was trouble in the Congress camp. I mean, the fighting was very, very public.
Right. I have a question. We'll ask Mr. Nilanjan and also to the two of you. What does this mean for the BJP in the other upcoming state assembly elections? This big surprise win. Does this raise their hopes in Maharashtra, in Jharkhand, where they seem pretty confident? In Delhi, which will be in February 2025?
Yeah.
What about you?
I think, Delhi is, Maharashtra.
Delhi is next year.
February
25.
But Maharashtra and Jharkhand will have an impact on Delhi.
Yeah.
Not just Haryana.
Yeah. Right.
So the question is, I think certainly it should give them a terrific boost. Jammu and Kashmir, they never thought they were going to win.
Yeah.
It's just that can we get as much as we want in the Jammu area?
And they didn't do badly in Jammu.
Not at all, absolutely. So the question is, they're down just 2 seats.
Yeah, down
so,
two
they're
seats.
doing fine. So the question is, this is given the kind of boost they haven't had. I mean, the whipping they got in UP. Now this is their answer.
Yeah.
That, okay, we got whipped, but we are back in the fight. I think it's good for them in Maharashtra. Of course, Maharashtra is a much more complex situation. 3 parties each side, 46 rebels in each seat, all kinds of things in Jharkhand. But for Delhi, certainly. I mean, if they're done well in the areas around Delhi, which we traditionally do well, they will hope to carry that into Delhi. And AAP, I think, made a terrible mistake by fighting. When you're going to get 0 seats, why fight and ruin your reputation?
Yeah.
Just to spite somebody? I mean, Mr. Kejriwal didn't think he had much of a chance of forming a government in Haryana. Why fight? Stay out of it. Saying, we are concentrating on Delhi. Yeah. But you fought and you got whipped. So that's not going to do much.
That's how the Aam Aadmi Party charts new territory. For instance, they also contested Gujarat earlier, not 2022. Yeah. But this is a way for them to build an organizational base in the respective states. Faruk Abdullah is now speaking. Let's cut across live.
मैं समझता हूँ लोगों ने हमारी बात सुनी और उस पर एतमाद किया. मैं लोगों का बेहद मशकूर हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि हम उनकी उम्मीदों पे जो उन्होंने हमें दिखाई है कि हम पूरा उतरे.
जो उम्मीद आपको लोगों पर है, आपकी तरफ से कौन सा भरोसा आप दिलाना चाहेंगे लोगों को? जो मिजरीज हैं उनमें, जो शिकवे शिकायतें हैं उनको दूर करने.
सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि जो दबाव है उस दबाव को हमने खत्म करना है. ये पुलिस राज नहीं होगा, ये लोगों का राज होगा. यहाँ जो बेगुनाह जेलों में बंद हैं उनके लिए हम कोशिश करें कि उनको निकालें. आपके मीडिया के लोग जो सच बोलने के लिए अंदर हैं उनको बाहर निकालेंगे कि सच कायम रहना चाहिए. सच ही हमें आगे ले जाएगा और मीडिया आज़ाद होगा इंशाअल्लाह. और मीडिया लिखेगा. मगर सिर्फ एक चीज़ मैं मीडिया से गुजारिश करूंगा, नफरतों को नहीं दिखाना है। हमने मोहब्बतें बढ़ानी है, हिंदू मुसलमान में एतबार पैदा करना है, वही सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है। जी हाँ, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। इसमें मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारे जो गठबंधन के लोग हैं, जो इंडियन अलायंस है, वो हमारे साथ इसके लिए बराबर की जंग लड़ेंगे कि स्टेटहुड जल्दी से जल्दी यहाँ पे वापस आया जाए।
हरियाणा में कांग्रेस आज भी होगी।
मुझे अफसोस है इस बात का, बेहद अफसोस है, क्योंकि वो जीतना हमें पूरा पता था वो जीतेंगे, मगर मेरे ख्याल से इंटरनल डिस्प्यूट जो उनमें थे उसने टोल दिखाया है।
सीएम कैंडिडेट की सूरत में हम किसको देखेंगे? सीएम कैंडिडेट की
मैं समझता हूँ उमर अब्दुल्ला जो है वो सीएम बनेंगे।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
You know, one of the things, while he has named Mr. Omar Abdullah as the Chief Minister, which is again no surprise, all the things that he seems to have promised, he doesn't have the mandate, or this new government does not have the mandate to do or implement any of that. You cannot get people released from prison because your government, you will not have that authority or the power. That will rest with the LG and the central government. Police Raj, police, I don't think will report to this dispensation because this is not a full state.
But the more you do that,
Yeah.
the more you cause yourself damage in Maharashtra. For instance, that would lead to, 20% of the population of Bombay is Muslim. There are 34, 35 seats in Bombay. The question is, you will also, every action is a reaction, whether positive or negative. If the government reacts positively, governor, it will be felt.
And it transcends boundaries. I mean,
That's
an action in Jammu and Kashmir can lead to a reaction anywhere else.
So, people, I think the first 5-6 months, I think the governor and the government will both be very careful that they don't upset the apple cart in any way.
Nilanjan, one of the factors that people talk about is that, of course, as Dorab was saying, Maharashtra has very different issues, totally unconnected with Haryana. I don't think they have any connection of any type with each other, and therefore maybe the issues here will not be reflected, will not influence the voters of Maharashtra, but the cadre, BJP cadre will get a boost, that they managed to do something here. If they had lost here and they lost earlier, the whole cadre demoralization, that might have changed.
Yeah, so look, here's one weird way of answering this question. Here's a phrase that I have not heard over the last 2 hours, which is surprising, which is Modi factor, right? We seem to have an analysis of a state election for the first time in a long time where the BJP has won, where the story isn't about Modi. So while energy in the party organization might carry over from one state to the next, one thing that will not carry over is a common narrative about Modi, because that doesn't seem to be the story that people are hanging on to right now. And without
I'm sorry, I'll have to come back to you in just a short moment. We have Congress leader Supriya Shrinate with us. Can you hear me? Supriya, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
very
joining
much.
us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Supriya, how would you respond to this verdict in Haryana?
No, the verdict has come both in Jammu Kashmir and Haryana. So first, I would like to talk about both states. I'm not the one squarely focused on Haryana alone. I'm going to talk about Jammu Kashmir as well. And I will begin, in fact, with Jammu and Kashmir. I think the fact that the coalition led by NC and the Congress has got a thumping majority is very heartening. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a very strong message to the BJP. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have spoken in one voice and said that you cannot strip off statehood from a state and reduce it to a union territory. That's not been taken well. The one thing that I want to say about Haryana is that yes, the election results haven't gone as much as we had expected. I do believe that the final tally will be a lot better than the numbers that are being shown on the ECI website. I was just doing some calculations while sitting in with the war room, and there are about 8 odd seats where we are either trailing by 700 or leading by over 3,000, which are still not reflecting. So I think it will be, the final numbers will look a lot better. But yes, the results haven't gone as far as our expectations were concerned. We had thought we'd be getting a thumping majority in Haryana. That hasn't happened, and that's very disappointing. But do we learn our lessons? Yes, we learn our lessons. But there's one thing that I want to say, and no, I don't want to get into Modi bashing, but Mr. Modi did 18 rallies in 2019 in Haryana. He only did 4. So I think the lesson for the BJP here is you keep him away and you'll perhaps put up a better show, because he is the one who's coming in with the liabilities. He is the one coming in with the jumlas, and the people of this country don't seem to buy into the Modi factor. So I would like to say that, I mean, I'm not taking a pot shot, but these are hard numbers, and I think let's just discuss hard numbers right now.
You know, Supriya, before we speak about Haryana, let's talk about Jammu and Kashmir. And there's one thing very interesting that we heard Mr. Faruk Abdullah mention, and this Rahul Gandhi also mentioned, a full statehood, the promise of a full statehood, ending a sort of a police Raj, as mentioned by Faruk Abdullah. Now, the interesting thing is that this new government or this new formation in Jammu and Kashmir will not have the right to be able to implement all these promises. But in election speeches, these promises were made. So what will you explain to the people now?
No, I'm sorry. It wasn't just made in election speeches. It was made on the floor of the House by none other than the Home Minister in his speeches in Jammu and Kashmir, and Mr. Modi in Parliament when they said after the state elections, statehood will be restored. But will you be a sore loser? And because you have lost Jammu and Kashmir, are you not going to restore statehood? I think the people of Jammu and Kashmir have spoken loudly, decisively. Even the numbers, if you actually see in the Jammu region that the BJP has been able to win, proportionately speaking to the number of seats, their seat share has actually gone down. So I think the promise was made on the floor of the House that after election, statehood will be restored. The Prime Minister has to walk the talk on this. I do believe that Jammu and Kashmir has given a very strong message that you cannot strip states of their statehood. I think they've also given a very strong message that you cannot tell the world one thing and do something else in Jammu and Kashmir. The fact that the BJP, and I was on another show and a national spokesperson said, we did not pursue the electorate in Kashmir. Why not? Are people of Kashmir not a part of India? Should they not be pursued by the ruling party, that's the BJP? So I do believe that the verdict in Jammu and Kashmir is very heartening. It tells you a tale which the BJP wants to brush under the carpet. And that one tale is that 26 terror strikes in the last 107 days, 21 brave hearts dead. They're not going to take these things lying down. They're not willing to look the other way just yet.
Supriya, one last question now on Haryana. Do you think that perhaps concentrating very heavily on the demands of Mr. Bhupinder Singh Huda cost you dearly?
Actually, no. I don't think I'm going to give knee-jerk reactions. I think there should be a seat-by-seat analysis. There should be an analysis on who voted for us and who did not. There should be an analysis of what issues got picked up by the voters and what did not. And I think there will be a threadbare analysis of everything that we do. There should be a complete analysis of everything that was done in this election. And I think it's very unfair to just blame one leader and say we lost because of them or we did not lose because of them. So I think on that count, it's important to hold your horses, not give a knee-jerk reaction, not give a verdict right on. But I do believe that we need to learn our lessons, and I'm sure we'll learn those lessons before Maharashtra and Jharkhand happen. Those are different elections, those are different issues, it's a different electorate. We are in different positions there. So I do believe we learn our lessons, but no, I don't think that the election is lost to one because of one person or one issue.
Okay, Supriya, absolutely correct. Don't just blame it on Huda, but tell us from your perspective, one thing you felt might have gone wrong in Haryana.
I think we may have underestimated the BJP a little bit because on the ground, and I traveled extensively through Haryana, a lot of our journalist friends and colleagues traveled through Haryana. It was almost like a wave election, and it looks like we misread that. It looks like the BJP managed to do a lot better. I don't know what worked for them, but I can tell you that the mood in Haryana on the ground was very, very different vis-a-vis what we are seeing in numbers. The mood in Haryana was one that was against the BJP. The mood in Haryana was one that favored the Congress. So if you ask me that one factor, I think we underestimated the BJP perhaps. They were a divided house. They had just changed the chief minister, deputy chief minister, and the president. They had done all of this to escape the anti-incumbency. Perhaps that worked for them.
All right, Supriya.
Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And just a programming announcement. At 8 p.m. tonight, a greater deep dive into what exactly happened in Haryana, and also the number crunching for Jammu and Kashmir. What these political parties will do from here on. Who is going to be the next chief minister? What is the cabinet going to look like in Jammu and Kashmir? How much representation will be there in Jammu? All that will be
answered by Sanket.
No, by Maya, Dr. Prannoy Roy and Dora. So
thank you all very much for watching. What a fascinating day and a complete surprise. Everybody's going to be doing, except for you, introspection.
I told you yesterday.
Thank you. You told me yesterday. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.